This holiday weekend, we're proud to present their most memorable appearances.
I took his hand and put it.
Oh my God!
And bringing it all to you is a man of razor-sharp wit. A man who knows funny. His mother says so.
Double guns, motherfucker.
This is a Very Chippersen Thanksgiving.
What's that?
Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
It's day 2. It's a Chippersen Thanksgiving celebration. We're playing a bunch of appearances by comedians on the Opie and Anthony radio show, not counting myself. Because everybody says that, like, my comedy's the best and stuff. And they're like, I always come up with the good jokes. But, you know, there's some other guys had some good ones, too. Like, this is Jim Jefferson. Jim Jefferson reveals he's afraid of bananas. So, of course, we have to find out why. I was never scared of bananas. I remember one time I heard my mother yelling from the other room, "Oh, Lamar, stick your big banana deep." So I guess they was in there having daiquiris or something. I don't know.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
My mum, I had a friend commit suicide a while back. It's a cheery thing, but I had an argument with her before she committed suicide that day. But I rang my mum up and I said some awful things, Mum, and she goes, "Well, James, in your life, you're going to, say hurtful things to people that you don't mean, but you just try to, minimise these things so they don't happen again, right?" And she goes, "I'm just happy. I've said some awful things in my life, but I'm just happy that I never said anything bad to you or your brothers." And I'm like, "What did you do when you left the house? Were you just, like, stabbing people in the street or something?" Last time I was home, I got woken up by this 400-pound woman bashing into my room going, "I want you to know that when I'm dead, in many ways you've been a huge disappointment to me." And the reason for that is because I didn't show her some photos and I showed them to my dad. "Oh, she's mental. She used to beat the hell out of me. I got scars on my
Really?
thigh. She used to hit me with a belt buckle from a scout belt, right, because I wouldn't go to scout. The reason I wouldn't go is I was being molested every day I was there.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
And she go, "Why won't you go?" I go, "I don't want to go." Boom.
You must have been an adorable little kid.
Now it explains all the stories you told us yesterday.
Yes, it does.
Right, Jimmy?
Now we
Stupid scouts. We understand why you do what you do sexually.
I had MySpace messages, just a row of 20 when I got back to the hotel yesterday that just said, "Gay." Like nothing else.
Wait, you got molested at Boy Scouts?
At Scouts, yeah. Yeah, he never actually physically inside or anything. Just
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Was that all right, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably not.
He used to just put me in a corner and... Anyway, it wasn't a good day. Either way you look at it.
It wasn't a good day either.
What would he just... Was he into just looking at you and...
The thing is, he always wanted you to call him Baloo through the whole experience. He never lost his, seniority from the Jungle Book.
What did he make you do? You got to kind of keep it, like, sort of vague.
There was
But we'll figure it out.
a lot of swearing and sitting in the corner and like it was like being in the front row at SeaWorld.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Oh, God. When Shamu flips up in the air and
Caution,
lands in
caution, you may get wet, is what they say in the
Yeah, when Shamu...
that was the best way I could describe it on morning radio. I thought that was pretty good the way I danced around there.
Wow. All right.
Oh, God.
So this was going on at Scouts. You go home, and now you decide, it's in my best interest not to go back there anymore. And now you're getting
Cubs, actually. But
and now you're getting beat by your mom.
Yeah, and so my mum
because you won't go to Scouts to get
my mum used to
molested, basically.
Thrash me with the belt buckle of the Scout belt.
When the hell did this happen?
and those Scout belts, they're like those big buckles and everything. It wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't nice. In the end, my dad found out. I tell this little bit in my routine, but I'll mention it anyway. In the end, my dad found out. I swear to God, this is what he said. He comes to me and he goes, "I went with my mate who it also happened to," and my dad said, "You've done the right thing by coming to see us, and I want you to know that you've done nothing wrong, and he's done everything wrong, and he's going to get what's coming to him." And then my dad hugged me and looked at me and went, I wonder how you got all those badges. And people think I made that up.
Oh,
but
wow.
I swear to God, that's true. And the thing is, I respect my father so much for that because I believe comedy is all about taking risks. And my father was holding his molested child, and he thought, no, it's a good one. Have a go.
Yeah,
maybe I'll get
a good joke here. I'm just gonna let this one fly.
I'll just work it in.
Did you laugh?
No, I didn't really get it. But I can promise you, later on that evening, he was in the pub with his mates going, and then I said...
Yeah. Let's say good morning to Cleveland.
Wow.
We got Pete on the line. Pete,
That is true.
Pete, what's up?
Dude, that's awesome. Hey, Jim. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
All right. I've been lingering longer, and you guys were playing. I don't know. It was when you're on vacation or something. They did a replay, and Bob Kelly was in the studio with you guys, and he was talking about he did this set, and there was this guy that was in the waiting room with him that was like deathly afraid of something, and it turned out it was Jim Jefferies. This was a long time ago, and I guess you guys all forgot about it.
What is he afraid of?
Bananas.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like bananas. In fact, there's a pill over there that I've already. How did you? No, don't do that. No. Seriously, it's open.
Don't screw with him.
Wait, what is this about? He's actually leaving the studio.
I don't like bananas. I don't like.
I'm just holding up the. Are you doing a bit?
No, I'm serious.
Put it back, Opie. Don't make the guest uncomfortable.
No, put it back. I don't like it when it's open like that.
Like this?
Yes, don't do that.
All right, what is going on?
Put it back. And we will ask,
Look,
and maybe there's an explanation.
Wait, this is like kryptonite. Look at this. Watch that.
Don't make our guest uncomfortable.
Don't open up. No, seriously, it's not funny.
Wait, do those things open look like what a scoutmaster's trousers look like?
All right, it's just
put it back.
Hold on, it's got to be said that he saw my banana over here. I eat a banana and yogurt every morning. This guy just said that he's deathly afraid of bananas. And he pointed at my banana. I picked it up. I just started showing it to him, and he's moved away. Like,
how did that guy know I didn't like bananas? Who are you talking about?
I guess Bob Kelly had said it once.
Wait, this is a real moment. What's up?
I have a thing with bananas.
All right, you're going to tell us after the break. This is the tease right now. Who's turning off the channel right now?
If I shut my eyes, I can't see it. So do what you want.
You could feel it though, right?
No.
Just feel the banana.
No, I'm not going to touch it.
Please, just feel it.
I'm not going to touch you.
Don't. Why would you do that?
How weird is it though? Look at him.
People don't like balloons. Some people don't like baked beans. Some people don't like clowns. I don't like bananas.
How does it make you feel when you see it though?
It used to make me vomit. Now it's just like someone holding a spider to like an arachnophobe or something.
Well, it looks like a spider because it's all like flayed out.
Yeah. When it's open like that, it's like.
Why are you doing that?
Because it's an amazing reaction.
Leave him alone.
I've gotten better. A year ago, I couldn't even be in this room.
In the room?
No.
You barely could be in the room. You're like moving away from the mic.
When did you realize that there was
ever
this?
since I was a child,
kid?
I never liked it.
Wow.
You know what the banana represents? Who are we kidding?
I can't have a squirt gun with milk shooting out of it.
Opie, you're being very cruel.
I just
That's
don't.
his kryptonite.
He
It's
doesn't
amazing.
like that.
But it's
Yeah, but see,
amazing
my
to me.
problem is now because bloody Robert Kelly, he tells everybody, and some guy in, I don't know, Wisconsin or something rings up and tells me that I don't like bananas. I thought it was a fairly well-kept secret. And now there's going to be like people at the show tonight just with a banana, just sitting on their knee, just in the front row. Just,
have him thrown out.
oh, yeah.
Have him if you bring a banana, you will be thrown out of the venue.
I once shagged a bird. When I'd say that word?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I once shagged a bird, and she put a condom on, and it was banana flavor, but I didn't know, and it was banana. I vomited all over it with that artificial smell.
You don't even like the smell of banana.
So you don't like any
banana flavor.
Let's just see what happens. Just hold this banana.
I'm not going to hold it. I'm not going to hold
It
it.
just ain't gonna happen.
Hold my banana.
Something happened. Did the scout?
No, I was, yeah.
I know, but I mean,
Is there
I'm molested with a banana?
No, by breakfast or something, where that smell, it's a visceral reaction. Probably.
My mum said even as a baby, I wouldn't eat like mashed up bananas.
Really?
And I remember my brothers used to hold me down and mash banana into my head.
What
Well,
bastards!
there you go. That's where you feel
Yeah, but I
suffocated.
didn't like it before then. But I still...
They would do that because you didn't like
Yeah,
it, not
because I
it
didn't
wasn't
like
the cause
it.
of it.
You know,
I found
they weren't mashing bananas into your head. That's what they told your
Child
mom.
Protective Services.
Right.
You have to do that.
Opie, why are you being such an ass to our guest?
I'm just showing love, man. We love this
Love.
Jim Jefferies guy.
The guy. How would you like if someone brought a vacuum in and just started vacuuming around you?
Don't you like vacuums?
Bit over. Bit
he
over.
No,
hates
why-
Bit over.
vacuums.
Anthony
Why-
figured out a way to make
Why
you stop.
wouldn't you like vacuums?
Bit over. Bit over.
The sound of a vacuum drives him nuts.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nuts.
My mom would vacuum our house, I don't know, hours at a time, and we'd be watching TV and...
And when they found that out, listeners would start calling.
Lift your feet.
Listeners would start calling, and over the phone, just play them the vacuum sound, and it would freak them out.
I'm lucky.
Exhaust fans in like bathrooms. That's the same sort of sound. Is
No,
that
it's just vacuums. I'm lucky enough now in my life to have a cleaning lady, and she comes once a week. And she was vacuuming the other day. I had to leave the apartment.
Really?
I had to leave the apartment. All right, see? Look what it does.
I love that sound. It
That
smells
is
good.
That's my thing.
Yeah, I like that sound.
And just like you, I don't know why. It can't be just because my mom was vacuuming a lot as a kid. But look at my arm. Goosebumps right away from the sound of a vacuum.
Can I feel them?
Yeah, here you go.
Oh,
You know what?
very sensual.
What the hell, Jimmy?
You know what gets me? You know the air hose on a compressor? Use it to clean off. If you work in a shop, you use it to blow off sawdust or metal chips off a lathe or something like that. To put it a little too close to your arm and hit the air, and it like makes your skin go like a little bit. Mm-hmm. That I can't even deal with that.
How often does that happen?
Well, you know something when you're work in a shop, it happens a lot.
Right,
Yeah, because you're like cleaning stuff
Did
up.
you used to do
But
that?
see,
And just the air coming out of the nozzle kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm sadistic, though. I will do a bit where we get a lot of vacuums, turn them on all at the same time. I want to see how many vacuums I could take before I actually have to leave the studio. Because I will leave the studio
I bet
eventually.
one.
I don't think one. The one makes the goosebumps pop up immediately in the hair on the back of my neck. But, and someone is reminding us we're missing the obvious here.
What?
Maury
Fears. Oh, my God. Yeah, you would be perfect on Maury Povich.
Yeah.
Because he has people confront their fears, to help them.
Whoa. Whoa, the banana's getting loose in my hand.
Don't.
Whoa, it has a life of its own.
You know something?
Whoa.
Jim is,
Stop it, will you? Stop it.
Jim has
This isn't even good radio.
Stop
People
it.
at home are already bored of this. This is boring.
Jim has been nothing but a great guest on our program, and you're rewarding him by being a douche.
I won't vomit or anything. I'm all right. My ex-flatmate put a banana in my underwear drawer, and I punched him in the head.
You punched him?
And I made him wash all my underwear as well.
It's weird because you look down, like you can't make eye contact with the banana or the person that is holding the banana. You kind of look down and shy away from the microphone. Watch. Whoa!
Oh, would you? Why?
It's that little flinch that a dog gets that you've hit a lot.
That's exactly what you look like.
No, don't give it to
I'm
Norton.
actually just gonna
Don't
eat
give it to...
yeah.
No.
You can't watch people eat a banana.
No, the whole density of the thing, and they chew it. And...
Jimmy, let's eat our banana.
And they chew it.
Oh, my God.
Why are you doing this to this man?
Jimmy, we won't.
My mouth is thick
Oh,
with
my
banana.
God. They're so... The texture of the banana.
I'd rather eat Big A's tongue.
Oh, my God.
Never you said that.
Hey, Jim.
It's too thick.
No, see, look, he's gonna leave.
Don't leave.
No, see, he's gonna leave.
He's leaving. It's just a...
I'll be back. Just finish your banana.
It's delicious. It's
Holy
thick.
crap, this is a real thing. He just left.
Dude, this is not fake. He
just
doesn't
left.
like bananas.
It's thick and banana-y.
Next time he comes to New York, we have to have a studio filled with bananas.
Quickly, Joe.
I was
Hundreds of them.
I had a smoothie yesterday, and it's banana, heavy banana and strawberry, but it smells like banana. And he was kind of sitting
Yeah.
like in the seat next to me. I wonder if that was bothering him.
Oh, this sucks. All right. We like him too much. Wait, let me finish my banana.
He's been a great guest. You don't want to have him not come back.
I'm not having a hissy fit. I'll be back. Just finish.
What? I can't hear you.
Just finish the bananas.
Could you walk to that mic? I can't hear you.
I'm not being a girl. I just.
What? Oh, he's got the banana peel just cocked back in his hand like he's ready to heave it at him. You are so mean.
He's giving us such great radio, too. Jimmy, are you done with your banana?
I certainly am.
Now Jimmy's put the banana peel on his head.
Look, we'll make it fun. We'll wear them as little banana hats.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Jim, look what I do for you.
No, don't.
Look, no, I'm serious.
Don't dangle it, man.
What? Even this?
I'll start swearing and we'll be taken off the air. You don't want this.
Leave him alone.
Do you like Jimmy's banana hat?
I like Jimmy's
Banana hat.
Yeah.
Coochie.
That is weird.
It's not nice.
Jimmy, you got one of those things? Mine is vacuums, his is bananas, ants, air hoses, or whatever.
Do you think I would tell you? I have one, and I would never tell you.
You got one?
Oh, yeah.
Is it an innocent thing?
Kind of.
Heterosexual sex.
Is it an innocent thing?
See, mine's
like the laugh of a small child.
oh, I got something for you. Thank you, Than.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
The word.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
No, it's
I've
you're
got
holding
this
it open.
feeling so appealing for us to get together and sing, sing. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding, banana phone. It grows in bunches. I've got my hunches. It's the best, beats the rest. Cellular, modular, interactive, modular. Ring, 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 banana phone.
You're a bastard.
I'm doing the dancing banana. That's the song playing.
Banana phone.
Pick line.
It's no baloney. It ain't a phony. My cellular, bananular phone.
Right. Jim, see? Banana peel.
It's in the bin.
Listen.
There we go.
All right.
It's dead and buried.
It's in the garbage.
Wait, did you get Norton's one as well?
I threw mine out.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, we're okay. I'm sorry about that. And now people think I'm an idiot.
No, I have another one, but I do enjoy a good banana. I like to eat them.
Yeah, I know
It's healthy.
people
It's a
too.
superfood.
It's a superfood. It's full of some vitamin that I obviously lack.
Yeah, potassium.
Never had a banana? Well,
No.
That's so weird. All right, we got Big A in
Someone
studio.
offered me about $500 once to eat a little bit, and I vomited.
Well, could you do that for our radio show next time you're in town? That would be terrific radio.
I would need much more money than that.
Would you ever take a gig
That was when I was poor.
at Bananas in Poughkeepsie?
That's a funny question.
Would you ever take a gig at Bananas in Poughkeepsie?
I can handle the word.
Yeah.
There's big bananas hanging. It's fake.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're fake, but they're big. You can do that?
I used to have one of these blow-up bananas that you rode in the pool with.
Oh, really?
Like a pool pony, but I was cool with that.
Oh, okay. So you're not completely insane.
It's just actual bananas. I can't go to Queensland, though. Up in Queensland, there's just banana plantations everywhere, and I have nightmares of, like, walking through it and the trees, like, attacking me or stuff. Like, they're not trees. They're like, what are they, like bamboo-y type of things.
banana, whatever they are. If you were drowning,
yes,
and the only way to reach you was with a banana, would you grab it?
What do you mean the only way to reach me?
Like you're just out of hand's reach.
Yeah, so you're saying a banana, this is going to happen, is it? That the only way to reach me is banana. You haven't got an item of clothing that you can chuck off with your hand. You're naked, you're only holding a banana. You couldn't stick your leg out instead, which is longer than your arm, but doesn't have dexterity
He had to
to
put
hold
a
the
banana
banana.
between his toes.
The banana. I love how this guy
Yeah,
Jefferies rules.
You really do.
I would tell you that you use your leg or use your shirt or something like that. Or I just because then I know even if you save me, then on the boat going back to the big boat, you'd just be baiting me with a banana the whole time.
It's true.
And that would be uncomfortable. Going, who saved you? Who saved you?
You just have to jump in the water again.
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel. Now, more legendary O&A appearances from our favorite stand-up comics. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues.
George Carlin. This is the last appearance of George on the show. I didn't think he was very funny. I didn't get his stuff at all. I didn't like that. The 7 dirty words, I say them all the time. Shit, cocksucker, piss. We were talking about, I guess, his 50 years of doing comedy and his radio and stuff and free speech. And he talked about his HBO special. And he said something about, like, Chipper, I think that you're the guy that should carry the torch or something with comedy. I don't know.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
We're fortunate enough to interview a lot of people with this radio show. Sure. And every once in a while, someone comes through that door where we're like starstruck and a little freaked out. And you're one of those guys. And it's only a handful of times this has happened over the years.
Thank you. Now calm down.
Right. We're all obviously huge fans, and we love everything you've done.
Very nice. I really appreciate it.
50 years, right?
50 years since I went into radio in 1956.
Wow.
Top 40 was just starting. Rock and roll was just starting. I was 18, and I had the advantage of having a car down in Shreveport. I was in Shreveport, Louisiana. I was in the Air Force. And I could go out at night and tell the chick, hey, you want to hear a song tomorrow? I'll dedicate it to you. What do you want? You know, it was magic, man. Two paychecks, didn't have to do anything on the air base, just do my show.
Radio's just never changed as far as that goes.
Well, that's why.
I see it as a way to get girls.
That's why most people got into radio, is for the free CDs. Well, free CDs now, whatever. Free music, and hopefully picking up a few extra women on the side.
And trade outs with the sponsors.
Right. Yeah, the whole plugola and the payola.
What was radio must have been a hell of a lot different back then than it is now, especially. Did you have freedom to really talk and say what you want? You didn't have a PD up your...
It was the first stage of Top 40, so personalities were still in play. Mm-hmm. And you had a kind of a persona on the air, and they set your pictures out, and all that. And I was a young guy, so they wanted, we had a lot of young listeners, naturally. And so they wanted to have like a fan club and all that stuff. And the thing about it was our radio station was a daytime. Dig this. It was a daytimer. That is to say, it went on the air in the morning, went off in sundown. Because that was the way you did it, some of them. 1,000 watt. And we had to gain our audience back every morning. And we had a 52 hooper in a 9-station market. A 52% share of the audience at a 9-station, a hot radio market, Shreveport. They had a big CBS station with Louisiana Hayride, had a lot of great radio stations, and we were number one. But we had an owner who hated rock and roll, but he played it. But he also played Ray Anthony and stuff like that. So it's schizophrenic. And you could choose everything you wanted. You had top 30, you had the newcomers, and then you had oldies and dusty discs and all that.
But it was up to you,
Yes, you can make your own
would pick
program.
it. And then what about, like, talking between the records to get some of your personality in there?
It wasn't just time and temperature and label and artist.
Right.
It was, you talk about whatever you felt like, and you could play around. I used to any live spots, I always had fun with them. I would do them in foreign accents, or I would do them as characters, So, it was a lot of freedom.
Yeah, now oof.
Yeah,
it's a business, which I think Ope says it a lot when he got into it. Even it was a bunch of guys just kind of hanging out, especially FM radio.
FM radio, they hired you because you smoked pot. No, I'm serious. And the album-oriented rock stations in the 70s, especially, they hired you because you were one of the guys, and you would smoke pot and play whatever the hell you wanted, and then someone figured out, whoa, we can make money off this.
That's right.
Which turned out to be a bad thing in the end.
They called it underground radio for a while.
Sure, it was underground radio. I used to listen to old air checks, and you hear these guys, they're completely stoned, looking out the. I mean, you hear it on the radio. They're like, I'm just watching the snowfall. They were just completely gone. And this was CMF. I got to listen to some old air checks, and then you fast forward a mere 10, 15 years, and there's consultants, and there's PDs running in, and the general managers, and it's a whole different ball game now.
And they test everything, and they send out hooks.
Yeah,
they actually have people listen to hooks. To see which hooks they like. They don't bother with the whole record. You like this whole section? Okay, that's a good one.
If you like 2 seconds of this song, our station's going to play it.
Yeah.
How ridiculous is that?
I know.
And I was one of the guys when I first started in radio. I was the guy that had to play this little hook for people at home while they were trying to eat.
You did that.
I was an intern. That was my job.
Yeah.
And I would just fudge the results because half these people would be cursing me out, saying "F you, I'm eating, don't ever call again." I'm like, all right, they like the song.
Yes.
Right on the air.
So, and the consultants would take all this research seriously, but they would give it to interns to do. Of course, they're not going to, work that hard at doing that.
Well, it's just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country. It's been in its death throes, since World War II. It's on the way. It's going away, man. People think it's going away. If you can't smell that, if you can't see that, you ain't paying attention, man.
You've said a lot of things that have been really controversial with some people, and that's one of them. I happen to agree with you.
Yeah.
I think we're doomed as a nation. We're going to go down in history as one of those empires that kind of peaked and then kind of went away.
Overreached.
Yeah.
Selfish, arrogant. And now we have things like tequila lollipops, and I counted. In the car wash about a couple of years ago by now. I counted of all the ways you could change the smell in your car, from things you hang on the window to beads to sprays. They had several delivery systems for this stuff. I counted over 200 different things you could do to change the smell in your car, and one of them was called new car smell. And it's over. Yeah. It's finished. Take a look,
One of my favorite things is, as the years have gone on, you're less good at hiding your revulsion for everything, which is what's so. It's great.
Thank you.
I love it as it's gone on. It's just gotten just angrier and just less trying to be polite to them and just assaulting the people that are actually sitting in the room.
I want to just, if I may, for a moment, correct the word anger, even though it's an understandable word to use when you describe some of that stuff I do. It's really a disappointment and a disillusionment and a contempt for people, this country, and the human species, either one you want to take, the American nation or the human species. We were given great gifts, this mind, this brain that we have as humans, and the wonderful gifts in this country. And we have squandered them, made all the wrong choices, organized ourselves poorly. We believe there's an invisible man in the sky who's running things, and all we want is the latest gizmo. We want a cell phone that'll make pancakes. If we can get that, we're going to be fine. And it's just absurd. And what it is, it's a frustration. It's not an anger. You intensify it on stage, and it reads as anger. I know that. But I don't live an angry life, and I look at this, and it's an amusement to me. This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
And you got an outlet. You could go on a stage and kind of spew what you're seeing out there. And we have an outlet. We get to do a radio show, and we point out a lot of stuff that's going on.
You have the immediacy going for you. You can get right on it the next day.
I think I would go insane if I wasn't able to just go on the radio and talk about all the craziness that's happening around us. I really do.
We were talking about the news and how it is just deteriorated from, when I was growing up as a kid, you'd see Walter Cronkite on the news. It was a desk, it was a clock, it was Walter. And you pretty much believed him. What he was saying. You felt he wasn't trying to pull something over on you, whether he was getting accurate information or not. He was just reporting the news. He never got up and danced. I never saw him get up and dance. He never needed flashy graphics, and he never teased what was coming up next with some kind of deadly disease or there's a toy in your house that could kill your child. We'll tell you about it in 4 hours as your kid plays with toys. It's just this thing, this business to get people to tune in and keep tuning in. Yeah. It's an entertainment show now.
I once heard a 7 o'clock news tease that said a prominent senator. No, it was during the entertainment hours. It was during prime time, like 8:30, something like that. They said, "Prominent senator dies. Find out who at 11." I wrote it down. It was so
right. Yeah. Hey, we have to play some of these news teases for George. I think he would really appreciate it.
Oh, a couple of the Hall of Fame ones that we picked?
Yeah, we make fun of the local news, and they're news teases, right, George?
Yes.
And you might want to put the headphones on so you can hear this, or put them close to your ear there, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell George Carlin what to do.
This is a good thing to tell me what to do.
Yeah. But what we do is we collect all the news teases that come into our show, and then we make a Hall of Fame.
Oh.
The best of the best so far. Okay, we've only been doing this about 2 years, and I think we got like 6. We'll play a couple for you, like this one.
One city wants to pack all their sex offenders into a 3-block area. Problem is, it could be right next to your house.
All the sex offenders, 3-block area, right next door to you.
Right next door to you.
That's a 3-block area. Small city.
Right.
That's fantastic. And who's running on that platform?
Yeah.
Like, who wants to do that?
Yeah.
We will have the sex offenders. Every one of them.
1 3-block area.
That's great.
And then you got this one.
How a twist on the predator law could shut down religion.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, please.
But just one little twist, and that's it for religion.
That's it.
That's all it's going to take after all these years, right?
Complete anarchy.
Could frequent hiccups be a sign of cancer? Watch News 8 at 10.
That's on the money. It's always that fear of your health.
And the music, they got that. Yeah. That's the Exorcist music.
Yeah. Is it?
Like playing underneath. It sounds exactly like tubular bells or something playing under there.
We can't get enough of this, George. Here's another one.
Are you normal? Thursday at 11 on News 8.
Normal.
Don't go by us.
What a set on these.
Doesn't that sound
idiots.
like something from Kentucky Fried Movie or SNL? But it's really the news.
Yeah.
We only got a couple more real fast.
Could your house be making you fat? Tomorrow, CBS 2 News at 5.
We collect these like baseball cards. They are just too much fun to own.
And we take it very seriously. We debate it on the air. Should this one be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
We're not sure.
Yes.
It takes a lot to get to the Hall of Fame.
And the ingredients in shampoo that can make a boy develop breasts tonight at 10.
Give it to the girls.
Send them to the neighborhood with the sex predators.
Might as well
the 3-block radius.
Might as well play it out. We got 2 more. This one.
Go, yeah.
Sex offenders may be in your house.
In your house?
Especially if you're one.
Right. And then finally.
The problem solvers have uncovered sexual predators sent to live in our nursing homes.
Do you really know who's living down the hall?
Could this happen to your mother?
Just the thought.
You sure they're not making fun of themselves?
They gotta be at this point. Just the thought of your mother being ravaged. That's pretty much what they wanted you to get. Yeah. Your mom's laying in a nursing home, barely breathing, and being ravaged by some predator.
By some predator that you didn't know about in
that's in the hospital. What a great project.
When did it happen? It's like, and I talk about the downfall of the society the whole time. I'm constantly saying we're doomed.
Yeah.
We're doomed. But I don't know what did it. Is it the nation as a whole with getting greedy? Is it just the leadership? Is it political correctness? The world just opening up and getting more info? You know, it used to be kind of us against the Soviets, but then when information started being spread a little more easily, they kind of figured out what was going on. I don't know.
No,
but it's just it is depressing and just disappointing.
It's kind of entertaining when you look at it, though. You know, when you're born in the world, you're given a ticket to the freak show. When you're born in America, you're given a front row seat. And some of us have notebooks. And that's as simple as that. You and I, all of us in this room, we have notebooks, and we make little notes. Some of the freaks are self-appointed. Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, certain ones, and other ones are thrust into it. Leona Helmsley, it's just an interesting thing to watch. I mean, from the standpoint of personalities alone. But I don't know. I think it's a cascade.
Yeah.
It builds on itself, and they say, "Hey," as you say, it reminds me of a line from. Firesign Theater. Hey, we can make whiskey. Hey, we can make money, like you said. That once they find out there's an extra $1 or $2 to be squeezed out, they do it.
Yeah.
You have this great, I'm sorry, George, you have a great knack of taking the way people are thinking and just really making you doubt your own point of view. Like with voting, it's such a brilliant point you made about how people say, you can't complain if you don't vote. And then you point out how, like, the people that voted are the ones that put these people in office. So you have every right to complain because you're not a part of it.
You stayed home that day. Of course I'm complaining. I didn't do this. It wasn't my work.
The greatest ability to narrow everything down to one simple, beautiful point, like anorexia. I think it's probably my favorite thing you've ever said is anorexia. Rich C's don't want to eat. F them.
Yeah.
I mean, what a beautiful, accurate thing.
I had a friend in my neighborhood, Jack Heaney. We call him Billy Heaney. He was Bill John. And he had that reductionism. He could do that. And I sort of liked that. And I think I must have picked some of that up from him. He had a way of looking at something and really presenting it to you in bare bones. And, of course, he went into a different field, but I was able to use it in my field, you know. It's just a way of not BSing yourself, looking at the thing and saying, hey, wait a minute, what is this really? Oh, yeah, here's what they're doing, you know?
When did stand-up become so likable oriented too? It's really like annoying how they're focusing so much on people being likable and people being like a sweet and kind of cuddly for an audience.
In what respect? Where?
Well, just like on television, it seems like they just want to take like the balls out of anything.
Oh, yeah.
Especially stand-up performance-wise.
Well, I think everybody's running really scared, and I think any voice that sounds a little scary to them is going to be neutralized or compromised, or you know, it's just it's a stupid. If you're talking about commercial television, forget it. Commercial anything. I mean, that's all it's about is selling goods. All that other stuff, nothing. The stuff in between doesn't mean anything. It's just a delivery system for sales. And you're not going to get anything worthwhile in between the selling.
You've been linked to the FCC now. I mean, forever you will be forever linked with the 7 dirty words, and
which is now 700.
But it's gone. Yeah. It's gone so far beyond that now, because now we don't only have to adhere to FCC regulations. Yeah. We have to adhere to nice regulations. Yeah. We have to. It's political correct. Little interest groups that'll, like Reverend Al Sharpton and people that will just fire off some letterhead to your boss, and they will then give you another list of words that you can no longer use on the air. This disgusts me.
Sure.
It completely takes takes your balls away. You can't do the show you want to do.
No, once advertising is involved. Once the cash register comes into play, everything else is subordinated to that, and has to be. Unfortunately, that's just what they do.
But I just think it doesn't. It would never pan out to where the advertiser really would have to worry. Like you say something on the air, a group comes up and says, "All right, we're going to boycott." Yeah. I would love for someone to go ahead. Yeah. Let me see if this affects, Coca-Cola's bottom line at the end of the year.
Let's see how far this. Yeah, let's see how far this really would go.
But they
obviously
get scared.
We're talking about the Imus situation. Obviously,
you get
when you do a radio show, you follow the FCC guidelines. You have to, or you're going to get fired and get the company fined. But now, like Ant said, it's not about that anymore. You have to now be nice on the radio. You can't offend. You can't offend a Rutgers basketball player, woman's basketball player.
People think they have a right to not have their feelings hurt.
I know.
They actually think that's a given right that the forefathers wrote in that said your feelings, they can't be hurt.
Right.
And that is, you could say whatever you want as far as hurting someone's feelings. They could come back at you and say something else, but
that's that left-wing paternalism. Big white.
Oh yeah,
big white daddy knows best.
Yep.
That came. Everyone. We all got to understand that we could expect censorship from the right wing. Over time, we know that's where it's going to come from. But to expect it from the left wing, from the politically correct people in the campuses, especially the Eastern Ivy League campuses, that caught me by surprise.
I mean, isn't that the guys, the people you grew up with that were going to, really change things and had this freer thinking, and then it just turns out to be a bunch of phonies. Right. Just like you said, paternalistic.
The conservatives have always hid behind family values and religion, and it seems like what the liberals hide behind is things like hate speech. Like that's how they get you to kind of not say what kind of smashes their ideology.
Yeah, it's this country went off the cliff, and it's just in free fall now. It's just, we're waiting for the Big Bang to happen. And it's so wonderful what nature is doing to smack us back. This arrogant species who overbuilds, overreaches, overuses, wastes, just completely lays waste and despoils everything it touches. Three-wheel vehicles, all-terrain vehicles. We're going to go everywhere there's some sand. We're going to make a mark, and we're going to make an ugly mark, and then we're going to not worry about it, and we're going to come home, and we're going to barbecue. It's just a sick, it's disgust in my voice you're hearing. Good morning. Welcome to Disgust.
You had a great take on the beheadings. Everybody's like, oh, how horrible they are. And you said the beheadings, when you said, F them, stay out of another man's country, Jack. Yeah. I'm like, God damn it, that was a good point.
If you don't go to Iraq, you don't get beheaded. So now you know that. Put that on your list of stuff.
Stuff not to do.
Yeah.
What a great thing to say, though.
Again, boiling it right down to the simplest of
Simplifying
things. That's why when I hear you say something like the big invisible thing in the sky, that people...
Well, we did a whole bit yesterday, the Harry Potter books being banned because there's wizardry and it's not good for the kids. And then Jimmy made a brilliant observation about, our own Jesus Christ there and the wizardry that was involved with that story. Yeah. That was quite similar to some of the stuff you're reading in these Harry Potter books.
Yes.
Like walking on water, changing water to wine, healing
Lazarus.
People. It's wizardry.
Lazarus.
Yeah.
You're not dead. I'm doing a bunch of stuff you're going to like in this next HBO show. The final part, the last 12, I don't know how long it is really, is a series of things on civic customs and civic beliefs and slogans and things that I question and that I never have believed in. But basically I'm talking about questioning them. I'm not trying to reject them outright. I'm holding them up for question. Proud to be an American. God bless America. Swearing on the Bible, taking off your hat when the flag passes by. The last one is rights. The fact that you really don't have rights, they're imaginary. Rights are they're like the Three Little Pigs. They're like Pinocchio or the Boogeyman. We made them up. We made that up. We have 10 rights in the Bill of Rights in this country. Britain has 13. Why is God changing numbers on people? The Germans have 26. The Swedish have 29. Have 6. The Belgians have 29. Why would God give different people in different countries different numbers of different rights? So it's that reduction to the obvious, and it's a wonder. I just love when I get to that part of the show because I know I'm going to have a lot more fun even than what has come before,
Well, I walked in and I saw George in the green room, and my favorite thing he's ever done is "You Are All Diseased." It's just to me, I can't stop watching it. And you close a live HBO special, and you close on a bit how there's no God. And you say that at the end of the joke, like the bit's very funny, and at the very end, you're like, there is no God, never was, not one. I'm like, what balls? Close a live HBO special saying that.
And I think I said, and if there is a God, may he strike this audience dead. And then I put it on myself, and I said, see? He's afraid. He don't want to kill me, or whatever it was.
It was such a great way.
It's a lot of fun to throw it down in front of them and then step across it,
Hey, let's get right back to it. We got George Carlin in studio. We don't want to waste a minute with George.
Can I say one of my favorite things is that I was just thinking in the break, you've never become pompous as a comedian. Like I love so much the fact that your subject matter, I mean, it's by far away the most brilliant social commentary that any comic's doing. But then there's also like silly things and fart jokes. It's never become too hip for the room.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whatever is funny to you.
Yeah, the room was never hip anyway. The room was always lame. I was always hipper than the room, even when I was a kid.
Yeah, George could go real deep and real silly. Like your whole thing on moving and stuff and that whole. I love that.
There were 3 areas, actually 4 areas now that I kind of draw from. Language itself, just for its own sake, talking about words and phrases and stuff.
Words hurt, George. We had to read a pamphlet here to do our radio show, a whole pamphlet. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you just brought up some that I think you would appreciate. I think you would appreciate this. That's why I jumped in here.
Yeah.
We with the political correctness and stuff.
Yes.
They handed out this pamphlet about how words hurt.
Called Words Hurt, and we had to read different stereotypes and how they're used, and we shouldn't use them. And we're at a point now on regular radio where I can't go into Chinatown and speak to somebody, and then convey the conversation here using the accent of the Asian gentleman, because an Asian group will write in and say I'm doing a stereotypical accent. No, I'm imitating the guy at the store I was at.
Yeah.
You know, you can't say that. So I could go to any other store and go, yeah, I was talking to a salesman and he said, well, that shirt looks a little big on you.
That's right.
I could do that, but I can't talk about how the egg foo young isn't done yet.
Right. So this Words Heard, it was the pamphlet. We read every word on the air.
Really, yeah.
And made a huge joke out of it, and then we get in trouble for making a joke out of it. We're like, you're going to drive us insane. We can't take this stuff seriously in what we're doing on our radio show.
Words have become so so empowered.
People have become very, very nervous.
Where are the 4 places you draw from, though?
Well, the English language, social commentary, kind of. I think that's the best word for some of that stuff, because it's not political, really. More like social. And silliness, you know, and observations, you know, like about stuff, things that, universalities, things we all know. And therefore you have half the job is done with the audience because they already know the premise, and all you have to do is kind of like then take care of business.
I think I started throwing stuff away after listening to your stuff bit. Like, you know, we just collect stuff that just means it's nonsense.
Well, if there's an interesting thing about something that someone gives you, you know, you it's very hard. Like a year after your aunt gave you a bad-looking clock or a dumb thing for a lamp, a year later, 2 years later, 10 years later, it's real easy to be in stores and say, get that out. That goes in the big pile over on the left. That's going to Salvation Army or Goodwill or whatever. But you know what's really hard to do? Throw it away the same day she gave it to you. And it's the same clock, and you feel the same way about it, but your conscience won't let you take it and put it in the dumpster when she leaves the house. It's very interesting.
Enough time has to pass, and then you feel, okay, I can throw this away now. You're so right.
That's really right.
Throw it out with the gift wrapping still on it.
That's right. Yeah, say, or try, just say, why don't you meet me in the back? Meet me back by the garbage cans when you get to the house, because I wanted to make it easy for both of us.
I throw stuff away now, and people get outraged, like, you just got that for your birthday. I'm like, they will never know that I just threw their stuff out. I'm not.
Plus they're going through, maybe that's where they're getting this stuff.
Yeah.
Going through the dumpsters.
What is it about just the passage of time that makes certain things okay when immediately it's just not? I was brought up the Titanic, you know, being just a horrific thing. A ship sinks, kills thousands.
How they sing.
And then, you fast forward a few years, relatively speaking, blink of an eye, and there's an inflatable ride at kids' parties that is shaped like the Titanic sinking into the lawn with a hose, and little kids slide down the deck, and it's like, now it's a ride.
And they give you some smokestacks, too, so the kids could bounce off
they
the
could bounce off the smokestacks.
You know.
And you're like, this was a horrible tragedy where people died in horrifically painful ways, but enough time goes by, and it's a kiddie ride now.
And they wonder why it's all ending.
Yeah.
What's wrong with our country?
That's why after 9/11, I brought up that same thing. I go, how much time has to pass before they have a ride based on that horrific disaster? And then people call up, hey, what do you say?
You're sick.
It's like, well, the Titanic. Come on, you don't think those people had family, friends, loved ones and now it's a kiddie ride? Enough time goes by, people just seem to want to forget it.
And it's all different people.
Yeah.
All
different people. And I've also found that it's okay to show dead people if they're far away or if it's old in black and white. Like old World War II stuff, it's fine. You could show Japanese people just burnt to a crisp from a flamethrower. Right. And you can show dead people now as long as they're a certain a few miles away.
Yeah.
You can't show them here. Like they won't show American dead people in a car wreck or shooting.
The newscast tells me you may the footage we're going to show may be too graphic for you.
Yeah.
And I think not for me. Please. What else do you have in there? You must have some more.
Show me the raw feed.
I start licking my chops. All right.
I know you're lying. Where's the raw feed?
I don't like that's an edit. And I something else I don't like when these local newscasters say. There's a woman in Los Angeles And she said, after any accident, or most accidents, the ones that follow the description I'm going to say right now, she'll say, well, thank goodness no one was hurt. And I don't agree with that. I don't like, that's an editorial remark. Save that for the editorial page. Maybe it's good some people got hurt. Maybe there are people who deserve to be hurt. You know, maybe we should have more people hurt. Well, who is she to decide this for me?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened, lady. That's what I want to know. That's why I tuned in here.
I'll say thank goodness they weren't hurt, or good for him.
Right.
I hope he's dead.
Yeah, they might be horrific people.
Yeah.
I like getting Carlin reports. Like once in a while, you'll see like a comic that will go to see you as you're working through the special. It's always funny to hear like the things that cause certain people to walk out of the room. and occasionally, over the years, I've gotten them from people like, yeah, he was doing this thing on abortion, and some woman screamed, "F you, George," and walked out. It's funny to know, like even you, as who you are, you're still getting this crap on the road occasionally.
It's funny that people will buy a ticket who only saw you on the Johnny Carson show in the 1980s or 60s or 70s or something. Yeah, there are people who. Yeah, that's why I really don't like Las Vegas audiences. I go there for sound reasons, for my own travel. List my markets, kind of breathe a little, you know. I go out 80, 90 dates a year. That's a lot. Every 2 years I go out to a place, and so I like to let them breathe, and I go to Vegas to earn some money. And I've always told those audiences, and there's three kinds of people here tonight. I come out and I'd say this at the beginning. We have three kinds of people. We have hardcore fans, the kind of people, and some of them cheer when you do that. Hardcore fans, the kind of people that'll drive from Buffalo to Cleveland to see your show. They're fine. I said, then you have casual fans, people who've seen you a few times, and they saw you in college in the 70s, and they've heard a couple of your albums, and they're okay with you, but they don't really know what it is you do. I said, and then there are the schmucks. There are the schmucks and the a-holes. I say, these are the people who, one of them is from Thailand. I'm sorry, Thai people. One of them is from Thailand. The other guy has on short pants and socks and is scratching his nuts, and he has a coupon. And these people, if these people are sitting near you, don't be influenced by their reactions, please. You know, I used to give them a great little, about 5-minute pep talk, because you couldn't trust those audiences. They go either way on you.
Aren't they dumb? Isn't it? There's nothing more aggravating on stage. Bombing is acceptable, but when you know you're bombing on content because they object to the content, like, oh, there's nothing worse.
That drives Jimmy nuts.
I would rather just get stared at. I respect them staring, but I hate when they try to throw their... It's like an acting job for the rest of the audience.
Yeah. No, and I don't know why they go out. To
aggravate you.
You should be open if you go into a theater of any kind. You should be open. You should be there for wonderment and new experience.
Yeah, and surprises.
Yeah. That's right.
Things like that. I have to leave. I can't even be in the same room as it.
That's right.
It's like you're physically beating them.
Yeah.
They can't take the audio that is going into their ears.
Right.
It freaks them out too much.
Yep.
What kind of friggin' closed-minded ass leaves a room because they're hearing something that they don't really like?
Let's go to the phones. A lot of people really want to talk to George. Chrissy in Jersey, what's up? We got George Carlin in studio.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I love the F word. The skit that he does about the F word.
Thank you.
I am obsessed with it. It's probably the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my life. And every time, I have a couple of friends over, I show the skit to them, and it's probably by far the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my life. I love it.
You sound like a nice group. Thank you very, very much, Chrissy.
What's that about there, George, just for the people?
I think she's talking about the F.
Please.
Sorry, Chrissy.
The F word, she said.
Yeah, you just do a whole thing on it?
Yeah,
yes,
different
It's always funny
variations in usage.
You attack the baby boomers. I don't think anything makes me happier than when you really slug the baby boomers.
Yeah.
It's just such an accurate, awful... And half of them are in the audience.
They're such pigs. And it's not just a demographic thing. It's a certain type of boomers. I mean, some guy in rural Minnesota who's of that age group obviously doesn't fit the description. But the stereotypical baby boomer who was, all in favor of free love and peace and screw authority, who became a banker, and now is kicking people out of homes and shit.
You know what I like? I like that commercial, the retirement commercial now with, who the hell is in it?
The guy was in Easy Rider.
Yeah.
Oh, Fonda.
Dennis Hopper?
No, Dennis Hopper.
Oh, Hopper.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry.
Dennis Hopper is trying to be like, cool, man, and he's talking about your retirement plan, man, and how you got to go.
Their key word is dreams.
Yeah.
They think if they say that gets them in the door all the way.
Right. Your dreams didn't die,
dreams
man.
Don't retire.
Yeah, your dreams don't retire, man. Come on, man. And you're like, wait a minute, this is the guy that was smoking pot and a wild man.
You should have that then pan to an old lady being beaten by a black orderly.
Very nice.
By the way, during the break, you were talking to George about just going about your life and seeing stuff and going, wow, this is why the rest of the world hates us.
Yeah, and I'm one that I just kind of skip through life with my shoelaces untied. I know I kind of have a good time. I like having fun.
You enjoy sucking up all our energy, and
I drive a
big cars,
disgusting gas guzzler. I have a sports car that even uses more gas. I don't care. Good. I really don't care. I'm on a roller coaster ride, and I could give a crap if the sun exploded tomorrow. I'd actually feel better about it because I'd get to watch.
Absolutely true.
You know, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about the whole thing.
Right.
But I do understand watching television shows and seeing things that happen around. At least I know what I'm doing. I see why we're hated by the rest of the world. Mm-hmm. It's some of this reality programming, things like you bring up anorexia, the news. You just watch certain things and go, we have no clue how France and Spain, other countries are looking at us and just going, oh,
malignant narcissism.
Americans.
What's that?
Ugh.
Malignant narcissism. That's what we were guilty of. We're narcissists. Mm-hmm. We see our own reflection, and we were entranced by it.
Well, we were the big kahuna on the block for quite a while, and we were pretty much the world's saviors, keeping everyone safe from the dreaded commies. For so long,
you could get into the details of a lot of that.
Well, I'm talking about perception here.
Right, okay.
It's as far as especially Americans go. We were raised thinking, "Oh my God, these awful communists are here. They're taking over the world, and we're the good guys." So when that whole thing came down, we ended up with no one to really have as an enemy.
Right.
And I think we really started turning on ourselves.
Yeah. Then we found the Muslim religion to turn on.
Yeah.
They're going to win, by the way. I say that in some of my shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Muslims are going to win because they're going to reproduce us. They're already doing that. Mm. They will definitely have more babies than we do, and they don't care. You see, they have nothing to lose. I learned very early, growing up in West Harlem, you don't necessarily, if you have to, you have to, but if you don't necessarily get into a fight with some guy who doesn't give an F, a person who has nothing to lose will always beat someone who has things at home that he wants to protect. Always, 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 always. They don't care. They don't care, and there's more of them, and they're going to be more and more and more. Europe is already becoming Muslimized. That stuff is over. White race is on its way out. We don't even reproduce a replacement rate.
No, we kind of
barely replace ourselves.
Because we actually think about it sometimes and go, can I afford this? Is this, well, my career is a little more important than this.
How many kids can I afford? College costs are so high. I guess we can do 2. I really wanted 5 or 7. Yeah, I agree with you because because it's a long game. We look at it as like this generation. Yeah, right. They're in for the long haul, man.
That's right. And
they're in for the long haul.
Time is on their side, and we're so anxious to look at the next quarterly dividend. The next quarterly dividend.
They could wait 1,000 years.
It's coming, folks, and some of you are going to be alive to feel the blade. Feel the blade. It's going to be wonderful.
They certainly could wait a few hundred years.
Yeah.
Because especially in America, everything is ADD. Everything is instant gratification.
Oh, yeah.
They don't think on that level. They're like, we'll take our time here.
What do we got? Got some sand? You got a little fire going? Okay, man, we're cool.
We're good for another 100 years.
Yeah.
We'll wait this one out as they're concerned about getting their latest phone that cooks pancakes, like you said.
That's right. Yeah, and rubs your nuts.
Man, I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, these guys are going to win because they're not about this generation, about getting it done right now.
Right.
This is a long-term thing.
Doomed. We're just doomed.
You ever regret going after anything or no? Like, is there anything you went after that you're like, I shouldn't have?
No, I don't remember ever feeling like that. No. Sometimes I wish I had done some things extra. You know, I wish I had thought even harder about something, because I hear people like that so much. Why didn't I put more work into that? You know, that kind of feeling. But nothing on the other direction. No.
Good.
And well, you're acting. Kevin Smith has put you in a few movies.
Yeah.
Very entertaining.
It's fun. Kevin's a good dude, and it's a lot of fun. But it's a waste of time, because you sit around all day for someone else to tell you what to do about something another guy wrote.
Right.
A different guy wrote it, one guy directed it, and all you do is you just show up and repeat. And I'd rather be sitting there writing stuff and going out and saying, hey, listen to this, you know, where do you hear this?
Yeah.
Look what I did.
Yeah, you don't seem like the kind of guy that wants to just sit around in a trailer.
If I'd started at 19 and had real tough, good acting coaches in New York, good teachers, good course, you know, really learned technique and all that, acting would have been a great life. Mm-hmm. But that didn't happen, and you can't just say, oh, I'll do that too. In my case, you can't.
Yeah.
Some guys do it. Some guys pull it off very well.
George Carlin's show lasted, I think, one season. Was that? I'm sure it had some. Was the writing difficult because of what they were telling you above? Was it hard to go where you wanted to go?
I knew it probably wouldn't have much of a chance, but I think I was 55 then, and I said to myself, you know, I've had a lot of offers from different directions about sitcoms over the years, and maybe I ought to at least give this one shot so I don't say someday, gee, I should have tried that. I mean, I hadn't really turned into as good a writer as that was 15 years ago. And I'm a better. I didn't know I was a good writer then. I mean, I've had 3 books since that thing failed. I'm so glad that show went away. When that guy called me from Fox, I said, "Thank you, thank you so much for doing this," because I was afraid this would drag on for another year and then come to an end. You know, I had a showrunner, creative partner, Sam Simon, who was a brilliant comic talent, but famously disliked by his colleagues in the business, and he admits that. And it was very difficult for me, and I think the cards were stacked against me. I wasn't part of the club. You got to be part of that club. That's a Hollywood club, and you have to work your way into it in certain ways. And coming in from the outside like that, it didn't work. And they didn't back my show. Fox didn't really back it. So that's fine. But I wanted to give it a shot. I didn't want to walk away saying I'd never tried that.
Yeah.
All right, well, that music means that we are ending this side of the show.
Certainly.
Damn it.
I'm going to definitely plug Joe. We're so happy you came in, man.
By the way, for the trick-or-treaters, we're health-free. Sally and I are health conscious. The kids come to the door, they get a B12 shot.
That's nice.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chippersen Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hey, it's segment 3 here on a Chippersen Thanksgiving. This is Ricky Gervais. He's also joined by Louis, J. Ma, and Ron Bennington. Louis and Ricky are going to talk about doing an HBO special with Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock. And they talk about Ricky doing his show, Idiot Abroad. I didn't understand that. I don't like British humor. It's too weird up. It's too snooty. Oh, let's have some tea and crumpets or something. I never liked that. My mother used to watch Martin Lawrence. She'd sit there with a giant kielbasa, and she'd put her legs up on the ottoman. Say, now get out of the room, Chipper. I'm going to watch You So Crazy by Martin Lawrence. She's a wonderful woman.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
All right, we're back, and in studio, Ricky Gervais. It's an all-star lineup. You got Louis C.K., Ricky Gervais, Ronnie B., Jim Norton, and Jay Moore. Oh, my God.
Hello.
How are you, Ricky?
Very well, thank you.
And you walk in the room, and everyone just starts talking about how much weight you lost.
Yeah.
And that it could be because maybe something's going on with you.
Way.
I was saying that he looks AIDS-y for a fat guy.
Yeah. I was being polite,
Lots
but
of
there
half
you go.
slices. Brilliant.
A lot of half slices. Half slice.
Half slice.
Look at you big fat slob, just
Yeah,
sitting
I'm
there
eating.
eating and doing.
You've got no regard for the people listening.
This is what Ricky does when I'm with. He starts shitting on me because he's deflecting negative attention from himself.
Attaboy, Lou.
He thinks I'm an easy target because I'm kind of heavy and I eat in front of people.
But it's
I'm
not
a little
gonna bother.
messy.
It's not going to bother
But
you.
Louis runs like 10 miles a day. Do you still run?
Not these days, no.
I saw Louis like in a locker room in
I used
Las
to run.
Vegas, and he just got off a treadmill like for 12 miles.
I used to run a lot.
What he's doing, and then he goes right into like a Waffle House.
That's right.
And he said you run so you can eat that way.
That's right.
Oh, really?
Maintain a shitty health.
Fuck, that's a smart way to do it.
That would kill me if I didn't exercise.
That's
it would
smart.
kill me.
That's smart.
Yeah.
I've never.
But you're pretty fit though, aren't you? You box and you run about.
I box. I use boxing training.
But you're naturally big as well, aren't you?
I have a big body. Yeah.
I was thinking, Louis. You know the Thing in the Fantastic Four. It's like you peeled off all the lumpy bits, and that's what you're left with. Louis C.K. underneath it.
More or less.
Ricky, how much did you lose? Let's get it out of the way.
Jeez,
you know how much you like. You're trying to act like
casual.
Well, you're totally. What I am now. I was. You got to convert this for you Americans. I was.
Americans.
I was 13 stone. 13.
Say no more.
Well, I don't know.
Worthless country of fucking
And now
idiots.
I'm 12 stone 3.
He lost 5 quid.
So you lost less than a pound?
He actually lost Sly and the Family Stone. And
No, like
2
he
months.
sits in a big scale and they put rocks on the other side of the scale. That's how fucking shitty your dumb country is.
Brilliant. Yeah, you've nailed us. Well done. Perfect. Brilliant. Aren't the English stupid for having empirical
Well, you
weight
started
system?
it with, oh, you Americans. I have to convert this for you.
Yeah, that's what pissed
Americans.
off Louis.
That got me going.
How is that an insult?
I'll be the ref. That's what pissed off Louis.
I knew the differences between our weight systems.
Nah, you insulted him a little bit yourself.
Yeah.
You got a little out of order yourself.
De Niro coming through.
Louis doesn't go for the anti-U.S. shit. He never has.
No.
Thank you.
All right.
What are you having there?
Yeah.
Should we start?
What are you having?
We started.
Yeah, we're already
What did
taping.
they bring you? What are you having? I want to know what that
This
is.
is radio. No one knows who brought me anything.
Well, I'm telling you, somebody brought
Someone brought you something.
Look at all these hot chicks in here. Look at all these hot babes lined up on the wall. Hey, wacky time.
For the big Ricky Gervais interview. Now we need to know what you're drinking because now we did bring it to the attention of everybody.
This isn't radio.
Well,
it's a cup of tea, and they brought me some milk to put in it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
This is
the conversation about.
Do you
stuff.
prefer skim milk now that you look better?
Yes. Yeah,
I do too.
Oh, this is good practice when I do The View.
Your show is good. I saw the episode.
Thank
it was
you.
fucking great, man.
That's what I'm here for.
Normally, comics, me and Louis said, normally listening to comedians talk about comedy is revolting. But it wasn't, honestly, it was fucking really insightful and everybody was honest. It was fucking great.
Let's get the name of this.
I really enjoyed it. It was really good fun. I was really worried that there'd be lots of talking over each other, and but it was good because we really came at it from 4 different points of view as well. Louis was, I'll do it in his face. Louis was great. He was brilliant because because it was like he wasn't doing it like he was on television. Do you know what I mean? I think that's his life, though. I think in most things
You got something in your eyebrow. You got like a crumb in your eyebrow.
Look, I want to get the basics out. It's called Talking Funny. Is it a one and done? Because that's what we can't figure out.
Well, at the moment, we'll see how it goes down.
Okay.
But then we could do some more with better comedians.
And it's you, Louis C.K., Chris Rock, and Jerry Seinfeld.
That's right.
It picks up from mid-conversation. It just starts like literally like the first half was chopped off, and they just, which is great because there's no lead up. They're just talking.
Well, that's kind of what it was like, wasn't it? Because we sat down and they mic'd us, and we're all chatting already. We started talking in the hallway, all 4 of us, and so they start corralling us to our seats, and we don't even notice the difference. We're sitting in chairs, and somebody's micing us, and we just kept talking. And I think at some point we realized we've been on this show now for 40 minutes or something.
Yeah,
because it was like 5 hours, wasn't it?
Well,
that
I
shoot?
felt afterwards. I thought, I wasn't really funny, and I didn't talk about comedy because I was thinking this is a TV show. We better have something to talk about, but it just sort of flowed, and we talked for about 4.5 hours, didn't we?
Wow.
And then cut it down, so it's nice and tight. And
what are you gonna do with the other 3.5 hours? That I think a lot of comedy fans would love to hear that.
Yeah, we've got that. A lot of that. At one point, Louis just shat his pants, so we had to clear it.
I had to take that out. It was
really funny.
I do that that's how that's part of my maintenance.
Ricky's done this before with Gary Shandling. That was the most amazing,
that was crazy.
uncomfortable, hysterical.
He went to Gary Shandling's house.
Yeah.
and Gary Shandling looked cagey and felt invaded. And it's the two of them talking, and Gary just not letting Ricky have a conversation with him, really.
I think,
and then he left.
I know.
It's fascinating. It's amazing.
Where can you see that?
It was he was sort of in a different place then, and he spoke to me afterwards, and he said, "Oh, I tried something, it didn't quite work." So I think that
was he doing a character?
Well, I think no, I think he thought we were filming for his DVD at one point because we were going to do that as well. So I think he was sort of in a different sort of place for it. But yeah, it's interesting. I left in all the awkward bits. I think you've got to.
Yeah, what is there to try during an interview? Someone's interviewing you, like, I tried something. What? Fucking answer the question.
Well, he kind of tried being unpleasant, just like he's acting like he didn't want to do it. But it's fascinating. It's like a great hysterical interview, and you're just like, I'm so glad I'm not there. I'm just glad I'm watching, and, it's great.
Well, I couldn't. The thing is, what I couldn't do is I didn't want to sort of come back at him too much because I'm this young pretender seeing my hero. And I thought it would have looked really bad. So I don't know if did it look like I was sort of caught in the headlights a little bit?
Yeah, but it looked like you were enjoying it. It looked like you were, taking some shots from a guy that you're like, this is still great that I'm here at his house.
That's the thing about it that's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Is that he's slinging these horrible comments at you.
They weren't that
and you're
bad,
kind
were
of
they?
you're
Well,
kind
I
of
was
giggling.
laughing.
Yeah, you're laughing.
There's nothing funnier than being insulted. There is nothing. If someone insults me,
you get excited,
laugh.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, not in that way, but yeah.
Do you
what way?
Oh.
Ricky, do you like being uncomfortable?
You get a boner when people insult you.
I love being uncomfortable. I think Louis loves it.
He gets an erection when people insult him. That's what we're trying to infer. He gets a hard penis.
What is it? What's it about
when
being?
people insult
I'm glad you
quantified that. I wasn't sure what erection meant. His father used to say, "You piece of shit," and then he would get really hard and he'd go jack off and come in his room.
When he says I get an erection, I'm still flaccid. That's my version of an erection.
He gets his soft.
Do you jerk off on your?
It goes softer, in fact. But then, yeah.
Do you jerk off on your back or your stomach? Some guys lay on their stomach.
Oh, you mean laying on my back?
Yeah.
I thought you meant like a fountain.
No.
It goes up, then I catch it like David Beckham doing ball tricks. Hey, watch this. Yeah.
The bicycle kick. The bicycle kick with his own cum.
That's right.
Oh, it's like radio.
Why do you like being uncomfortable?
Well, I don't like being uncomfortable. I don't really get uncomfortable.
I like when the situation's uncomfortable.
Well,
Maybe not
I think
personally.
being embarrassed is almost admitting it. If you come out of a, you're a party and you come out of the toilet and you've got a piss stain and everyone's sort of like, not saying anything and you look down and you see it, that's just embarrassing. If you come out and go, look, I pissed myself, there's no embarrassment.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Why do you have a piss stain when you go to the bathroom?
Oh, exactly. It's on the back of the front.
I've told you I've been doing cum tricks and I popped it away too quickly.
You just piss through your pants? You just let it go through your... Why do you even go to the bathroom?
I filter it through, like when your nan used to strain sort of jam through
my nan
stockings.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's right. My nan. I forgot about my nan.
Again. Yeah. Don't forget who invented English.
It's not about the words. It's we don't have nans. We had parents, and then we raised ourselves. We didn't have fucking nan. What the fuck is it? Nan?
I don't mean nanny. I mean gran. I mean grandmother. That's our word for gran.
I don't know what that is.
All right, then say parents.
I don't know what that is. Brilliant. I don't know what that is.
Me nan.
Jesus Christ.
And over here, we all call our grandparents different things than even our neighbors. Like, we don't have a catchphrase for that.
Right.
People go, mum, pop, pay. They just make shit up for grandparents.
Your grandfather is just the guy who molests you.
Oh, that's sad.
I didn't mean to ruin the mood.
Not only that.
It was sad. It was sad.
It's true. Leave it out on yourself.
Do you feel bad when you liked it, though?
No, not at all. I kind of egged it on.
That's why there's shame.
Those diapers fell off by themselves.
That's why there's shame, because it feels good.
Sure there is.
Oh boy!
You guys invented incest too over there, didn't you?
It is very popular. It is very, very popular, actually. Only in sort of like the more the countryside, I suppose. Paedophilia is definitely more popular in England than America.
I thought you said a guy's name, Peter Philly.
Pete from Philly.
Pete,
you're on the air.
Paedophilia is very popular.
Don't edit what comes out of your mouth. You ever thought?
Why do that?
Don't bother saying that.
Why do that?
That's not ready. That's not ready for an anecdote yet. Let's keep that in there for
Why
a little
do that? What kind of fucking shit would that be? No, I don't.
That's right. That's why your new CD is called No Filter. I want to feel bad about that, but I don't. I just can't.
Do people sort of listen going to work in their cars this show? Do you get any feedback about this show?
Oh, yeah.
What do they like it?
They've been on the air for like 20 years. They never got any feedback.
I don't think it's going out.
No.
Like, they really don't think it's like some big practical joke.
If you need to know, we won't be looking at feedback today, Rick.
I wanted to do that with Celebrity Big Brother or something like that. They go in there, then after 6 weeks, you say we weren't
filming any of it.
Yeah, you just wasted 6 weeks of your
How
PR.
great would that be?
Yeah.
That would be so
You're
great.
the people still don't know who you are.
That would be so
Would it be great?
And
Just see
would
their
the real,
faces.
Would the real show be filming them after?
Yeah,
you tell them
exactly.
that?
Yes, the real show would be watching
All right,
their
no
reaction.
filter. I'm talking to a heavy hitter here. Relax.
You're talking to who?
A heavy hitter here.
Oh.
You know.
You should film them, though. You have to film them anyway. You can't just not film them. You have to film them, tell them you did, and then film the rest after.
Jim, Ricky.
No, that you didn't get them.
No, I know, but you weren't painting the whole picture. You were fucking telling them a shit show. I'm trying to fucking help you. You pitch a bad show.
He's working on it.
What the fuck is bad about it?
Just film them after? What if some shit happened during? You got to film them during and just lie to them. What are you going to tell them the truth? Like, we really didn't film you? Then you're wasting a cruise time.
You're being greedy. I think the thing you have to do is really put people in a room for like 3 months and tell them that they're on a show that's going to be huge and don't film it.
Yeah, exactly.
And don't film their reaction. Just for yourself, enjoy
Can't you
shitting
film
on
it
those
and
people.
show them their face when you told them?
No,
it was being
don't
filmed?
film that either.
Don't film
Just
it at all.
enjoy that.
No one
In
will
fact,
ever know about it.
in
No
fact,
one will
don't
know
do
what
any of
happened.
it.
Just an
Yeah.
enormous
Don't even do
Skinner
this.
box.
Yes.
Don't even just
Yes.
let it go out by word of mouth.
Send messengers out.
If somebody could figure out a way to advertise on word of mouth, that would be really something. You're not allowed to tell this story unless you say buy a Buick or something like that.
Yeah, I wanted to do that with
Yeah, what?
starving Africans.
I wanted you to hit the button.
Give them T-shirts with like Office DVD still available or something. So then when you saw them on the news thing, they were sort of they were getting free clothes and stuff.
Right.
But,
and then you say, please feed this kid.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, fuck, the Office is still out there.
Yeah, exactly.
You still get that. That's what you would advertise, is that your show from 20 years ago is still on DVD.
Well,
that's what you would advertise.
Okay, talking funny.
There we go.
Yeah. We started talking about that, didn't we?
What?
We,
Well, I don't know what else.
Sean was very
but-
kind.
Well, there was
like, to
different.
sort of-
There was different philosophies. The interesting part is to hear, Jerry's philosophy is a lot different about keeping the act than Louis, who flips his act every year. And it was just interesting to hear them kind of fucking banter that back and forth.
I couldn't get over that. That Jerry is like the Rolling Stones. You know, he
the hits.
He goes to sort of Vegas and he tours around and he never commits anything to DVD.
Doesn't it get boring?
No, well, I think he's sort of.
he loves the
it's an
bits.
evolution,
He loves
isn't
them.
it? Yeah,
He loves
and
the bits
thinks
to the
that people
point.
come to see him and an act.
That's right. He does that thing.
But do you think the Rolling Stones like just playing the hits? Or you think they would really want to get up there and fool around?
Well, somebody told me guy I know who knows, none of this is true, but whatever. Fucking, I was told by somebody, as I'm going down the road of the credibility of the story, you realize this fucking nut is very thin.
I need to hear it anyway now.
But somebody told me that Keith Richards has a guitar for every song, and the guitars are pre-tuned instead of having the regular string tuning. They're tuned so he can just put one finger across the board and just play the chords.
5 strings. He takes the sixth string.
Takes the sixth string and he just plays, so he can just be barely awake and just be running through the.
Would you go?
I don't know if that's fun.
I think
Would
the
you go
person that,
crazy
hold
if
on,
you weren't changing up your act?
Louis, hold on.
Yeah, I think I would have quit if I didn't start
I think
doing
the person that told you that was Keith in his book.
Did he say that in his book?
It's kind of a huge chapter about.
So it is true.
Yeah. I take the sixth string up all my guitars. That's why you can't pick up a guitar in a guitar shop and just play Start Me Up. It sounds weird. It's because there's 6 strings.
He uses the 6th string to tie off with. That's right. He started like that as a kid, and then he's always ready.
Are you criticizing Louis for telling that story? Like he's like, all right, keep this under your hats. I got to fucking got the inside skinny on the Stones.
I knew a guy. Check this out. We're scalping Mets tickets. We're in Queens. Guy comes up to me, tells me Keith Richards' story. Now I can't vouch for the guy. But you managed a band called Suede.
Well, yeah, sort of.
Oh my god, we don't know.
Sort of
That's a
how?
long time ago.
Well,
You managed
I
to-
helped
yeah.
him out, and then that comes out once now.
You could say famous.
You can say it, Ricky.
It
It's
hurts,
okay.
doesn't it? It
Say
still
it,
it makes me
famous.
feel
Big,
slightly
famous
weird.
fucking guy. With
He's
a famous
You're a
body.
celebrity.
Yeah.
You're a shiny star.
Yeah.
You're
Stars
a
don't fall from
shining,
the sky, do they?
shining. No, they
So
don't.
are you now?
You're a sparkly star.
Yeah.
You won
You're-
the comedy award, didn't you? You beat me.
Yeah, I did beat you.
Best stand-up.
You and Whitney Cummings.
Yeah, no, deserved.
So
you deserved it.
There was only 3 people nominated for comedian.
Yeah,
Who was the
others.
4th?
That's just I just remember Ricky
Who was
because
it?
I like
Who else
him.
was
I
it?
remember Whitney for the other thing. What?
Who was the 4th?
Slappy White was in there doing great. I don't remember who the other one.
Stephen Hawking.
Did you go at all?
Father Guido Sarducci.
He should have won.
He says things funny.
He says I'm funny. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was a dumb thing, the awards. It was stupid.
It's nice.
It was. It's the
They
first
give you
time
a
they did
fucking
them, and
prize.
nobody cared.
24 hours later, you take a shit all over their nice program. They just gave you a fucking award.
Yeah.
Show some gratitude.
Did you even turn up?
What if I give you an award?
I
Then
say
you have to
thanks
say
a
nice
lot.
things about me.
I say nice things about you everywhere I go. You're a
man,
fucking
here's
great
the
guy.
water award. For you. You never say.
Are you fucking shitting me?
Yes.
You can never say anything bad about me. I gave you the water award.
Louis is incredible.
It's beautiful.
But what award is worth something, though? It's only a matter of like how long it's been going, how credible it is, who turns up. You
That's
know.
right.
It's still the opinion. Was it voted or
What's
was
it the
it?
award? They told everybody 3 weeks ahead of time that they won, and then you showed up, and it was like 3 weeks ago, and then it was on the news that people won.
I was canvassing right up to the day. Still win. I wasted £1 million phoning everyone I ever knew.
What did they What did they hand you, Louis? What did the award look like?
Did you turn up?
Yeah, I went because it's down the street from my house.
Thank you, I'm Louis C.K. I may look cynical on the outside.
That's right,
but
I
thank
said
you
my
so
name,
much.
too.
I want to be. Can I be friends with you? I know
That's
Ricky
right.
Gervais. He's famous. I want to be famous.
That's
I know
right,
Chris
and
Rock as well. I've got a watch by Chris
That's
Rock.
right.
He gave me it.
Oh my
you
God.
fucking.
Oh my God. That's brutal.
He really is saying that you say one thing, but you're really a speech-making cunt at the award show.
No, it's true. It's true.
Mostly I want to thank the other nominees.
Yes.
Whitney and Ricky, they're just
right.
and whoever the fucking 4th
right.
guy is that we don't know.
I like that I identify myself during that speech, though. Oh, I'm Louis C.K. Like I would say my own name.
Like he's an immigrant cleaning houses. Oh, hello, I'm Louis C.K.
Thank you.
Oh, I love Louis. I shared a plane ride with him once, right? It's on YouTube, and look it up. It's I think Ricky and Louis goes to New York, right?
That's right.
And it was when we were filming The Invention of Lying. Shut the fuck up, right? And we were living in Lowell, weren't we?
Lowell, Massachusetts.
Yeah. Thoughts? It's all right, wasn't
About
it?
Lowell?
Yeah.
I met Mickey Ward there. It
I
was
know.
a big
Met him,
relationship for me.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah, he traveled with me and trained me for the special I did the next year. He went on the road with me and trained me as a boxer for my special.
Yeah,
Mickey's an amazing guy, but I met him. He was driving trucks for the show, for the movie.
He still is, I think.
Yeah, he's a working guy.
Yeah. And we were on a private jet.
That's right. Ricky had a private jet that the company gave him, and we flew to New York. And we
Hold
were
on.
here.
Those are two words that don't go together. Private jet, lol.
Yeah, no, not very much.
Yeah.
We were the only private jet to ever land in. Well, we didn't
They were all
land in
looking
Lowell.
up.
Tree.
They were
Took off
looking up
from
until
Lowell.
they fell over like penguins. And it was turbulent.
And we were here in New York, and I was getting a ride back with him, and he was getting pissy because I was late. And I was late because my dog got hit by a truck.
No, you weren't. No,
Driven
on the
by
way
Mickey
there.
Ward.
No, wait. On the way there, he's late. I'm waiting for him. He turns up. He's forgotten his phone. We have to go back for his phone. He turns out he hadn't forgotten his phone. He'd forgotten another phone. He had the phone on, but then he's forgotten his keys. So now we have to wait for him to go and pick his keys up.
That was on the way here.
Absolutely a shambles. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Sounds like a comedy of errors.
It was honestly, but he doesn't care. He doesn't say sorry. He just goes, "Oh,
I said sorry. What do you mean I didn't say sorry?
I lost my money. Right?
That's how I talk?
Yeah. And honestly,
tell it to you.
you have never seen anyone so scared as him on this plane. It is amazing. I'm scared too, but because he's more scared than me,
bad
I'm
turbulence.
laughing, thinking we're going to die. And it was
bad
sweating.
turbulence,
It was. He was trying to get drunk really quickly.
Yeah.
Just sweating.
And he filmed it. That's
It
right.
was amazing.
Did you get sick? All that bouncing around makes me nauseous. I take Dramamine when I
The
fly.
things he was shouting. He was shout. What were
The most disgusting things in history, yeah.
Fuck your mother, put a frog on your cock and fuck your mother. Hitler fucked his wife. 10-year-old gay kids. Fuck, being racist.
How does that help you, though? How does that...
It takes me out of my fear.
Mm-hmm.
So just being racist.
That's his
helps
happy
you-
place.
Really?
I didn't say anything racist.
You did. I cut
I said
that out.
babies with AIDS.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's much better.
racist.
That's
No,
much
that's
better.
racist
Because you know they're black.
You know what kind of...
See, there he goes. Fucking Louis. Of course it was.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Talking Funny on HBO.
This will do us no good at all.
You never know. Someone's listening to that. An Idiot Abroad. I just want to say that. I love the fucking show. We're trying to figure out Carl. You've known him for a long time. Some people say he's an improv guy.
No. He is brilliant at whatever he does. He's either brilliant at being
You've seen the
stupid
show,
or he's,
obviously, right? I love it.
It's great.
I love it. He goes,
his mind works really fast.
Well, he thinks like a comic, but he thinks so completely like a comic because he looks at a situation and it goes in and he says exactly what he's thinking, and they're like honed one-liners. People think he's scripted.
But there's something about it because you keep thinking when you watch the show that you're going to reach a point where he's going to become self-aware. Like the computer in Terminator or whatever, and it's going to kill the comedy. But he doesn't. He stays that one way.
But he's not stupid.
Does he understand he's a comic, though? Does he understand he's funny?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
That's the weirdest thing about it.
Well, sometimes, not when he's angry. I think that rustling is just Louis just eating stuff out of a big bag like a fucking horse.
I'm sorry, was I bothering you?
Jesus Christ. I mean, just no concession to the public at all.
Never
people have taken time to listen.
It's working. I'm doing very well in my career.
I won an award.
Yeah, I did.
Louis C.K.
I am Louis C.K. and I did win an award. Right. And I crinkle the paper.
He just comes in because it's free shit.
I'm sure. And
I'm going to go on the radio that gives you
won the Water Award.
And I don't even know who else was nominated. I didn't
Congratulations on the Water Award, by the way.
Thank you, Opie. It was a
Someone
fucking bullshit show, and they gave me a bullshit award. It fucking sucked balls.
Right.
But what the fucking prick? Who the fuck is going to invite you back?
I don't care.
Good for the award, you fucking ass.
I don't care.
Hey, Brando snubbed the Oscars.
Darwinist business. This is a Darwinist business. If this shit catches up to me, I will be gone.
Right.
As long as it's working, I don't care.
You're going to go with it.
Yeah, but fuck it, I don't care.
I want to go back to Carl for a second. So when he says something funny and you laugh your balls off,
but he's a normal guy.
But do you see it in his eyes, like he realizes he just made Ricky Gervais fucking laugh?
Well, yeah, he knows that. I don't think he finds the things he's saying as funny as I do, because when he's saying them, it's usually from a point of anger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like he's so wound up and he says something, and you have to prod him, and I'm doing it for my amusement.
Sure.
People seems like a lot of people think it's bullying.
I don't see it that way at all.
It's not bullying. It's what mates do. Even Carl says. He says, well, if they're saying it's bullying, they're not doing anything about it.
You're giving them a good life.
Yeah, exactly. He said, who's coming to my rescue? He said, no one's helping me.
Now, Machu Picchu was the last episode. Most people have seen it by now. He really didn't want to go the distance?
It was it'd been a long time, and he's been away from home.
He climbs all the way up, if you know where Machu Picchu is, and he sees it in the distance, and he calls up Ricky, or it might have been Steven.
Yeah.
He goes, I'm close enough. I don't need to go any further. I'm like, you're that close to an amazing place
but
in the world.
But that's a good example of what that guy's like, is that he doesn't have the same values as other people.
But it's almost like that
He doesn't need that the way anybody else would.
No, he doesn't need anything, though. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't know what he wants.
He really didn't feel like going any further.
He's looking forward to being old. He said that. He said, I'm looking forward to being old. He said, the old people are no trouble. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, you just sit in a chair in the street and no one looks at you like you're lazy. That's an ambition for this man. It's just great. He's happy. He's just happy, doing his own little thing.
Second season?
But he's sorted it out. I think he's got it right. I think he's absolutely got it right. He sees the world.
Yeah, he's a Buddha or something.
He's great.
Right. A lot of people spend a whole life to get to that Zen moment of just being wherever you are, and he's born with it.
I love that
you guys just shit on me for acting that way. We
thought it was great.
You live totally in the moment, Jay. You're like a fucking dog.
We thought that was great.
Yeah, but you do that emotionally. You do that in a negative, bad way.
Yeah,
because
like a bad dog.
bad dog.
All right, fair enough.
Like a dog sucking his own dick, like one of those dogs that makes you uncomfortable.
That dog that growls at somebody who just fed them.
I've never ever seen that in my life.
A dog
sucking its own dick. I've never seen that.
Get the YouTube Bob.
Let's get the YouTube Bob.
You're right. Even though they can, they
lick
don't.
their balls, but they don't go down.
This is the dog sucking his own dick right there, Jay Moore.
It's good work. Let me say it.
Is it on YouTube? Really, a dog sucking their own dick?
The gorillas walking up.
It's there, Louis. What were you going to say about Carl? You said you loved the fact that he
would go to Machu Picchu and look at it and go, "Fuck!"
From a distance.
I don't need to.
But he wasn't impressed by anything because he's uninfluenced by peer pressure. He's a man who was never ever bow to any peer pressure ever. Right. He's sorted out what he wants, and nothing will change that.
Were you surprised how well the show did?
Yeah.
It was kicked ass. Science Channel, right?
I think people connected with him. Yeah. I think everyone sort of knows someone like that. They're just never on the telly. And I think that was refreshing about it. He's not an actor. He's not a presenter. You knew what he was saying was the first thing that came into his head.
Sure.
And that's gold dust, because you just don't get that.
Are you going to do a second season?
Yeah, he's doing one now.
He probably didn't want to.
He didn't. No, we lied to him.
Really?
He'd never hear this. Never hear this.
Does he care that he's famous now?
What
he hates
what
it.
kind of lie did you tell him?
Well, he picked his the first one's happened, for example. Again, there's a thing on YouTube where he leaves a message on my phone, and he picked things to do before you die, and one of the things he picked was see a whale. So we sent him to Alaska, and we got him a boat, but he didn't know it was a working fishing boat. So once he was out there, he was fucked. And they wouldn't turn around. And it's like -20. And he leaves this message at 6 a.m. going, "You fucking cunt won't turn around. I'm not fucking doing the rest. You fuck." He's going mental. And I put it on YouTube. But he's got another 6 to do. Signed the contract. All we have to do is, once he signed the contract, then he can't give the money back.
Right.
So he's got to do it now.
That's wow.
Yeah. It is just like the best practical joke.
Wow.
Ever. Yeah. And he's picking things to do before you die, and that's it, really. Which he didn't understand. I remember explaining things to do before you die, and he said, "Well, why would I want to do that if I'm dying?" I went, "No, it doesn't mean you're dying. They don't get a sick kid when he's got a week to live and throw him in with some dolphins. It doesn't mean that. I'm going to get me back to the life support machine." He thought that was it. That's the thing. Just before you die, you get chucked in with some dolphins or something. Mm-hmm. But he's quite incredible. But I sort of think he's a genius as well. Genuinely, he's
a savant.
Yeah, there's something
I wonder if
about
anybody
him
ever has a
he
dying,
deconstructs. He looks at something and he deconstructs it and he brings it down to its rawest nub, and you can't argue with it.
Is it a form of autism? I gotta ask.
He's not. He's normally smart. He's makes stuff. He's good with his hands.
Yeah.
He's
so is Carlin Sling Blade.
Yeah,
you just
described an autistic kid.
He's good with his hands.
But it's also the way like people used to be before they were cluttered with a bunch of extra shit to think of. Yeah. And he's not thinking about that. He's thinking like really precise, like a person alive.
But he says things like knowledge is hassle. He said you don't need all this stuff. He's got.
Well, you really don't.
No, I know.
I mean, you don't want to live a life.
But yeah, I think he's smart. I think he's got emotional intelligence beyond most people.
Yeah,
I think he's
highly intelligent.
Yeah, I really think he is, and he is funny. He's hilarious, and he laughs sometimes. People never seen him laugh because, as I say, usually when we film it, we do a podcast. I've wound him up so much that he's just so angry. Mm. It's like I suppose he's like Rain Man, but without any of the clever shit, and Tom Cruise just winding him up all the time.
All right, he's autistic, Ronnie.
He's not. He's autistic. Do you think I'm a bit like Tom Cruise?
What?
Of the two, Rain Man and Tom Cruise, I'm more like Tom Cruise, aren't I?
Why would you say that? Why would that? Based on what?
Just
and I like that the other guy. I like that the other guy is Rain Man.
Dustin Hoffman.
Tom Cruise. Give him his real name.
Yeah.
The other guy, Rain Man. He never did anything again.
You're like Tom Cruise based on the rumors about your sexuality.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're like Tom Cruise.
Get it?
This is surely libelous now. Do you care?
No, man. We're just going with it.
Yeah.
What about The Office, there, Ricky?
Well,
yeah, what about that?
You're getting your feet wet with the American Office.
Yeah, well, just popping up for a laugh.
I remember years ago you were like you were staying away. Now you're kind of taking a peek.
We were staying away for a very good reason. That we thought that it should be made by Americans for Americans. I worked in an office for 7 years, and we made that. And the attention to detail, I think, what made The Office good. And then, what's the point in doing a remake and doing it again? It just didn't seem. Right. I mean, originally they wanted me to play the David Brent character, and what's the point of that? I just could have kept mine going. But once it's on its own sort of 2 feet, I'm just doing it for fun, really. As a little.
What if they come to you and go $5 million an episode?
That's what I got. I got $5 million. $5 million though. So yeah, but it was good. Who was that bloke? He's dead now. Marlon Brando. Didn't he get £1 million for that cameo in like the early
Superman? When he did Superman, he just walked out. They had a bag of money and he left. They actually gave him the money in the fucking scene where he looked into it,
and they worked it into the scene.
Said, "All right, it's here."
Actually, Chuck Berry has done the same thing. When Yeah, you've got to have cash for them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of $1 million guys. There's a bunch of guys.
Not one of them. He's like a $9,000
But whatever you pay him, you got to give it to him that second.
in the guitar case, next to the pistol.
He actually will unplug, put the guitar place in.
No, he's got a bunch of things. He also wants a red Cadillac rented for him, waiting for him at the airport.
That's one of those things that probably isn't true.
He
but
wants
I
a
heard
ham sandwich before he
his
goes on.
agent or whoever has to be backstage with the money so he can see it while he's on stage.
He does. Yes, it is true. And I actually saw him because he'll just use local guys. He uses local guys to play with him too. That he hasn't practiced with. They just got, and they are doing. And then he walks out, plugs in while they're there. They're playing. They keep on playing. He looks at his watch. It could be like, fuck it, I'm done.
Like
puts a
35
case,
minutes.
35 minutes, and he's gone.
And they say, "What are we playing?" He says, "We're playing Chuck Berry songs."
Yeah,
and he just goes, "Man, it's the same song, I guess, 14 times."
Just keep doing it. But everybody will end up there. It'll be Louis one day. It'll be just
Louis
same
won't.
thing.
No, Louis got a great attitude to money. He, I think he says it in Talking Fun. I don't know if we left it in. That we're talking about when Chris is saying you're the blackest white guy
That's
ever.
right. Yes.
The countdown to poverty. Right? And,
yeah, how black people, when they get Chris's old bit about how when white people are rich, they're rich, and their kids are rich, and their grandkids. But when a black guy gets rich, it's countdown to when he's poor again.
And
but that's what it's like for me, yeah.
But you said something. You said you don't see it as your money, you see it as the money.
Yeah, it's the money. It's an element. It's like oxygen.
That's great.
It's not right to hoard it
that.
around you. You got to keep circulating it back out into the system.
So you earn money
That's how the
and you
economy
spend
works.
it.
I spend it right out my asshole. I just buy shit.
What'd you buy today?
Nothing. It's early. It's only fucking 10:30 in the morning.
You buy gold though. That's smart.
What? Yeah, I bought
The
some
gold
gold
thing's
coins.
smart.
Yeah.
I don't know. You could pay Louis in 3 magic beans, and he'd be happy.
I bought a bunch of gold coins. They were about $900 when I bought them. They're an ounce each, and they're now worth $1,500.
So this is true. You really did buy some gold coins.
I've been to the gold store over there.
Gold bullion coins.
What were you thinking?
I had cash. I got paid in cash for a
So you
gig.
went out and bought some gold
Got
coins?
some gold coins.
You did, yeah. That's amazing.
Yes. And they're went from $900 to $1,500 each. That's a pretty good.
Just a
profit.
weird purchase, though. What else did you get? A horse and a slave?
Throwback. It is strange.
right.
That is weird. Did you do it as an investment, or did you think, I wonder if this will work?
What do you mean if it'll work?
Did you do it as an investment, thinking, I wonder if I can make money of this, or was it a little whim, or?
I just wanted some gold coins.
It was shiny.
And I also knew that gold keeps going up. It always goes up.
How do you know they're real, though? Like, how do you know that's honestly 100% legit?
They're American mint. They're U.S. Eagles or Canadian maple.
What do you think of this as an idea that I want to do Idiot Abroad 3?
You bite it. You bite the coin.
I want Carl to do this, but Carl's going to do it, we think, right? We're not sure yet. But it's called Fool's Gold. I give him £1 million, and he's got to spend every pound once, and he's got to make another $1 million. And he thinks it's easy.
He thinks
he's got a year. I'll give him £1 million, and he's got to spend it all and make $2 million. So make £1 million.
So we invest it. He has to buy things that would.
He's got to figure some shit out.
And I said, what would you do? He said, first thing, buy some scratch cards. So how many? He said 5,000. That was his first thing.
5,000 scratch cards.
Yeah.
So $5,000 goes to scratch cards.
Yeah, and then he's just scratching a hat. That's
not terrible. It's not terrible odds. If he gets a few 20s in there, a few 40, scratch cards.
You can make some
few $100 once in a while.
Yeah. But here's the thing: if he wins, say $50, they'll say, "Do you want $50, or do you want me to give you 50 more scratch cards?"
And that's a mistake everyone
makes. That's how they get you.
Yep.
I did that once when I was going. I forgot to buy my family presents, and I went down and I got them all like 10 scratch cards each. Right?
You forgot to buy your family presents?
Yeah, but I was late. I'd forgotten. Yeah, and the kids, there was like nieces and nephews, like 10-year-olds, winning a $5 and then going down the shop and getting
from like the smoked cigarette shop.
Exactly.
Wow.
They're addicted now.
Smoked cigarette shop.
Yeah, the smoked cigarette shop. Whatever the fucking English fucking retards call it. Whatever these fucking worthless fucking people call their version of it.
How many people did he offend in that? English fucking retards. Just
two
one
exactly. Really, one. They're all over there.
Oh,
every retarded person is in England. It's true.
Oh God.
Wow.
Jimmy,
were you intimidated talking to? Not on a personal level because you know Louis and you know Seinfeld, but you're talking
comedy and stand-up.
But Chris Rock, because he's black, maybe you're intimidated by
I was
him.
trying not to say that, but it is what I meant, and then he might steal something.
No,
with three great comedians like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking stand-up with three guys who are legitimately great.
Yeah, I was really. All you're thinking then is, I don't want to be the least funny person in the room. I was, but but then I get the back end.
No, but I loved hearing you talk about you fucking doing a new act every year.
Why do you curse so much?
Because it just makes me sound like people listen more when you curse. I'm insecure about what I'm saying, so I say fuck, and people like, this guy's got street cred.
Yeah. I liked it.
It's great. I love this guy, honestly.
One of the most honest people.
I know. I love his face. I like the way he talks. I like his
first time that's ever been said.
No, how can you not like that face? He's great.
Jim is lovable.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Jimmy Norton.
Well, come on, now the pressure's on me. I'm just going to start fucking bombing left and right, to be honest. Never notice me. If you don't notice me, I kill.
I remember Louis ruined your act once. He made me laugh. He said something to me when you were on stage and you heard it.
No, that wasn't.
What happened?
Please don't tell me you're confusing me with that fucking buffoon Bob Kelly.
No. Maybe
Yes.
you are.
Really?
Yeah, because Bob was on stage.
Yeah. He's confusing me with Bob Kelly.
Bob was on stage. Bob was on stage, and you were in the room and I was in there with you.
The Comedy Center.
Yeah, and I said something to you, and you laughed, and Bob got excited because he thought you laughed at his act.
Yeah.
But you weren't even listening. I was distracting you.
I thought that was you.
No. Thank God you're wrong.
Were you on that night?
I was, but you were. I think you weren't there when I went on. I remember seeing you outside. We said, we talked.
Yeah, maybe that's the confusion.
Jim was a great comic.
Thank you.
No, I know. I have seen you.
No, I'm happy to be confused with Bob. That's like somebody saying, like, hey, was that you in the yard? Oh, sorry, that was dog shit. I stepped in.
Your stage name is Carrot Top.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I have a lot of funny toys I pull out.
Yeah.
I used to hit a watermelon. I was kind of him, too.
I was kind of him, too. Did he die or he got
Gallagher did a heart attack on stage.
He works at the smoking cigarettes shop.
And he has to sell his house now.
He's
really? Because he had a heart attack?
I don't know.
He's going to live in a van like the wrestler?
We learned that he day trades when he in between radio interviews, so I guess he wasn't good at that.
He day trades?
He franchised
had him on
to his brother, and his brother toured as Gallagher too.
No, I remember that.
Yeah, we know.
But he's
after the interview, he hangs out the entire day at the radio station and day trades. It's very strange. He just sits in the hallway.
I sat with him for an hour.
Buy gold coins.
Buy gold coins.
That's the way to go.
I love buying gold coins. That's great. I just can't imagine it. Just imagine you going in like that with just all your breakfast all over you, like, and you've got a big wad of cash, and I go, "Good morning, sir. Hi, how much is that?"
Yes, that's how it works.
Well, if the economy crashes, why would gold be worth anything? I mean,
gold always runs up against depression.
But I
gold
guess at one
stable.
point, like, oh, here's something shiny. This is great. But now human beings have,
well,
television.
It's perfect,
but gold keeps
perfect,
going up,
isn't it? Because it's finite. So they know you cannot make it,
and that's it.
You can't get it from anywhere
The first
else,
time I bought gold coins when I don't know, in the late 80s once.
This is so weird.
And they were $300 an ounce. $300 an ounce was gold. Now it's $1,500 an ounce.
Get
so that's
the
how
fuck
it's
outta
gone.
here.
Yeah, it's gone. It just screams upward more than anything else.
But that's really not that much.
But it's running the same as Coke. It's running the same as Coke.
Yeah, but no other stock is like that. You know,
That's
a huge,
Apple.
That's a good point. Why does it go up?
Yeah, it's insane because you can see, like, if you were a caveman, like, oh, it's shiny. But now, if everything goes...
If there's no water to drink, nobody's going to give a shit that you're
That was
holding
the best
gold,
radio face in history, by the way. No one will get that. But that
if
was
there's no
hysterical.
water to drink, I'm not going to worry about my gold coins, how much they... Fuck, my coins are worth shit. I'm going to die
I disagree.
with worthless
I can
gold
picture you
coins.
Exactly.
If there's no water,
That's
going to
be what I'm worried about.
Great, now my fucking
my
gold
daughters
coins
are
worth-
skeletons, and I'm worried about my gold
It just
coins.
seems like if you have gold coins, they're going to die with you because you'll never...
You're not going to
be
like
a skeleton with some gold coins and a pirate hat next to you. That's what I think. Now, gold has.
Do they move it around? You know, when it's against like stocks or shares, or one country gives another country $20 trillion billion. Is that gold move somewhere?
I don't understand it.
I don't understand it.
Fort Knox has this massive gold reserve in it.
Yeah.
But it might not exist. No one goes and looks at it. No one goes and makes sure it's in there. Have you seen it?
I just wanted to be a part of it. Felt good to jump in and have the floor for a second.
That Bob Kelly's amazing.
Yeah, he's terrific.
I got tire tracks in my back. Ronnie ran right over me for the punchline.
Well, our money used to be on the gold standard. That's what the pounds are, and your pounds sterling. It used to be when we used to have American dollars. Really old ones are called silver certificates.
But there must be a movement of gold though, because otherwise you could say to another country, here, we'll buy this and give them money that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
There must be something to show for it. There must be some sort of token.
How many stones did you lose?
How many stone? It's not with an S, right?
Almost
a stone.
It's about 22 pounds.
Attaboy.
But thanks. Thanks for asking.
You lost a lot more than 22
But you'll
pounds.
edit out everything that's happened between those two statements. How much do you lose? I go 22 pounds. I go, thanks for talking funny as on.
Don't plug that.
No,
that'll be cut.
No, stories about your friends.
No, that's just not like radio. It's just like hanging out.
Well, that's how we try to do our show, Rick. This is the best way to do it.
Hearing Seinfeld, you said something interesting about how comedy is empathy. I thought, wow, he's right. And then Seinfeld goes, no, it's not.
No, it's just
and then I was like, fuck, that's actually a good point by Seinfeld.
I don't know. I think it is empathy. I think you have to like someone. I think you have to understand what they're saying. I think everything has to be personified. You can't make jokes about the inanimate. But he was saying you are above the audience.
The
what? About the inanimate.
The
inanimate?
Inanimate. Something that
I didn't hear the T at the end.
Oh, right, sorry.
Maybe to laugh at somebody, you have to like them. But Seinfeld is he doesn't really fit into. Every comic has something wrong with them that I know. Like they're sex addicts or drug addicts or gamblers. And with him, I can't figure out what his fucking psychosis or problem
We'll find
is.
out after he dies. It'll all come out.
It certainly will. His computer will be open.
Got one. I don't buy that you have to be. You have to, have visibly something wrong with you. I think you have to be aware of your own inadequacies and plan on them. But I don't think you have to wear it on your sleeve.
Not necessarily, but every comic I know has something wrong with them. They don't even necessarily. Hold on, I'm having a pissing match here. They don't have to. They don't have to wear it on their sleeve, but they actually all have something.
Seinfeld said you have to be above the audience.
Yeah.
No. He said no.
That's what Bob said.
No. Wait.
Got your coffee. Right there, boom. You make some money.
No, what he was. I was saying that you can't be above the audience. You have to sort of fall over for their pleasure. Right. In a way, you have to put yourself below the audience. Show them you've had a worse day than them. To be funny. He was saying, but you're already above them because you've got the mic. They're all looking at you. You're the only one talking.
Right.
I thought it was. I think
Jerry also, he doesn't look at, I mean, you have this really humane version of comedy, and it comes from sort of like Laurel and Hardy and Chaplin and stuff.
Yeah,
like he's lovable. But Jerry is a technician. He's about the jokes. Jerry looks at comedy like music. Like he used to tell me he was like
he just
playing
like
a horn.
to write new songs.
Dots on paper.
He just likes to he gets off on the material.
What's
he gets
the deal?
off heavily on the material and how he does it. And he is, when I was young, I used to open for Jerry. When I was like 18, 19, I got to open for him in one gig in Boston, and he liked me, so he took me to a bunch. And it was an enormous experience because I kind of didn't think when I was that age, like he wasn't my favorite guy. I liked Stephen Wright, and I liked Carlin and Pryor. And I thought he was good, but I didn't really know of him that much. But when watching him do, hour-long shows and theaters, and this is before he had his show, when he was just a top-rank heavyweight comic, watching him do that, the fucking guy is a virtuoso. He is like a great, like Vladimir Horowitz. He's a fucking genius.
And he's so
putting on a comedy show. He works so hard for his audience.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, but he's almost professorial about it as well. He's got everything worked out.
He's in control. He's very much into being in control, and we identified that too on the show. That like he when he did my joke about the vacation going around the car. He did it in this very controlled.
And it was like a one-liner, wasn't
way.
It was that rhythm.
That's my vacation.
What I was saying that Louis,
when I do it,
he's angry.
Yeah.
We're laughing at him because he can't get it out. We're laughing at the human aspect of him.
I'm sweating and I'm sputtering.
I mean, they're there. Yeah. They're all there. They're all sort of disguised and hidden. But we're laughing at a man's breakdown. We're feeling it more viscerally. We're not looking at the dots on paper. And I think that a lot with comedians, when you see the comedians, and they could be great one-liner with the puns, but you feel that you haven't learned about them. You feel that you could read them out yourself and get just as good a laugh.
Well, there's almost no right answer. That's what it's like.
And why would there be?
When you look at Pryor and Carlin, I think they're the two greatest, and they were completely different. Pryor was extraordinarily personal. Carlin told you nothing personal, but was still an observational genius and a social genius. And Pryor was too, but he did it through a person. They both took different vehicles to get to the same place.
Well, also, Carlin did bits, and he worked them out. He had really well-phrased stuff. And Pryor would just talk. Pryor would just talk and talk, but he would hit beautiful moments that were precise for him.
Yeah.
Carlin said he really turned the corner when he said he used to say, "I'm a comedian that writes his own material," and then he started saying, "I'm a writer who performs his own material," and he realized he was writing essays and he was doing a one-man show in like 4 pieces.
Yeah,
like a bit about Earth, and he would just do a one-man show.
That's right.
I tried to do that when I started off. It's too hard.
Yeah,
it's too hard. So now I just get bits and I pretend to work them together like that.
You had the best quote in Esquire, and you said, Laurel and Hardy is like the basic root of comedy is Laurel and Hardy. It's never been improved upon. I'd be so much better off if I wasn't with this idiot.
Yeah.
Like
that's
you just can't improve that.
No, that's what it's about.
Ever since
as well.
you said that, they just started showing it like on these bizarre channels, and I watch it and I go,
but it's
Ricky Gervais.
But it's even deeper than that, because it's like the blind leading the blind. They both think they'd be better off without the other one. And one is more stupid than the other one because he thinks he's cleverer than the other one.
I have nothing to say to you.
It's lovely. It's just lovely. It's just great. And see, Louis stand-up, I think, is good because he's really sort of like a threat, because he shambles out like an underdog whose life's falling apart, but then he's really clever. And he's got his targets are all correct, even though they don't look like they are. They're all correct targets. He goes after
like retards
people.
Fucking in England.
Well, that's what you say about being above it, or I'm hung up on the empathetic. So are you though? The jokes you make, they're clearly, actually, if they look cruel, they're not. They're not at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think people know that I'm being an asshole.
Of course.
I don't mind people thinking I'm an asshole.
Yeah, but they get it. They get it on a subliminal level because they know you can't be.
I don't know anyone that thinks you are.
What's that?
I don't know a single human being that thinks you're an asshole.
Oh, there are definitely people. That
I don't know anyone. I've never met anyone.
Not the people that go to your show.
When you say, they go, "Oh, Louis is hilarious."
Yeah,
We're like, if I said it,
but I
would
don't
not
mind
have a job.
I mean, it's like when there's things I do on my show where I take on certain subjects. And the one way I managed when I'm doing something that's kind of controversial, what I do is I make sure that I lose. That
because you're fighting the story. But whenever you're angry,
you're the rape victim.
Yes, exactly. If we're doing rape, I'm getting raped.
Smell the glove.
And you're fighting an unreasonable world. You're always fighting an unreasonable world. You're fighting with what the hand you would doubt. And also, I like the fact you also start off, and I don't know if you do this consciously or not, but people like you because you're bringing up 2 little girls, so they know whatever you're doing, you're bringing up 2 little girls. And I think that. And I think people have got to like you. As an example, the Marx Brothers, right? They're the biggest things in vaudeville.
You don't have children, right?
No. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the means. The Marx Brothers, funny, everyone loved them doing stuff, right? They transferred to films, and it's sort of exhausting, It's too long to be doing zany stuff. So the eventual producer director of the best films, they came to say, listen, I can make you, so much bigger. And he said, we're putting a musical number, and we're putting a love story. So now, it's these idiots, right? But they're being idiotic and running around because they're trying to get 2 lovers together. So now everyone wants them to win because they're doing something worthwhile with their stupidity and their...
You know what, though? I hate those Marx Brothers movies. I like the earlier ones when they're just being fucking nuts. When
I
they're
got to
just
agree with Louis on this because he won the award last night.
Strange. When they do the... And it's... I think I'm in the minority,
It's an award-winning opinion.
That's right. It is. I was given an award for having this opinion.
I think it's the humanity again, because Groucho is always the underdog. Even though he thinks he's cleverer than that guy, he's getting conned. He looks...
No, that's what they were like. But when they put in the couples and had them sing to each other, and the Marx Brothers became like a B story, those love stories were synthetic, horseshit, bad Hollywood love stories,
as opposed to the Marx Brothers act.
The great Marx Brothers movies like Animal Crackers that were just fucking crazy stories that made no sense. But that were driven by this great comedy.
But you need adhesion because it's exhausting. Even like you can come out and I can watch you for an hour telling me a story. That's the human aspect. You can tell a story and I can watch you for an hour, right? If you come out and you do the best 1,000 one-liners, I'm looking at my watch after 20 minutes.
Yeah,
there's nothing in it for me.
You purify comedy into just a fastball, but
I think
there are guys. I think it's just everybody's just different. You can't, there's some people who are empathetic and personal, and there's other people who just got the fucking jokes.
After No
Hedberg.
Filter, his album's going to be Everybody's Just Different.
Everybody's just different.
Yeah, but the same underneath. If you turn it over, and it's just him leaning on his hands.
Leaning on his hands.
Put the same underneath. That'll be the album. Everybody's just different, and I'm wearing like a leather jacket with the collar up, like Dennis Leary in the '80s, and then on the other side, but the same underneath, folded hands.
I'll get you to tell some of the stories you told on Talking Funny, but that would ruin it, wouldn't it? But they were
I don't remember any of what
you told. The best anecdotes. They're all.
I don't remember.
You tell.
You were great, man. You were really good.
It was a
really
fun
good.
day.
When is the show going to be on television?
I saw Seinfeld.
It was a thrill to me.
With more respect. That 4 hours went, I saw Seinfeld just looking over at you more and more, thinking, this guy's good.
Well, Jerry, he used to kind of haze me a lot because we knew each other when I was
Why do you
fucking
keep
18.
writing new material?
Why do you keep getting bigger
the same hour?
when I'm sort of the same as I was before?
Have you ever noticed socks?
You got
I
to
want
change.
my feet not to have shoes, but I need something between me and the floor.
But I have enormous awe, respect for Jerry and Chris and you. I mean, when I saw The Office, I wouldn't have said it. You think I felt like I had to? I would have fucking loved if I didn't feel it inside.
Then you would have seen how those things hurt.
How fun that would have been to say I had enormous respect for Jerry and Chris, and then just watch your eyes kind of notice it. Yeah. I would have loved that. I can't do it.
Or you could have just said Jerry, Chris, and Bob Kelly and humiliated me too.
Right.
How smart is Jerry, though, that he's the one that got Larry David in the middle of all the comedy boom and all? He was the one that, I created a show with Larry David, which was, Larry, you write, and I'll do my acting.
And Larry couldn't get arrested back then. Larry
but to
was
be able to
struggling.
recognize that,
But
to be able
to
get that.
Would you sound like you know that Larry did more of the heavy lifting? With
No, I think
Larry
the
was
stuff that he
his
wrote.
show.
He wrote all the
Seinfeld was all Larry.
Yeah, you can tell that. I assumed it was.
Oh, you could tell.
Well, I mean, Jerry.
Now that we know who Larry is.
It came from Jerry's.
Who asked you?
Oh, sorry.
Why don't you shut your fucking mouth?
Yeah,
sorry.
what the fuck?
This is exactly like The View. I'm going to say whenever I'm talking, if someone says, "What the fuck are you talking?"
Well, we say this show is kind of like the inmates run the asylum. You know,
it's crazy. It's like an upside down.
It's like an experiment. It does feel like I'm part of an experiment. Then you're going to go out and you're going to fucking rape. And shit.
Yeah. We should leave a sign on the door or something.
Rape is not an experiment. It's a proven. It's pretty well perfected at this point.
What's that?
Rape.
Oh, it certainly is.
Wait, I mean, you shouldn't do it, but it works perfectly.
Yeah,
when you do.
Somebody's not minding their P's and Q's.
I think with that we should get out of here.
Oh, when is this program on television?
Always end on a rape gag.
Why not?
Always
You
end on a
got
rape
it.
gag.
Every time.
Rule one. Rule one. Bob Hope. Oh, Bob Hope used to be.
Bob Hope did the rape joke.
Yeah.
I always leave with a rape joke.
Then he wouldn't win the Oscar.
Rape.
Yeah.
Well,
He may have won an Oscar,
back in Bangkok.
but he didn't win the Comedy Central Award, did he?
That's true.
That's right. Thank you. Thank
You beat out Ricky and Whitney Cummings.
They don't let you keep the fucking award.
Who's the fucking fourth person you beat?
No.
They took the thing they take
You
the
never
thing
told
from
us
you.
what that
That's so
thing
they
was.
can engrave it.
You came off. They told me I won it a month before. When did they fucking?
Well, on the
And I
award
still
show,
don't
they
have
couldn't
it.
just hand it that says, "Hi, here, Louis."
Everybody got the same one. I'm sure no one's
What
getting
does it look like? You never told
It's
us.
a microphone on a
Do you know why I like winning awards? Because I know there's loads of people out there that hate me even more for it and think I shouldn't have won it. And that gives me a bigger buzz than the people who go, well done. I know there's someone somewhere
That feels good.
in an apartment going, I fucking hate him, he shouldn't have fucking won it.
Here's the thing, too. Right. We don't know. This could be big, and he's like Wings of Desire. He won the first year. No one knows. Those guys didn't show up. They went, I don't give a shit. Some stupid thing. And now you were there for the first.
But I like to think that my special that didn't win is like Citizen Kane not winning.
That's true, and people
like
talk
about that years
from
now.
You
like to think
believe the
Raging
bullshit?
with your little fucking flesh-colored microphone on your face. Your fucking headset microphone that's flesh-colored.
And now Colin has one.
Like your fucking Sammy Hagar.
He's not real stand-up. He doesn't hold it with one hand.
That's right. That's right. Take this shitty thing out of your voice, and it's correct. He's not really a stand-up. He doesn't hold it with his hand.
I saw you. It was actually impressive. I thought you were just talking really loud for a while.
Yeah.
Wow, this guy's good.
Really, yeah.
You're a great performer, man. I watched you at the Paramount, I think. And,
Ricky's great.
I very rarely go to see stand-ups, but it was a very impressive show. It was fucking great.
Thank you very much. Let's end on that, surely.
Yeah.
That's the quote.
Ricky has great patience on stage. Ricky invests in little moments on stage. That's a hard thing to do.
I deserve more than it got.
With that, Ricky, thanks
I have to ask
so
Ricky,
much.
Do you really like me, or is it really Bob Kelly we're thinking of?
No, I do like you.
Thank you.
But I got confused because I wasn't watching him.
Geez,
I wasn't, obviously, because he was making me laugh about something. So I remember talking to you that night.
I was a little hurt.
I'm sure I've seen you as well. No, I think you were great.
Probably on HBO or
whatever. I like your style. It's like I've said. I like the fact that it's visceral and it's angry and it's.
Do you remember one joke he did?
No.
That's the beauty of it. Whenever you see a great show, you don't remember the jokes. You just remember the feeling of being elevated that you experience, as opposed to my fucking nonsensical joke.
You want to talk to him? You talk to him.
Yeah, you're not dying, Ricky. You're killing everyone around you.
He had a big bag of props and he got them out. He did a different joke about every single one of them, and none of it was planned. He was just getting them out of the audience. Wasn't
it was like they just filled my prop bag, and I'm like, oh, what is this?
Improv.
All right, we got to get Ricky out of here. Come back with Carl, will you?
Yeah, well, no.
For the second season,
can you bring Carl next time?
I think you should get Carl on and just ask him questions for an hour to show that he's a real thing and get people to phone
All right, we'll set that up. We'll get Carl on. Ricky Gervais, thanks. Talking Funny, I think everyone's going to check it out on HBO. Always a pleasure, sir. We'll see you soon.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
This is segment 4. Stephen Merchant. Stephen talks about restarting his stand-up career years after comedy writing. He's doing his first tour of The Us. Jim and Stephen compare notes about starting out and how comedy progresses. It sounds like a very mature discussion. I don't really go for the British humor. It's too snooty and up in the air. Oh, let's have some tea or something. And maybe some crumpets too, Chipper. I like really good jokes. Like if someone's talking and you put your head in the room and go and make fucking fart sounds.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Why were you in More and Extras and not in The Office? Did you not want to be in The Office?
No, it was just that there was no obvious role for me in that show, and I was just pleased that I was writing it and being involved with it at all. You know, it never occurred to me until much later. Wait a minute.
I could have
been getting loads of free stuff for being on TV, and that could have been me. That's why I put myself in extras. I didn't want to miss a trick there. But no, it was one of those things. Like the weird thing is, people always presume if you're involved with TV that you want to be on TV and be a star and be the center of attention. I was enjoying being a writer and director and stuff.
And your town hall tomorrow and the next.
Right, 2 shows. Yeah,
so much for behind the scenes.
Wow, yeah.
Well, no, because I started stand-up years ago. I did it. That was the first thing I ever did was stand-up.
Oh, good.
Right, when I first left college. And I went, I did it for sort of 5 years to almost total indifference. And since I've had a degree of celebrity, I've thought I'll cash in on that.
Yeah, you might as well. You'll get people down there to see you because they like your animated character.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and I'm quite animated on stage, which people are always impressed by. When I can't get a laugh, I will just do a funny face or a funny dance. I have no shame. I'm happy to do that.
So, have you been going on and just working out material, or just?
Well, I just did a tour in the UK, which I've just finished, and I did a little show last night here in New York. But it's the first time I've ever performed in America, so it's kind of weird to just. It's not just a question of changing pavement to sidewalk. It feels like there's a whole other rhythm maybe that I've only got 2 nights to get.
Do you feel it? Do you feel like you feel that the people are giving you back some goodness?
Yeah, I think
love?
the audience is great. I just feel like I was just talking to Sam about this because there's just a different rhythm that's not quite the same that I've sort of got to try and get used to. Really,
you should go work out somewhere tonight, or at least go to a set somewhere if you can. Go to get a few minutes in.
Yeah.
I mean, I would. That's why I've never gone over because I'm like, I don't think they'd like me in Europe. My cadence is different.
I think they'd love you.
I don't know. But he's right. What is it? It's the pace. It's a rhythm.
Something's different. Yeah, I'm a little bit jumpy about that actually. And there are certain references I've changed. I got a joke which ends in the UK. It ends with the C word. And I'd be talking a lot to people because it's like it seems it's a much stronger word here.
Not on this show.
Exactly.
No.
All jokes should begin with it. Don't listen to them. Do what you do. Fuck them. You gotta say cunt. You gotta say cunt.
Yeah.
Even though, but it does mean a lot more. Here.
But that whole Laurie thing and Lou. That doesn't work.
No, that doesn't
It's
make
a truck
sense.
in a bathroom.
I understand, of course. Yeah. Thanks, because I've got a big routine about about the lavatories at truck stops.
Which would have destroyed you because that's a lot of Laurian and Lewin.
Yeah, and the fag thing is
fag
confusing.
Thing, that gets a lot of people. Some of them love it. Some of them are very confused.
Exactly.
Well, when you see a comic do 10 minutes on that and how the mix-ups can happen, it's just very integrity-driven. Ricky's doing stand-up. Have you seen him do stand-up?
I've seen him do stand-up in the past. I haven't seen his latest stuff that he's working on. But yeah, no, I always try and go see the shows. I don't think he comes to see my shows. He tends to be asleep by, 9.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's an early bird. He likes to be in his pajamas by sort of 6.
Oh, wow.
And he doesn't go out much late at night. So
he tweets a lot.
He does a lot of tweeting.
I
I don't
see
look
him
at
tweeting
Twitter.
a lot.
You're
not
a
a tweeting guy.
No, well, I do it just for the tour I've been tweeting, but I find it too weird.
Which one are you, by the way? Because people are trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there's one, SM Hello Ladies.
That's
is
you,
me.
okay.
That's the real me. There's a lot of imposters. Do you have imposters?
Yeah.
This is a weird phenomenon, it seems.
It really is, yeah. And you
when
look
you're
at their...
verified, you don't have to deal with that.
You're verified?
Yeah.
How did you get verified?
That's just what I do.
can't.
But
Why can't we get
be
verified?
bothered to tweet. And I am me. Like the idea that there's someone else who's pretending to be me doing more tweeting than I am.
Don't
and
you have
often
to
far
live your
more
life?
amusing than I ever was.
They have to live their life and your life.
But what mindset is that? It's so bizarre to me.
It really
it's so
is.
strange.
There
You wake up and
doesn't
you think, I would love to pretend to be Steve Merchant.
There doesn't seem to be a reason.
Are they pretending to be you, or are they saying shitty things that you would never say?
Not at all. No, they're saying things like, just had dinner with Carl. Just like kind of things that might happen.
What a lunatic.
It's so strange.
Creepy.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, people, like, I can see when they're attacking people. Like, they'll have, like, there was some celebrity that were like, not him, like Gary Busey or something, where they were saying, like,
that makes sense. You see, if you want to badmouth someone, but just to masquerade as them and imagine what they might write, and then write something similar.
This.
Right, that's creepy.
Do you feel like the internet has, like, were we always this crazy as a civilization?
No.
And the internet has just revealed to us how crazy we all are?
I don't
Or has
think
it
so.
bred craziness?
I think it's bred
craziness.
It's opened it up. It's like one of those, you put your toe in the water, and in time your whole body will be in the water. At the onset of this social networking, it was just a toe in the water. You didn't feel like giving out that much. It was an anonymous post on a website was fine.
Yeah.
Now it's like, hey, this is absolutely me.
Right.
You know it's me, and I'm going to post pictures from my house and tell you what the argument I got in, and tell you what I ate, and like, first of all, who really cares?
Yeah.
And secondly, why do we feel so compelled to put our lives out there,
strange.
every minutia?
But not just with that. Like, was there as many pedophiles in the 50s as there are now? Like, is it people just like going online thinking, well, I've heard a lot about it, or just I'll see if it takes my fancy.
Again, when you dip your toe in that water, it doesn't take long before you're diving all the way in.
Right.
You know what it is? We've always been this
fuck,
crazy.
that's funny,
We've
man.
always look.
Do you think?
Yes. I mean, and they used to put people on their heads and open their legs and saw through their vaginas and penises
When was this?
in the Middle Ages. So
I've never heard that.
That was torture method.
That was your people back in the old European days.
That was one of the methods. They would open
Was
your
that
legs.
a torture method? The Spanish Inquisition?
It wasn't a reward when they would
Did I have to ask if it was a torture?
Yeah.
All right, I'm an idiot.
But I mean, we've always been this crazy. We've always been nuts.
But now
we
we're now more open about it.
Right, we're just a little bit more
We
open.
used to hide it better, I guess.
And we want to
as a
connect with each
society.
other. We want to learn more about each other. We're like
Do
a
we
bunch
really?
of...
Do we
Yes.
really want to learn about other people?
We're a bunch of weird little
Or do
animals
we all want to
cutting
just
out
be?
holes.
I think we want to be heard more than we want to listen.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I like the fact that people will tweet things and just not even acknowledge what has been written by other people.
Yeah, right.
It's not this exchange of ideas. It's everyone yelling, please look at me.
It's a me.
That's kind of what this whole thing has turned into, and I don't know where it's headed from here, but it'll be interesting.
Well, it's like there's always the comment sections on online versions of newspapers. You'll see an article, and then there'll be like a series, and then they get into arguments within that.
Fuck you, you're an asshole.
It's so weird.
All with fake names, by the way, which drives especially
Well,
Jimmy.
on
The
those-
fake names
on
I
those-
hate. Yeah.
people have this they want to be heard. And now, more than ever, we were talking about when people used to have to get in touch with a celebrity, even for a picture.
Yep.
Clark Gable. You wanted to fucking get a letter to Clark Gable. You could write one. The letter wasn't going to Clark Gable. It was going to his people. They were going to take a picture that he'd signed or they stamped and send it out. You could never say, hey, Clark, love this movie you did, or I thought Gone with the Wind sucked.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Now, you go to Twitter, you directly have access to these celebrities to go, your movie sucked. And he might just go, fuck you.
Yeah.
I think the movie was great. It gives you this access to people that we never had before.
But it's cheapened celebrity in a way, and particularly movie stars. Like it used to be that Clark Gable was untouchable. He was a god.
You were never getting to Clark Gable.
You're never going to see Clark Gable
it's on the
coming
red
out of a
carpet,
bar
and that's
drunk.
all you. Yeah, drunk.
You weren't going to see that ever.
Camera in his face.
Right.
So Clark, what are you doing tonight, man? Hey, fuck you.
You don't give a damn. We don't.
Well, it seemed Clark didn't give a damn that night about drinking.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all TMZ.
Like
they're going
TMZ
crazy.
Show where they're all stood around appearing to just ad lib a conversation in the office.
Oh, it's terrible.
Hey, here I am, just bad mouthing some people.
That fucking
done better than me.
That roach Harvey Levin just leaning over with his stupid beverage
with his straw.
Oh, it's terrible.
But it has cheapened celebrity to the point where we don't have those iconic, Humphrey Bogart.
It's not as special as it used to be.
Well, yeah, and if John Wayne was on a talk show, that was a huge. We got John Wayne on a talk show. Now it's like every star is on every talk show.
Every talk show, no matter how big they are.
All right, look, man, it was a special day for us.
He just told the same anecdote. How many anecdotes does he have about the making of a movie?
You just put us down. Anyone could be on a talk show. All right, well it was fun for us.
It was true. Anyone can.
We enjoyed it.
Sorry about that. I realized I've really insulted you there, guys. Sorry about that.
But it is an odd thing, and I think it's going to, as it moves forward, we're going to see some more just weirdness out of humanity.
Yeah.
It's really strange. I like what's going on here in North Korea, having this Kim Jong-il die, because I don't know if
you like this.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, you made your
day,
Kim Jong-un.
I like Kim Jong-un. 28 years old, a little younger. I think we're going to see a more hip North Korea. I think we're going to be, they're going to be rocking the iPhones and the iPads.
One of those Apple adverts.
Yes,
with the kind of couch, but it's Kim
where
Jong-un
they're all just,
dancing around.
smiling people. Yeah, use them. They've used dead people in ads before. It's going to be Kim Jong-il just, using his iPad.
It's nice that there's only one word different in his name as well. Like, we haven't got to change everything in our mindset.
Yeah.
It's Kim Jong. What's the guy from Korea? Kim Jong.
Kim Jong. Un. Yeah.
A lot of the stationery doesn't have to be changed.
White out the eel part, put it on.
Exactly, put it in.
But he's 28. So you're getting a younger leader. I don't know when he's actually going to take power. I think there might be some shenanigans going on over there before this kid actually goes in.
And you know this how?
Because
he's good at foreign affairs.
The internet, all of my
He was on
travels
Twitter
to
this
North
morning.
Korea.
He knows this shit now.
I know because I have a microphone in front of me. When I speak into it, what comes out of people's radios has to be true. It's on the radio,
of course. Yeah.
So that's the only.
It was fascinating though, the North Korea. It's such a fascinating place.
Shut off from the rest of the world, even with the advent of all this social networking and mass communications. I mean, even the Soviet Union at the time, back then, couldn't keep it all from info from the West coming in. China is having the same type of problem keeping their people in check because they see the rest of the world. But North Korea could shut down everything coming into that fucking country.
And do you remember that weird thing that I was fascinated by that story where Kim Jong-il was a big movie buff and he kidnapped a husband and wife film directing team from South Korea and kidnapped them and brought them to North Korea and made them make films.
That's hilarious.
It's the best. It's like the worst kind of James Bond villain. Right. That would be a really dull James Bond movie.
He wants to make a movie.
Bond's got to go in.
How long did he keep him there for?
They were there for years, and eventually I think that he foolishly let them go to a film festival somewhere else in the world, and they just ran away. Yeah, exactly. So strange.
Wow. You can't make shitty films because that'll be your life.
But imagine being so good at something that they steal you to make movies. I can't get into one on any fucking way. That's humiliating.
Waiting for a dictator to kidnap you.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm trying to do is be the English guy that people go to when they can't get Simon Pegg.
Oh, yeah.
This is
you could work that out.
I'm hoping there'll be like a rip-off version of Mission Impossible. Like Mission Difficult. It's just difficult. It's not impossible.
That guy isn't Simon
Pegg. We got
Pegg.
Merchant.
How well do you know Simon Pegg?
Pretty well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
See, you call him Peggy. You gotta know the guy pretty well to call him Peggy.
He's a lovely man, Simon Pegg. Yeah.
He's fucking very good.
Yeah.
Really good. Like the first thing I saw him in, I think a lot of people were Shaun of the Dead. And then you realize how much he had in making that movie, not just acting in it. It's like, wow, that's fucking smart.
He's fantastic.
Then you realize, why wasn't he around longer? Was he big in England before Shaun of the Dead?
Well, he was pretty big, yeah. I mean, particularly among comedy fans, yeah.
Right.
He did that show Spaced. Did you ever see Spaced?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Right.
It was
good.
here for a
Great
little
show.
while.
Right.
Yeah, but it was one of those English shows people were like, meh. Not quite one of the...
It's no Office.
The biggest... No Office.
Yeah.
You know how many arguments I've had about The Office where I tell people Brent was a better fucking character than Archie Bunker?
Please.
And people don't want to hear that shit here. I love Archie Bunker. It was brilliant. But David Brent was a better, a more believable human being.
Yeah. More believable.
A more perfect character of an ass.
Yeah.
He just didn't have the racial stuff.
I'd be with Ricky walking the street when that show was on, and people would come up and say, men would come up and say, I'm just like that guy you play. See you later. Like it was like a badge of honour. Like they were proud of it.
That?
It was so bizarre. It's like we always say, it didn't change anything. There are still people like that, behaving like that in offices now. It makes no difference.
Where did you see people like that where you were able to convey it so easily?
I worked at the BBC. It was like it there. We always say, it's
Middle
like, I bet if you
management.
work at NASA or the mob, it's still the same. I just think people are.
I was saying that years ago to Opie. It's like you have this impression that no matter where you work, there's a bunch of assholes and idiots, but there's the next place up has got to be different.
It'll be blissful.
And it's going to be amazing,
yeah.
and people will know from looking at all the assholes at the lower end of the jobs how to do it when you get to the upper end. But then as I kept progressing in my career, I realized, wow, everyone's stupid, and this never changes. The whole thing.
It never gets better.
But then you start thinking about shit you're not in, like the government and things like NASA and stuff, and realize, no, it's the same cubicle
That's
idiots.
the terrifying thing about it. You know the people in power are exactly the same.
And you
Petty.
realize, it's barely hanging together by a thread.
Of course, we are. It's because also I think with politics, it's like it is that thing of who'd want to be a member of that. You know, if you want to be in the club, you shouldn't be in the club. It's like if you think, I mean, God bless President Obama, but who wants to be the president?
No,
it's insane. The responsibility is crazy.
That's why I think the people that would be best suited to be president would never run for president. They're too smart to look at that office and go, for the amount of money he's getting and the amount of aggravation, no one ever just pours accolades onto the president.
I mean, talk about receiving some bad mouthing on Twitter.
Whoa.
Does he go on Twitter, do you think? Oh my God, they really hate that policy.
You captured something too in the extras too. So you had this great way of capturing like the really arrogant, annoying side of a person, but it also it was a complete person. It was like he wasn't a caricature of an annoying guy. Like, and you had a great role in that as well as the agent. But there was a real person there. It's like, wow, you really feel for him sometimes, and you can understand why he's an ass.
People used to say we were really cynical, and that shows we did were kind of black comedies, and that they were cynical. But I think there's always a real. I hope there's a warmth towards those characters. Like there is, even with David Brent, like you were saying earlier. We feel there's a humanity in them that is interesting to us. That the worst people have something about them that is likable. And that's kind of interesting, and that friction is what's interesting.
You laugh at him. You're definitely laughing at him as anybody else would, but you also feel bad, and you're thinking if that was like a real character, he would be the most pathetic thing, and sad man to be walking around.
And another great line when he's trying to impress the new guy at the office, and he tells Dawn that she's being fired, and then he has to confess and say it was a joke, and she's like, "You're a sad man."
You're a sad man.
But his response is, "Am I?" Like that's a real. The writing in that it makes me sick. It's so good. Like I would have tried to write a punchline, or fucking when he's holding the dildo. Whose is this? And he's holding it in the girl's face. But there's no dildo puns. There's no dumb fucking jokes. It is just that awful moment, and it's like that's what great comedy is. It's like you're like, oh Jesus.
And of course, when the answering machine falls in the garbage,
that's my favorite moment in the whole series.
It's one of the great.
But I think if it wasn't done as a fake documentary, a lot of that stuff wouldn't make sense because it's the fake. It's knowing that there's this camera crew
they're being watched.
He's showing off.
He's showing off.
It's a huge thing, and you see, and again, like we were saying, nothing changes. Your reality TV, the number of people who go on reality TV, and it's like they think, having had no education, I could. Well, then I'm not going to look like an asshole.
Yeah.
I know how this works.
I'll be the one that comes off looking great.
It's incredible. People keep volunteering to go on reality shows.
Yeah.
They keep on being made to look like dicks every week.
Do you like the American version of The Office?
I love it.
You do?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you like it as much as the Brit? I mean, you guys are kind of, I guess, exec producers on it, right? But I just wanted to sound like I was on TV. So you like it as much as the British, or do you think it...
Well, I do, because I I never could enjoy the British as a fan. You know what I mean? So whereas I really enjoy it as a fan, the American show.
You pretty much knew every line that was coming out.
Often I did.
Often.
Yeah.
Do you watch yourself and enjoy it? And that's a corny question.
Can't bear it.
You can't? I can't either.
Really?
Wow,
I
that's
can't bear to
weird.
hear myself on the radio or watch myself on TV, anything like that. I just can't, because all I see is the mistakes.
Right.
The witty thing I should have said.
Yeah. That is a weird thing, because whenever I listen to replays of shows or something, I never sound like the guy that's on the radio. Like, I sound like, they should throw me out any minute. But apparently, I guess to the listeners, you sound like the guy on the radio, because you're the guy on the radio.
Right.
And it's got to be the same on television. You're looking and you're so taken out of the show because you're in it.
Of course, exactly. And all you remember is the mechanics of it. We had to break for lunch there. If only we'd done a couple more takes, or I remember I was in a foul mood, or that's all I see. All I see is the nuts and bolts of it. Now, 10 years down the road, maybe I'll revisit.
What are the
it sounds good from what I've heard.
It's not bad. I literally have watched it so many times. Like, you don't even laugh at the joke because you know the joke. Right. But I just enjoy it as watching a guy portray a fool. So like Rupert Pupkin was a great one. De Niro did a great job.
Man,
But that was more of a caricature, and this is like a real documentary. I mean, you know that. And Extras, what a brilliant role to take on. Just you never think about these
since
fucking
you mentioned
people.
that, like, it's like a real documentary, because at the time there were real documentaries coming on, and we remember calling each other saying we can't compete with the real thing. It's true. Real documentaries when they are good, they are off the charts.
Yeah.
Did you see that one, King of Kong?
We love King of Kong.
Like, those characters you couldn't write.
Could not write it.
That guy, it's like, okay, we want you to write a character. It's like a video game guy. It's years later. He set the record. Here he is. What type of person would he be? You couldn't write a big asshole like that.
Oh, Billy Mitchell.
Billy Mitchell
is the racist, real-life minor villain that anyone has ever...
Fantastic.
I mean,
just the hair, the
ties, the bad ties.
You can't write that.
I mean, there's a line where he said something like, they say you learn a lot from losing. I should try sometime.
He's all smug when he says it.
Unbelievable.
Not a hint of irony. No wink to the camera. He really...
That's what he believes.
Oh, he meant it.
He thinks people love him. Some people getting mad because we're talking about shows that are old,
we
but
know.
come on.
I've never gotten to talk to Stephen Merchant about this masterpiece.
But we wanted to make sure people know about Life's Too Short, which is your new project,
show
right?
we did that's coming on HBO in February, and this is a show we did with the actor Warwick Davis. Are you familiar with Warwick? He was in Harry Potter and Return of the Jedi, and he's a little person, and we worked with him on Extras, and Ricky kicked him in the face on that show on TV, not in the dressing room.
Yeah,
and so it's a whole show kind of following him. Again, fake documentary star. Ricky and I pop up as ourselves, and a little like Extras, we've got some celebrity names in it. So Liam Neeson is in an episode, and Johnny Depp and Sting and people. And Liam Neeson is absolutely hysterical.
That fucking Liam Neeson clip where he's talking about comedy and
he wants to break into comedy, and so he's trying to do some improv comedy with Ricky.
It's hilarious. It's one of the funniest fucking clips I've seen on the internet.
Great.
Because it's so out of place. Like, I didn't think he had a sense of humor.
He's amazing.
And you're making like AIDS jokes and shit.
It's just the least appropriate
funny
routine.
Is he funny though?
He's not trying. It's not coming off like, look, I'm being funny.
Right.
But he's hilarious
I can't
doing
wait
it.
to watch this.
Yeah.
And it's not by accident. Like, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
It's brilliant. Really good.
He never had an opportunity to do that before, obviously.
I guess not. He's always been like the
that's it.
hard
That's always
guy.
The thing, when you get someone like that on a show, their public image is someone so intense, Oscar Schindler, that when you can make them do
Oscar
dickish
Schindler
things on TV, it's
fuck's sake, right?
Great, yeah.
Holy shit!
Life's Too Short coming out on HBO.
Yeah, we had what's his name in
February.
here a couple of weeks ago. He was in The Professional.
Gary Oldman.
Oh, Gary Oldman. Yeah.
Gary Oldman was in here, and
the nerve of us to forget his name.
I know.
Assholes.
But you know what it is when you're trying to think of a name, you can never think of the fucking name. But he was in here, and not known as being a funny guy, but he was funny and just genuinely fun to be around, and telling his stories and laughing and stuff. And all I'm thinking is the guy in The Professional,
Right, exactly.
Get everyone here. Oh, what do you mean everyone?
Yeah.
Taking those popper drugs and shit. And
Where the old lady comes out.
child.
The old lady comes out. He goes, get back inside. And then he fucking shoots the window next to her. I told you to get back inside. It's fucking great.
That movie, I think, was what, 12 years old?
Yeah.
There's some people on your email are really going to hate that.
Yes.
We talked about Clark Gable.
12 years old. Clark Gable. You know, The Wizard of Oz. Let's go back. Talking about little people. The Wizard of Oz had a few.
Do you have an opening act and you just stand up? Or do you just go out and do the 90 minutes yourself?
I normally try and have an opening act.
You do, it helps.
Just to sort of ease into it and stuff. I'm jumpy about these.
Nah, you'd be fine, man. You really will.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
love American comedy. I grew up adoring American comedy, particularly that sort of New York wise-ass Jewish humor, you know, the Woody Allen and that stuff, Jack Benny, and I just always... There's something about the American... The way Americans speak, the sort of rhythms of American speech that lend itself to a particular kind of humour. That there's a great Woody Allen joke in Broadway Danny Rose where he's saying my aunt, not an attractive woman, she looked like something you'd buy in a live bait store. Now we would never say something in England like live bait store. It would have a kind of long, like a fishing tackle equipment supplier. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing kind of neat and compact about English.
But the English comics, you guys have this type of delivery and a cadence in the voice that is conducive to English comedy.
I guess so.
Which is that whole, you know, like almost like you're looking down your nose at us,
right?
You know,
sure.
but it's funny. I mean, and completely acceptable. Faulty Towers, I thought was hilarious.
1975.
Yes, let's go back. 1975.
Faulty Towers was a huge influence on me because John Cleese grew up right near where I grew up in Bristol in England, and he was a big influence on me because the way he was smart but physical.
Oh yeah.
Again, the funny walks and stuff.
But the way he would deliver his lines, and just when he'd be mad, how detailed he'd get into, just giving it to somebody, and then maybe losing his train of thought and getting pissed at himself at the end of it.
Well, we were talking about David Brent, and I think there's a long tradition of kind of American English sitcom characters that have that. He's a very similar type, you know. And I think what was different in those days was that they aspired to be in high society. That was the thing. In the 60s and 70s, you wanted to be hanging out with royals and the mayor. Now I think it's you want to be celebrity, and I think that's what David Brent was in a way. That the new thing, the new urge is to be famous. It's like that's the high society of the modern age.
Well, he used performer lingo, which just it makes you fucking humiliates you for him. Like when he's telling Neil, he goes, "Just go out and talk, and then bring me on." Bring me on. Like he's a fucking comic. And those awful jokes. He's like a paper how it blew away. The paper shop blew away, and it's bombing horribly. And the phone rings. He goes, "All right, that's why you're not enjoying it." Because shut up. It's perfection. It's perfect uncomfortability. So do you do get a little nervous when you go on stage?
I think I will here in the States, just because as I say, I'm sort of inexperienced performing in America. So.
I do some gritty New York humor. Like, I'll go out up there, I'll just go like, well, these cabs, what are these guys from crazy places? You can have
that'll do it.
Oh, yeah. Hit him hard.
Imagine if he had that exact joke written.
But it's killed because he said it right.
Gotta get rid of this.
I'm not above some cheap observations. I'll do anything. When I'm up on stage, I'm so desperate to make people laugh, I will pander mercilessly.
Go anywhere.
I don't care.
Good for you.
Yeah, anything. You know, it's all very easy in the writing room, trying to be really clever and smart, but when you're out on stage and they're just looking at you. It's just...
I'm dying to see. I'm going to come one of those nights, either tomorrow or Wednesday. Stephen Merchant at Town Hall. I guess they're 8 o'clock show. It's an amazing venue on 43rd Street.
Yeah.
And it's a very intimate place to see a show.
Great.
And I didn't even know you did stand-up. I'm happy to hear that you do it.
Thank you, man.
Because I would love to come and...
Yes, you're welcome. Yeah, listen, I could probably get you half-priced seats.
I would appreciate that.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
2 for 1.
Yes, I've already scalped for double, so I'll just take them and sell them back to the man.
Is the animated show on HBO?
Yes, I think that starts again next year. So I'm so terrible at keeping track of what it is
what's
I'm
going
doing.
on. It's just like, I know I did it, so it's going to turn up somewhere.
And it's just
that's done really well, too. That's
a fun thing to do.
It's just, I don't know who's doing the animating, but it's amazing.
They're great, and they're so inventive, and they just take it into another realm.
Because the podcast itself is very funny, and then you add that visual element of the cartoons, and it just becomes ridiculous.
Well, Carl Pilkington has such a sort of vivid imagination, and I think has it been on the one where he comes up with a movie for Tom Cruise, where Tom Cruise gets like in another person's brain or something?
I've seen a couple of those themes where he comes up with
every
movies.
Every movie idea he has is always the same, like someone going in another person's
brain.
Yeah,
Carl rules.
The one where the woman was dead.
Yeah,
but you could take her brain out and put it in
someone else's
body, and so the love can continue. He just comes out with shit. And I was saying when we weren't on the air earlier that you could ask him a question put him in a situation where you would 99% of the time know what anyone would do, and you're almost saying like, "Oh, I know what line's coming next."
Yeah.
And he will go so far in another direction
It's
that
never what you think.
No, and that's what makes it so funny and just so perplexing to watch him.
I think as a comedy writer as well, it's like you're sort of constrained a bit by your own intelligence and your own smartness. Do you know what I mean? Whereas he's just like so ill-informed. He will come out of left field with such. I think we spoke last time about how he was talking about the pyramids, and he was saying it's such a terrible design. You know, kind of huge living room, tiny bedrooms.
Yeah.
And it's like I know it's a mausoleum, so it would never occur to me that it's a house.
Of course. You know? Why would you even think that? His take on bugs gets me every time. He's obsessed with bugs.
Does he hate them or love them?
No, he kind of has an affinity for them, but he thinks about how they think.
He can't conceive of the idea that a bug is just doing what it does.
Right.
It's not thinking like a human. I got to lift this twig today.
Yeah,
you know,
it's always
I
thinking
didn't sleep
that.
well. I had a fight with my wife. He's obsessed with the idea
Well,
that
he's just one of many in the colony, and it upsets him that he's like and you're like, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's not thinking.
How do you know?
Exactly, of course, that's it. Yeah.
It's just, it really is great. Man.
Ants and bees don't give a shit about individuality.
No.
Couldn't care less.
He's great, though.
What a brilliant find.
Yeah.
I've never heard him because I've never heard the podcast. But I know who he is. And
Idiot Abroad is a great show,
Oh, when they sent him to, what was it, the Dead Sea?
Right.
And he's floating next to snot. There's a snot fucking wad because it's apparently disgusting. There's so much salt in it that everything floats. So he just got in there and he's like, "Oh, I'm floating," but he's talking on the phone. And as he's doing it, like there's these old men just hacking up shit, and there's a blob of mucus that's right next to him, and he's trying to shoo it away from him.
Hangs out on the surface.
It was so disgusting, but just the way he handled it was,
Let's see, you
hilarious.
can float on it?
Oh my God! You
so
can't
intense,
sink if you wanted to.
Can you go underwater there?
I guess for a
It's
split
really
second.
salty, though. It's
it's really salty.
Yeah, close your mouth if you do.
This is my
So you
tip for you.
float more. Yeah.
But it's a real ocean, right?
Oh yeah.
It's
More
dead.
amazing about that show was Machu Picchu. I said it to you last time. He didn't even have the desire to check it out.
Well, that I find weird. That lack of curiosity. You know,
I'm like,
sending into
how do you
amazing
get
places.
Total lack
How
of
are you not
curiosity.
curious enough to now walk around? He saw it from afar. He's like, this is close enough.
Well, his argument now is with like high definition TV. Why would you go anywhere? I guess I understand that rationale. I mean, if you don't want to eat the food and meet with the local people, then I guess you'll see it in better conditions.
I'm obsessed because I want to go to Machu Picchu, and here's Carl. He's there and almost there, and decided he did enough for the TV show. Yeah. And just want to get down. I'm like, what? Who thinks that way?
Carl.
Well, I get furious with him because he does stuff which I would love to do, you know, swimming with sharks. I mean, part of the thing with the show is we slightly screw with him. So we told him he was going to swim with dolphins, and when he got there, it was sharks, which kind of annoyed him somewhat.
It annoys him so much, just the littlest things, which is hilarious to it.
No, he's remarkable.
Yeah.
You've had great success in the States. I'm happy to see it.
Thank you.
Really happy. It's always happy to see guys that are really smart and funny doing
clever stuff.
Yeah,
really
man.
clever.
Really, really original shit. It's so good to see.
We're starting to get more clever stuff on TV finally, but it's not easy.
Oh, there's still so much.
I know. It's not
I
easy.
think the grass is always greener, though. I think, you know, there's so much terrible stuff on UK TV as well.
Yeah.
You know, you see the best of it, hopefully, but you know, I admire American TV. I don't think we're doing stuff of the quality of Mad Men or The Sopranos on British TV. You know, I think just enjoy what you've got, guys.
Yeah. Come on,
if
man.
nothing else, you know, just take that message away from me today.
They have taken more of an attitude that you get in film on television here.
Exactly.
Which is thank God, and I think it's because the stations knew they couldn't compete anymore.
I think a lot of the stuff that you used to see in American cinema in like the 70s, kind of brave, personal movies, 5 easy pieces and stuff like that.
Brian's song.
It feels like that's what they're making on TV, on HBO and cable channels and stuff. Whereas American cinema, I guess, is perhaps less adventurous than it used to be.
Yeah. And with the with FX and channels that allow for a little more graphic content,
nudity, ideally.
Yeah. Who doesn't like?
This is one of the reasons I never watch animated films, because there's never any nudity.
I know.
Any nudity.
How great would Up have been with a clit in it?
Well, English television has had nudity in it for years, and that, to us, especially growing up, when I used to put on Channel 13, which is our educational television here, and brought us things like Monty Python and whatnot, there was plenty of nudity in that.
Do you think, well, there was occasional nudity. There was a lot of underwear.
Believe me, it was a lot more than we were getting on any channels in in the United States. Aside from maybe Ronan Martin's laughing, we'd get Goldie Hawn in a bikini painted in psychedelic colors. But other than that, you know, you could get, even if it was that kind of clip art shit they used to do on Monty Python where they'd have the nude woman. It's like, for that age, and that time it was like, fuck, I didn't have the internet. This was huge.
Wasn't Benny Hill more sexual than Monty Python?
Yeah, there was nudity, though.
But running around, girls being chasing him in
yes,
their underwear.
giant tits in their underwear.
We loved Benny Hill. Is that kind of hack for you guys?
How old is that now?
It's pretty old.
It was always fascinating that Benny Hill was huge over here. I mean, he was big in England as well, but it's such an odd...
Was it hacked though for you guys?
It became an ironic thing, though, here. It wasn't like... I don't think we were watching it like, wow,
funny,
this is... It was kind of
I thought it was funny,
look at the goofy old guy.
But also it was titillating because, you know, this was before the internet and everything else.
Yeah.
That's how we got to see our tits.
The little stupid old man just hitting his head. It was just very funny. I mean, it was
kind of wacky.
There must be a lot of men of a certain age who have been kind of slightly corrupted sexually. If that was their only exposure to women.
Yeah, the nurses with the big boobs.
Yeah, it was always nurses chasing him. Fast motion.
Sick shit.
Yeah, maybe that's the whole thing I got. The phobia of nurses.
I was surprised to find out he was gay. I didn't know that.
Benny Hill was?
I did not know that, yeah.
Oh, you're making implications.
Yeah, no, I've heard that.
I know he sort of died quite sort of lonely and in a little sort of council house, you know, with like no sort of money or...
No money?
Or his money was squirreled away under the mattress or something. There was something about those guys from that age who'd grown up sort of on the stage and stuff who were just upset. Like money was, they just wouldn't put it in a bank. They couldn't trust a bank. They grew up in the 30s. You have to hang on to your money to die holding your money like an old prospector.
They're going to end up in another depression and lose it all.
Exactly,
just put it in my mattress ticking.
Yeah.
Wait, was he a stage actor?
He's a stage comedian. And,
okay.
Yeah, I guess our equivalent of sort of vaudeville they would have started on.
You know what I liked from England too? We had him in Chris Morris. I think is really good. Do you know Chris?
Morris is a genius.
Oh my God,
He's
we love
brilliant,
him.
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He that Four Lions was fucking.
I didn't see Four Lions, but I.
It's amazing. Yeah, Four Lions was amazing. It didn't do well here, unfortunately.
Why would it? You know, it was a
great movie.
It's a comedy about
suicide bombers.
Suicide bombers. Yeah.
That's kind of.
He didn't hold back.
Odd subject to.
It was a hilarious movie, man. Really good. It was like I wanted to cheer when it was over, and I was watching in my apartment. I was like, "Good." They didn't. You figure they're gonna fuck this up. Like every 20 minutes in, a half hour in, I'm like, "You didn't fuck it up yet. You didn't fuck it up yet."
Yeah, we don't go for the happy ending.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a Very Chippersen Thanksgiving.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. The most memorable O&A appearances from the top names in comedy. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
This is what Ron White came on the show, and the guy was talking about Ron's comedy and stuff through Blue Collar. That's funny stuff. I like that. You know, you might be a redneck if me and my mother would try to guess what he was going to say next. He would say, you might be a redneck if, and I would say something like, you got a bunch of weeds in the yard or something, right, Ma? She would fucking crack up. So Ron was there, and he was talking about being a major star. And he shared some stories about Jeff Foxworthy and Bill Engvall. My mother likes Bill Engvall because she said, Lyle, that's a man that don't need to use dirty language to be funny. And there's some stories about the tour bus. My mother one time went on Master P's tour bus. She was there for 6 hours. She said, Chipper, wait outside. I'm going to go tell Master P and his friends how good the concert was. And she limped off the tour bus like 6 hours later. And she had a bunch of mayonnaise on her cankles. She said, Chipper, they're very nice young men. Now drive me home.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
What's up, Ron?
Hey.
Hi, buddy. God damn, you dress up all nice in the morning, huh?
Well, I think you guys are going out over the airwaves with this program, right?
Yeah. Well, not TV-wise, though.
Oh, okay. No,
we kind of want a visual element.
I just did...
Imus, how was it?
Gunslinger.
How was it? How was it?
He was awake.
How was it, be honest?
You know, I liked the guy, and it was, I really was kind of concerned a little bit when it first started because he really wasn't
focused,
making eye contact. He didn't really remember I'd been on the show before twice, but that's okay. I mean, my brain's like an Etch-a-Sketch, so just shake it a little bit, and it's gone.
He's we support Imus, but he's a tough one.
But what happened? What do you think? We didn't see your appearance. Was it awkward? Because I'm a little irritated with Imus myself.
No, it was fine. It was.
Okay. Are you irritated, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, he wasn't. He was kidding, but he wasn't. And I'm just going over my act, like, because I did a show recently, and it's like I'm a little worried about doing material that's going to get the guy fired again. Like, I can't do anything racial on the show, so I'm kind of.
It's hard to do regular radio.
And I don't do. I'm not good at doing bits on the air when I go on. Like,
Are we on the air?
Yeah.
Oh, we are.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Is that bad? See, that was like a natural conversation we just had.
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh
People
yeah,
like that.
That's going to come off really smooth.
People
No,
like
it is
that.
actually. It's fun.
No, we like it that way, to be honest with you.
But I'm not good at doing bits on the air. Like, I can't go on the bit and go, no, it's funny, I was down, and I'm just not good at that. So I try to keep it conversational. But then he's saying this morning, like, and he was kind of kidding, but he kind of wasn't. Like, he didn't like my appearance. But it's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to do my fucking Sandusky jokes on your show? Or you want me to do the Sharpton shit I've been doing? Come on, man, I can't do that stuff.
I have to say your appearance was absolutely fine, and it was funny. Here's the problem, though. If Imus feels like it's not going well, he's got to work, too. Like, if Ron's falling flat, it's up to us to fucking work it out, too, man.
Right, try to draw something out of me.
It's not like, hey, here's Ron White, and then you entertain everybody. We got to work this thing a little bit. And I don't think Imus works his shit sometimes.
Well, I think he kind of remembered that he liked me. He's always been good. I wrote a book, and he's the reason it got on the New York Times bestseller, because he just came out and said all these wonderful things about it that I couldn't even make up. And I was like, really?
I'm that guy.
I didn't put that much effort into that book.
Right.
But anyway, it was fine. It was fine.
Yeah, no. The only reason we're talking about this now is we just played a clip of Imus talking about Jimmy on the show.
He just bashed me on his show.
Kind of bashed him a little bit.
He was kind of, but again,
what's a bash? I mean, what?
He was saying, like, a lot of these comedians come on, and again, I don't mind his sarcastic humor because I do get that.
And they're unprepared.
And he's like, yeah, but he's like saying Carlin would come on with his laptop and stuff. Like, first of all, I'm not Carlin in any way, but I don't do that anyway on radio. I can't bring on. And it's not that I think I'm too good for it. I just don't do it well.
Yeah, I'm too good for it. That's the difference between you and me.
He's obsessed with saying that Carlin was always well prepared for his appearances on that show.
Yeah, but I'm used to this where we're just talking and bullshitting and having a good time.
I'd rather talk and see what happens.
But me too.
Doesn't it seem awful to go on and go, it's funny, lead me into a funny bit about San Francisco.
I was totally not prepared to do any material, but he set me up to do it. I mean, he goes, so what's funny these days? And I'm like, okay. And then I got to go through my brain, figure out if he wants me to do a bit, I'll do it. I don't care. I mean, I'm on it for publicity, and funny sells and dull doesn't sell a ticket. So, So I'm just fishing through my head, and then I come up with a couple of jokes that I thought I could get away with, and then ba-da-ba-da-ba-doom.
Jimmy makes a good point because we're friends with all the comedians, but we used to hate having comics on the show. Hate it for the reason you just brought up.
They would do bits.
They would just do bits, and I'm like, no, you're in here. You're supposedly a funny guy in general, so let's just have a conversation and see what happens. But these guys needed the setups for their jokes and stuff. I'm like, God, no. So we said no to comics for the longest time.
Yeah, because when you go in, you know how it is, man. It's like you go in and do it doesn't feel natural to talk to 2 or 3 people in the room like it would to talk to, in my case, 80, in your case, 10,000. Right. But you know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel as natural to communicate like that.
Enough with all that. That's fine. We made our point. We had Vic Henley in last week, and
I thought he was coming on today too.
He said he's sick.
Yeah, really sick. Yeah, I tried to get him to come out and party with me last night, and he wouldn't do it.
Oh, then he's got.
Yeah, he's got some kind of flu. You don't want to be around him. He came out to Radio City, and he opened Radio City for me last time I was here.
Right.
And luckily he was off. He's a dear friend, so he came out and hung with us.
All right, now we believe him because we thought he was just bullshitting.
Yeah, well, we did get tore up.
You guys go way back. How was Radio City?
It was great. It's kind of a big room to steer. Just for one guy standing on stage. Usually when that show's, there's a show there. There's a lot of things going on.
Right?
So so it's not my favorite room to work, but it's still. I'm from a town of, about 700 people in Northwest Texas with dirt streets to this day. So it's a big deal for me to do it, and I know a lot of people think, hey, well, it's just Radio City. But to me, it's Radio City.
Of course.
That's a big gig, man. That's a fucking great gig.
How many people in there?
It's like 5,000, 6,000. Wow. That's a big gig.
Yeah, we had it sold out 50. We were about 5,700.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was a blast. I worked really slow, and it didn't bother me, to do it. It's just another room, but
But you're right.
On one level, but it is awfully big to steer. I don't really, I play the Fox in Atlanta, which is almost that big, the Fox in Detroit, St. Louis. And they're just not my I'm more comfortable with about 17 to 2,500 people, and that's, just easier to steer.
What's the biggest gig you ever had?
20,000.
No, how was that?
Well, it was at the not the Thomas and Mack. It's where the Predators play hockey in Nashville, right. And the Gaylord Center is what it used to be. I don't know what it is now, Brigstone or something. I don't know. But that was with Blue Collar, so it wasn't just me. But we set the attendance record for that building and still have it today, and it probably can't be beat because we had a small stage right in the middle of it, and we beat Elton John and. The other piano guy.
Billy Joel.
Yeah, Billy Joel. But they just had a bigger stage.
Right.
That's all. That's the only reason we beat them.
That was an amazing tour, and I didn't realize, because I don't really watch a lot of comedy TV, but I didn't realize that you didn't do blue-collar TV. Like, did you, when the tour was over, were you just done with the concept of it, or did you just not want to do TV?
Well, there was more than one contributing factor. One, I'd just become a really popular comedian, and so my retirement plan up until that point was maybe something neat'll happen. That was my whole plan. I was banking on that, and so then something neat happened, and I wanted to go do stand up. I didn't want to do television. I did a couple episodes of it. And it, and then there's a lot of strain between, their manager and me. Their manager's just a dick. And,
Vic doesn't like him either, I think.
Yeah,
right?
no, nobody does.
Oh,
No,
you're not
he's
with
a
that guy.
genuine asshole.
So how does he have clients?
Well, he makes them rich. That's how he does it. But he's a genuine asshole anyway. And, he wants a lapdog type client, and I'm more of an in-your-face type client. Sure. And so it just doesn't work out. And he hates me with I don't have the energy to hate him as much as he hates me. I would like to hate him that much, but I don't have time.
Really?
You got to muster it up.
What is that all about?
If my manager or agent interfered with something I was doing on TV with other performers,
oh my God,
I would call and say, if you fuck with me with a TV gig, I'll fucking fire you. What are you doing?
Why does he hate you so much?
Oh, yeah, because I got in his face, and he's just, we had just filmed Blue Collar 2. We were finished with it. And we were all in a bar in Denver, and the whole cast, everybody, sound, lights, we were all there just having our big after party. And I'm just snot drunk on scotch and pot, and I'm loaded. Well, he likes to pester the fuck out of me, and he'd always bring up that I was just an overpaid opening act, and which at the time I was, but anyway, he just knew how to needle me, and. But what happened was, since Blue Collar 1, he wasn't fucking with a broke comedian that needed his help. I was making money, so he said it, and I got up. I'm what? Fuck you! I'll fuck you. Anyway, so now the next day I was pretty much over it, and but he's in all these years later, he's still not over it. But he is a dick, and I wouldn't. When they got back together and toured, he was the producer of it, so I won't work for him. I couldn't, because he does everything he can to screw up my career. He costs me my lawyers, because he'll go to him and go, if you don't drop Ron White as a client, I'm going to take Larry the Cable Guy away from you, who's a bigger comic than me. And so most of the spineless pricks did it. But lawyers, they're a dime a fucking
Well,
dime.
because it is weird when you're dealing with other comedians and I've done this type of stuff on a much smaller level, but sometimes you just got to call the other comic and go, hey man, look, let's just talk, me and you. And then sometimes they'll go and hide behind their agent because they're pussies too, or other times they'll go, oh, I didn't know that was happening. Because sometimes sometimes the comics don't know.
Right. And then genuinely, I'm a little rowdy for those boys anyway, because I'm not, I smoke pot pretty openly, and and they all have some corporate work that they do, and I don't get any corporate work. Nobody's looking for an overweight alcoholic that smokes and cusses. Nobody.
How's the pot? I hear it's really strong these days. I've been pretty clean for a while.
Yeah, so. I'm using medical marijuana to get off of regular marijuana. That's what I'm doing, and it's working too, because I don't even hardly think about regular weed anymore. It's just so shitty.
Fucking Ron is like a rock star, man. He really,
yeah.
You're one of
You're one of those guys that is just on the road, fucking selling again 5,000 seats. Like, what a great career you have, man. That's a great way to go.
Yeah, well, it's, there were 16 years that nobody gave a shit,
right?
And then,
well, you're an overnight sensation,
right? I am.
How many days a year on the road?
I did 148 cities last year, and I'd usually do right around 140.
But how many days away from home is 148? Because 148's you got to add at least another 50 on there, right?
Right, just for travel and
all that shit.
Yeah.
But Vic Henley's like, you got to ask about the tour bus because you travel the country in style.
Right.
He says your tour bus is amazing.
Yeah,
and
it's great, but it's nothing like Larry the Cable Guy's bus. He got a new one, $2.5 million.
Holy!
Larry spent $2 million on a bus.
$2.5 million.
Why
what a fucking hayseed! Who does that?
It's amazing. I mean, really, I just saw it. I played his golf tournament last year, and he just gotten it, and I love my bus, and it didn't make me want that bus because for $2.5 million, I got my bus and a jet for the same price. I got a free jet with mine. So I'm like, I'm just going to go this way. So,
Larry, what's his bus that's so great?
Yeah, what do you get with a $2.5 million bus?
It's a
every
quad
night?
slide. It's got an auto suck.
Auto suck?
Yeah, you plug it into the lighter there, and it sucks away. It just a quad slide out. It gets really big, and then it's beautiful, and then it's got great TVs that drop down from the ceiling. You go out. He's a big sports fanatic, so it's just it's just cool. But mine, my tour manager has been my best friend since I was 6, Steve Cook, and then. Alex Raimundo opens a lot of shows for me, and he's been a friend for 25 years, and I'm married to his sister, so it's a big family thing. The bus driver built the bus,
wow.
And the bus is cool. I mean, it's got great audio, video. We rocking that thing. We get what we call bus fucked up, which means you stay sober enough to make it to the back of the bus, and which is not very goddamn sober.
Wow.
And they've got a picture of me where I didn't quite make it, and I was just kind of slumped over the bed, passed out, and nobody woke me up. They just left me there because I had enough of my gut up there to stay, and just kind of balanced there for a little while.
Vic said, because I was amazed, because I know there's the rule you don't shit on the bus ever, except he said.
That's a great story. Steve, my buddy, he comes to work for me. And I'm looking forward to it. I know there's a learning curve, and he's not the smartest guy in the world. He's smart, but he's country fuck like me. So I walk into the front of the bus, and there's a bathroom in the back and a bathroom in the front, and he has just dumped a big old stink, man, just a big old stink. And I'm like, hey, Steve, listen. Nobody shits on the bus but me. And he goes, okay, all right. I said, if you need to shit or anybody needs to shit, we'll pull over and you go in and shit. And I don't want to live in your funk, And he goes, okay. So that night, we had some people from the venue on the bus, and as soon as they get on, Steve goes, all right, heads up, nobody shits on the bus but Ron. I'm like, I was talking to you, Steve. I wasn't talking about everybody. It's 9 o'clock at night. Who needs to take a shit? Nobody does.
I think I love Steve.
Yeah, Steve is great.
Steve rules.
And then Pat, my bus driver, got thrown in jail in Friday night in Hartford.
Why?
Well, Pat is he's kind of like a bodyguard, bus driver, jack of all trades.
Sure.
7th degree black belt. Used to be, what's that frizzy-headed singer guy's name?
Which one?
Oh,
could be 100.
The one you hate. Anyway, all right.
Male or female?
Oh, now I need to know.
Female. No, male. Male.
Country, rock?
No, rock pop.
Rock pop.
Long, frizzy hair.
Snyder?
No.
Peter Frampton?
No,
he's
just a singer. Oh, you know him. I can't believe it. My brain also works like a lazy Susan, and it turns very slowly. But eventually, it will come back around.
All right, fair enough.
Michael Bolton.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do hate him.
Yeah, yes. Right, there you go.
Fuck that guy.
But anyway, he was his security guard for years. And so we're sitting there watching the Predators game on my bus. It was almost over, and Pat's from Nashville. His sons all play hockey. 2 of them play professional hockey. And we're just sitting there waiting, and we're right in front of a bar that we're going to go into, a blues club in Hartford. Great club, too. Great band. God, I can't remember the name, but it'll be back around in a minute. And this cop just opens the door and walks into the bus. And, so he's standing there in a cloud. And Pat's natural reaction, if anybody comes on the bus, is just to get him off the bus. And so they had a little bit of a physical confrontation, and which was wrong of Pat. But Pat's deal is it doesn't matter if you're dressed as a nun. If you come on my bus with a gun, you got to talk to him about it because that's his job. You know. So anyway.
Are they allowed to just go on your bus like that?
I don't think it held up in court. It would have held up in court, and I think that's why we eventually got him back. Okay. But, he took him off the bus, slammed him up against it, handcuffed him. And I'm like, oh, man. And this is one of the nicest guys in the world. This guy's just raised 8 kids. They're all great kids. Just handy as a shirt pocket, man. He's just a great dude. And I'm like, oh, surely they're not going to take him to jail. And then somebody pulled a fire alarm. So there's 3 cop cars behind my bus, and with lights going, or they won't turn them out. And then somebody pulled a fire alarm in the hotel right next to us. So now there's 5 hook and ladder trucks. The lights everywhere. There's big glass windows on this club that we're about to go into, and they're just jam-packed with people with phones just recording this incident, which is fine with me. Anything sells tickets.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all over the web. And
I didn't know that. We should have fucking looked at...
And this is a fucking traveling comic. Like that's the type of thing that happens to a band, not a fucking stand-up.
Right, yeah. We like I said, I'm a little rowdy.
Right.
And then also, did you hear about the high school teacher that got fired for playing one of my bits?
How long ago was that? It was I got the
2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Oh, this is a news story.
Yeah, I don't drag around old stuff, buddy. I fuck up every day.
We get a nice one sheet on all you guys, and I just assume it's like the highlights of your whole career. This just happened.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a high school principal in Columbus, Georgia, was reassigned after showing members of his faculty a part of Ron White's special "You Can't Fix Stupid" that contained
reassigned is the wrong word. He was fired.
Okay, he was fired. Your special "You Can't Fix Stupid" that contained references to women's body parts. Ron has publicly protested the principal being fired, as have students. So what part of the special did he play?
He just played the bit "You Can't Fix Stupid," which is I haven't done it in years. I don't even know how it goes, but the crux of it is that if you're picking a woman, you can fix almost anything if her boobs start to get big. You can have breast implants. You can go to a titty bar and pick out a set of titties and say, I want those titties on that girl.
Right.
If your hearing goes bad, they can put something in your ear, make you hear as good as you could the day you were born. Your tummy starts to sag. You can have an operation that'll make you look like a cheerleader, but you can't fix stupid. So don't marry a stupid girl because there's nothing we can do, right? So he was using that as a motivation to go out and get these teachers. He was saying you can fix stupid, which of course you can't.
Right.
But he was saying give it a try, while we're here, and
give it the old college try.
Right. Yeah. Go out there and try to patch this stuff back up. So that's what they did, and they fired him. So
over that, it doesn't sound that crazy.
It is crazy, and there's somebody had an agenda. He's a black man. He's a doctorate. He does a doctorate. He's dedicated his life to educating children in Georgia, which not a lot of people have done. And he's just beloved by this student body. So some cracker, I would imagine, was sick of him being their boss, and they used this as a... So anyway, we're going to have the 1,000 Tater March.
Nice.
Next, I'm there. I'm playing there next Saturday, just by chance. All this stuff went down, so I'm going to get 1,000 kids, each of them holding a potato. I don't know why. And then you can't fix stupid signs. We're going to have those made up. We're going to call every news station in the world. And
good for you, man.
My son's 2 years old, just about. I don't know how I put him in school. I hate all these stories that come out. There's one of these every fucking day.
Oh, yeah.
The political correctness, and, the guy's trying to make his teaching a little more interesting, and he gets fired for it. The fuck?
Yeah, when I first I heard about it on my Twitter account, so it kind of came to pieces. The information came, a piece at a time. So I thought he had played it for the whole student body, and I'm like, fucking rock and roll, dude, because it is a medium. I mean, why not take it apart? My son's band teacher, they studied Back in Black for 6 months, every song on it, took every song apart. He believed it's important modern music. And it is. It's the second biggest selling album of in the history of music. 50 million copies back in black.
Is that second after Thriller? Is it or Thriller number one?
Ron White is right, man. That thing continues to sell.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm Brian Johnson's a buddy of mine, so I go to a lot of shows.
Brian rules, man.
Oh, he is so funny and I can't understand a word he says.
He's happy all the time.
Right? Yeah, I took my son to Amsterdam to see AC/DC.
Oh, that must be nice.
91,000 people indoors. This huge soccer stadium, and it was just great. He's just a great dude. His wife is just wonderful. His wife's mother's wonderful. So we go catch up with him whenever we can.
91,000 people. AC/DC does fucking gigs. 91,000 people. That's like typical for them.
Bryant's comes across as just a regular dude, man.
Yeah,
just a regular
comes in
guy.
a t-shirt with a hat. Like he does not at all.
I loved
act
when
the
he was
part.
on.
He's just a nice guy.
You guys party? Him and
I'm not gonna.
We know he parties.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know I do. So, and we're friends.
Yeah.
So let's add it up. What do you think we have?
Yeah, I didn't want to get that deep,
we got two guys getting fucked up together.
I can only imagine it's a good party.
Did you partake in Amsterdam at all? I've never.
No. I every once in a while I'll just Christian it up for a little while, and Amsterdam just turns me off. No,
really?
I partied like a buffoon.
Does it slow you down at all, the partying?
No, that's the beauty of being a comedian is that you genuinely have time to recover.
Right.
Because you're not waking up and going to morning. You got 23 hours to kill before you do anything else, and and when I'm on the tour bus, it travels at night and I'm asleep, and so I wake up the next morning at a golf course usually and go play golf. And
really? What's your handicap?
14.
14, nice.
Is that good or bad?
That's a nice
It
number.
means every time I play golf, I miss 14 par putts.
It means
make 4.
It means he's probably a 10.
Right, well, I'm sandbagging for some shit I got coming up.
Oh, okay. People lie about their handicap?
Oh, yeah. A 14.
All the time.
You don't want to play a 14. Those guys know how to make money on the golf course. A 14 is a good number, man. That means he's probably at 10 or 11.
Oh, okay.
He's squeezing a few shots.
I think the 14 is pretty honest.
Okay.
How was Larry?
Maybe I should say it on this platform.
Larry's a horrible golfer.
Okay, I would hope so. That would bother me if he was
He's
good.
better than he used to be, but... And it doesn't matter where you're playing. It's sleeveless, flannel shirt, camo shorts, and they let him play. And it doesn't matter where he's eating.
He doesn't change for anything, does he?
No, he doesn't have any other clothes. He doesn't. No, you open up his closet on his bus, and he's got like 10 shirts with no sleeves and camo shorts, and that's it. That's all he has.
Do you guys think that being the blue-collar guys, like, there's a real elitism in comedy where like, a lot of guys attacked Larry, these fucking cornball comics that would bash him, and it would just drive me nuts. Did you notice any of that type of horseshit?
Yeah, I did. And if he hadn't made a lot of money, nobody would have said anything. But people are just, I don't know, shitty. Just jealous. I'm happy when my friends make it. I cheer anybody's success, because they did something to get there, and they're being recognized for it. And I tell you what, Dan is one of the quickest guys I know off stage. Do you know him very well?
I don't know him well, but I know him fairly well. Like decent.
Yeah, just really, really funny, and just a good guy, And now, is his act my exact cup of tea? No, not exactly. No, but that's not important. It doesn't have to be. But I know he's a funny guy, and he's and a good guy to hang out with. So I don't know why you would waste your time, criticizing. You're not a critic. You're a comedian. You better go be a fucking comedian because you're wasting time here.
I want to back way up. You said something earlier that I kind of wrote down. You're from a town of 700 people with dirt roads.
Mm-hmm.
So how the fuck do you get out of there and become Ron White?
My father worked for an oil company up there, and they got transferred to Houston when I was about 7 or so.
And Houston's a great comedy market.
Well, I wasn't actually in Houston. I was in Deer Park, which is just dead in the middle of the refineries and the funk in Houston. But and I didn't start stand-up till I was 29. I started in Dallas. So.
Oh, yeah. What did Vic say you did? Vic was telling us your whole bio.
Yeah, how you guys
Vic
met.
Loves Ron White.
Yeah.
Well, the feeling is mutual. I love
what
Ron
were you
White,
doing?
too.
No, he said he met you the day that you quit your job.
Yeah, right. I was selling windows and doors, and I was driving around in this little Nissan pickup truck, and I had sample windows in the back, and I'd been doing open mic for, I guess about 2 years or 2.5 years, but I did a lot of it because we had 4 clubs in Dallas and Fort Worth combined, and I was smart. I learned how to be a good host. And I always memorized my announcements. I always did a slick job. And then, my comedy was okay. But I was a good host, so I got to work, And so I worked every week doing 8 or 9 shows a week, Wow. So that's what you need as a comic. You're going to have stage time.
And hosting makes you stronger because you're going up to a dead crowd, totally cold. It's like everybody likes to middle,
right.
But going on as a host, and then when
you're
the middle
swinging the bat with the weight on it.
Yeah, but it makes you better.
Yeah, and I still do it today. I'll host an open mic night every once in a while, just because I do hosting stuff, and so it's just good. Good to throw yourself in an environment you're not really comfortable with.
Do you do corporate stuff? You say you don't do a lot of corporate stuff, or
nah?
Is it because you curse?
Yeah, and I don't have another show. I mean, I don't have a corporate show, and it would probably behoove me to do it, but right now, I don't need it, and every once in a while, somebody will pay me an ass load of money to come do a show for them, and I'm always surprised, and then they're always surprised that the show is so blue, and I'm like, well, we told you.
No kidding,
You got to listen to a record, plug it in. That's what I do.
How about you do a little research before you hire me?
Yeah. Do what you can, man.
Has it gotten ugly when you do corporate? Because I was offered recently. A guy came to me for corporate work, and he said, I can pay you this. And it was an astronomical amount of money. And he goes, can you work clean? And he goes for like 45 minutes to an hour. And I said, no, because I can't. I can work without profanity, but understand
But the subject matter is still going to be offensive to...
Yes. Yeah. And I had the money, it almost made me...
Well, what is that about, though? Corporate people want to hear some edge, don't they?
But you see the problem like that Ron had, with the principal had.
Right.
That's the way every company is. And nobody wants to book a comic and get fired because he said something about black people or about Jews or about gays that offend somebody in the company, and they come after the guy who hired the comic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that makes it tough. It does.
And if they don't do the research, when they say, hey, get crazy, this group is great, they don't understand comedian crazy.
They mean 5% crazy.
Yeah.
Get 5% crazy.
They mean say shit once 20 minutes in, not do beheading jokes to open.
True.
I did one for this guy that was a German. He owned a big steel company, and he was a fan. He lived in Denver. And what happens is people are just not comfortable laughing at this stuff. With the bright lights, dinner, you're nowhere near them, and this was a horrible setup. But this guy loved me. He just sat out there, just guffawed at everything, and he got drunk as he could be. He was a big old, huge, strong guy. He comes up and hugs me afterwards, and then he and I were drinking Macallan, and he's throwing them back. He's throw this back, whoa, I'm like, whatever, He paid me too much money, and then we're going down the escalator. There's a bunch of us, and this guy starts falling. He's 6'4". 270 maybe, and huge guy. And he starts falling, and he takes down 7 or 8 people with him, but never spills his drink. And then he gets up and throws the glass over the edge of the escalator. It busts on the floor downstairs. He goes, I'm like, well, this guy's a mess. But
that type of corporate work is okay.
Yeah, that was fine. Yeah,
of course, that works.
And you've done this is amazing too as a stand-up. You've gone platinum 10 times as a comic. You said nominated for Grammy twice, and CD DVD sales have gone platinum 10 times. Wow. That is fucking.
How many?
That's a lot.
That's just a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a big pile.
Yeah, it really is, man. Are you the most successful of the guy, or is
no,
Larry is?
Larry is.
Is he still doing 10,000 seat gigs?
No. But I think he's down to to still really respectable numbers, where it's like 3,800 or so. But every once in a while, a real big one.
Isn't that a relief to knock that number down? Because, like you were saying, it's kind of a nightmare.
Oh yeah, because we were all playing hockey rinks and bad acoustic buildings. And,
I'm sure you loved the experience and liked it, but it wasn't the worst thing when you knocked it down a few thousand.
Right? No, yeah. So and my average show is only like 2,100. so it's not, well. I mean,
that's nice.
I feel like I'm bragging saying 5,800,
right.
But I don't do that number anymore. And I live on the top 50 tours in the country usually, and so I don't need it bigger, and I'm perfectly content with where it is.
Would you guys go out again? Sorry, would you guys go out again together, or any couple of you?
I don't. I think we'd probably get together for charity, but I can't see it. In fact, they just quit doing their tour again, so Jeff kind of backed out. So, and I haven't talked to him, Foxworthy.
Who was on that tour? Was it was Engvall, Foxworthy I've never met. Larry I know, and Engvall I've only met one time. Who else was with them?
They replaced me with. Oh God, I can't remember the kid's name. He used to open for me because he gets a lot of laughs but no punchlines, and that's a perfect opening act. Here's a punchline. Wow! Reno Collier.
No, I don't.
Nah, But anyway, they didn't. It was their show, and he opened it. And, they didn't say he was one of the blue. They didn't call it Blue Collar Comedy Tour. So, and they could have. And didn't, so they called it something else. So that was fine.
Who is your cup of tea as a comic? Like growing up or whatever when you're starting. I mean, if it's not like a cleaner, who did you like growing up?
Everybody that sold albums.
Oh, okay.
Because I bought them all.
But who's your like top five? We always talk about Carlin and Pryor and
Hicks
maybe
and
Cosby in there. I'm a huge Hicks fan.
Yeah, Hicks is the biggest influence on me for sure. Is Bill but I had everybody's albums, and I mean, in Steve Martin, I loved Steve Martin back in the day. That was such an original take on comedy. It was so original. It was almost a parody of a comedian, and then he dropped out. He was doing 45,000 people a night and quit because.
Was he really doing them that big?
Oh fuck yeah!
45,000.
45,000. He was the biggest. He's the biggest comic that ever lived.
That's outdoor shit.
Yeah, it's outdoor shit. Baseball thing. I think his biggest shows were around 100,000, 80,000.
Why doesn't anyone talk about how huge he was because I guess it's been so long.
Yeah,
45,000 a night. My God,
he's known as a movie star too. Like now, it's mostly his movies. I didn't realize he was doing them that big. I thought he was doing 10 to 15,000.
Oh yeah, because he was coming off Saturday Night Live when he was doing those bits with Aykroyd and on TV all the time.
King Tut, yeah.
And so it got huge, and
what happened to him? You think he just got burnt out as far as that goes?
He considered himself a parody, and he didn't think he could reinvent it and make it interesting. So he just walked away from it and went and did The Jerk. And
I like that movie.
Yeah, it was a great film.
I really
great film.
that
He
one.
wrote it, and so he lives in Montecito, where I live in North LA, and I've never met him, but I'd love to. He's a tremendous talent. But also everybody else, Pryor and Carlin and. Everybody.
You listen to Woody Allen stuff from the 60s, his stand-up from the 60s. He was a great stand-up. It's one of those, but he hated doing it. Like when you watch videos of him, he's holding the mic stand. He's all
so
fucking
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think he said he used to puke before he'd go on. Like he genuinely hated doing stand-up. So
Could you
he
imagine
stopped
getting
doing
to
it.
see him?
Yeah, that was a great
that
one.
would be kind of cool.
Right. Now, we had this, it was called, what it was Football, and it was an Andy Griffith album when I was a little kid, and that somebody had given my father. And I used to play it all the time, and I know I didn't get the jokes exactly, real country stuff, but I remember really liked to listen to people laugh, and because it was a good recording for the day, and we had some Newhart also, and
right.
Bob
Did
Newhart's
they have the
great.
number 1 and 2
at the same
comedy,
time.
like number 1 records in the country?
Yeah.
Fucking.
He put out 2, and they went 1 and 2.
And he was brand new when he did that first record. Like he was not an experienced stand-up. Like he had done it a few times. Like he was literally, I think, a brand new comic.
Love his delivery.
And he just recorded like this amazing comedy record. And
right.
It's kind of depressing. Also makes you want to fucking blow your brains out. Guys,
well,
been
but
doing
not
6
me.
months.
But you, I could see.
Me,
I could
yeah,
see that,
absolutely.
I could see where that have some kind of effect on you eventually.
Wouldn't bother Ron in the fucking tour bus. Well, not quite Larry's bus, but.
Oh, I know. We learned that Larry's bus is even better.
I want to see a king-size bed on a bus. I want to see that.
Yeah, he may have one on his because he's got those 2 slide outs in the back. So I don't.
You don't?
remember.
Oh, you don't?
I have 1 slide out in the front. That's it.
And you have a king-size bed or no?
No, Queen.
Oh, Queen? Okay.
Yeah.
And how is it shitting on the bus? You fine doing that?
I'm fine as long nobody shits on the bus but me.
Is the shower okay?
Steve told everyone.
Yeah, the shower's okay if you're stopped, but if you're moving around, it's it's not that great.
But you've done it.
Oh yeah, I have.
But Larry shower.
Yeah, Larry's shower.
right
It's on the
there.
roof.
When the bus is moving, you can still
Right.
shower.
He's got a hot tub.
Do you love the road?
You know, I miss it when I don't do it, but these days I haven't missed it as much when I've taken time off. I mean, I start tapping my toes. I get antsy just staying home, but because I've done this for 26 years.
It's what you know.
Yeah. So, but lately it's been harder to, okay, I gotta keep my chops. So, which is why I do so many shows, and I gotta, if you want to see what happens to a comic when they sit on their ass for a couple years and then go do a special, look at Dennis Miller's last special, which was just awful.
Really?
Was it bad? When did he do it?
He's reading it off a teleprompter.
Oh, my God.
And
now I got to go see that.
I was watching it. It's pretty old, but I mean,
I'm going to check it out anyway.
I was watching it and I'm like, oh, fuck, I need to go do a set. I got up and went down to the punchline and go, hey, can I get on and
do a little time?
Do you think you got to go on and just work out material? How often do you flip? Like, would you just do once you shoot an hour, will you kind of...
I try to write it out of my show.
Yeah, you get sick of doing it, and it's like it gets very boring. I don't know how guys did the same thing for 10 years.
Is it hard to say goodbye to some of that material, though?
It's a goddamn nightmare to say goodbye to some of it, but if you don't, they're going to quit coming to see you. They'll come see it twice, and then I also get a lot of complaints because I don't do any of it, and anything off the first 3 albums, nothing. And I saw Steve Martin one time in a theater that I play in San Diego, and when I was in A school and Navy, and he didn't do anything off of Let's Get Small, and I walked away kind of pissed, and now I don't do it either. So, but I get it. You got to move on. You got to go. Right. It's not a hit song. It's nothing like a hit song. And if you know the joke, you know the joke, and
that's it.
It's not going to catch you off guard. It's not going to catch you off guard. And,
Right, yeah, and I'm not going to get the reaction. What they'll do is they want me to do the tater salad story, which is 8 minutes long. And if I say I got thrown out of a bar in New York City, they will go crazy. And then I got to drag them to an 8 minute long bit they know. So instead of laughing, they applaud, which I hate. I want your reaction to be laughter. That you can't just a knee-jerk reaction. So I don't need, I'm not, once it starts getting the pop, I know it's done, and then, just take it out.
It's like Dice with the nursery rhymes, where he got in a way where they would just cheer for the rhymes, or they would yell the rhymes, but there wasn't that same effect that they had, I'm sure, like when he did the Dangerfield special, of just the fucking raw laughs.
Right.
You do more movies? You're in Horrible Bosses. I love that movie.
I did one. We shot last summer, and with Billy Bob Thornton wrote it and directed it, and I met him at a bar in Austin, and the next day was going to be Ron White Day in the state of Texas, and we stayed up drinking on his bus all night long, and I was supposed to be at the house to address the House of Representatives at 7:30 or so the next morning. And he wrote me a note that's an excuse note, and that he signed Canada's favorite son, Billy Bob Thornton. And that day he told me, he said, "Hey man, I got a script, I got a part for you in it, and I'm not finished with it yet." And he goes, "You got the part." And I was like, "Oh yeah." So, and anytime you hear something like that in Hollywood, it's a fucking lie. You never comes back. A year later, he calls me and he goes, "Hey man, it's ready. You want to read it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'd love to read it." And he goes, "Now, you'll love the role," which is a great role. I play a 2-time Pro Bowler that owns 6 car dealerships in the greater Atlanta area and can't quit talking about himself. And it's and he said, "It's not going to pay a lot of money." I'm like, "Dude, I'll mow your lawn for a fucking year." I didn't mean me personally, but
you'll get somebody.
I'll get my agent to do it. And
nice.
So it's a good movie. I don't know when it's coming out because I'm just not in the loop. My wife and I went to Berlin in January to see the world premiere at the Berlin Film Festival, and we took our mothers, and I don't recommend this. Our mothers they're really good friends. They're little bitty. They're both around 5 feet tall, and they hold hands everywhere they go. And so we were there for 10 days, and it was just freezing cold. So we had 10 days of, "I don't think I have one of my gloves." I'm like, "All right, I know. All right, let's go get you another pair of gloves then, Mama. They sell them all over this town."
We'll find you.
Well, I really like those gloves, and well, they're gone now, Mama. Let's move on. Just like those bits.
Right. One more thing, because we're just getting to know Ron White. I hope you come back and see us. Arrested 2008 marijuana possession. I just saw this on the sheet.
Yeah.
If you don't want to talk about it.
Oh, no, I don't care.
I don't care. But they found what? Pot on your private plane?
Yeah. Yeah. What happened was I fired these 2 pilots for being just incompetent dickheads, and then they were such dickheads they started following my plane around on a software called FlightAware. If you know the tail number, you can follow any plane in the world anywhere it goes. And then before I'd land in a town, they'd call the cops and tell them it's a drug plane. So the cops come out with, guns and dogs and SWAT teams, and that's pretty fucking funny. And one time it worked. He goes, "What'd you tell a doctor to get a prescription for marijuana?" I said, "Well, the doctor asked me if I had any symptoms." And I said, "I get bummed when I run out of weed." Stamp. Marijuana cures that.
All right, Ron White. This was a pleasure, man.
Yes.
Hey, thanks. Man, you
Finally
guys
got
have
to
a
be
great
Ron
show.
White. How cool is that?
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel. Now, more legendary O&A appearances from our favorite stand-up comics. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues.
This is segment 6. Fucking Dane Cook and fucking Bill Burr and fucking Bob Kelly. All these fucking guys from Boston. Fucking Bob Kelly's a fucking cocksucker. Yeah, you know what, dude? Fuck you, cocksucker. This was one of the rare occasions where Dane come in the studio. He's usually too hoity-toity. He's on the fucking phone or something. And Bill Burr, what is he, cold or something? That's what I always call him. I go, "Hey, it's Bill Burr! Burr!" And I fucking stand there and shake for like 5 minutes. Everybody cracks up. And fucking Bob Kelly. They're all in studio. And they talk about how they came up in comedy together. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? Hey, remember that time that I told that joke? Fuck you, cocksucker.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
Dane, what's up, brother?
Look who's got to take the fucking couch.
Bobby.
What? What's wrong with
Bobby's got to take the
Please.
couch.
It's the first time he's ever been asked to sit on the couch.
Usually they put the big shot over there.
That was just hurtful and mean.
I'm kidding, Bob.
Settle down. I was just talking to him about the Propecia and the Rogaine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was thinking. I think I want hair again. I think I might.
Yeah.
I think I might go the
You
way
gotta
of
go
the
some
Anthony.
follicles. I'm getting a great mullet growing
I got a
back
video.
there. I gotta get rid of this.
Sure bought it.
Can I have some of your mullet?
Yeah, I'll give it from the donor area. Yeah.
What's your video?
I took the Propecia and I started coming yellow chunks.
What?
I'm
For
not
real?
even kidding. Honest to God,
You're supposed to put it on your head. Bob was dipping his cock in Propecia.
He's got really hairy balls. In his dick hole. What the fuck are you doing?
You know what, dude? You're bald. You put the hair back on. Boom, you got hair again.
Cup of
Boom,
coffee,
dude.
cigarette.
Yeah, coffee, wear a hat.
Dane said he's got a video.
What's the video?
Yeah, somebody sent Jay Hall's brother.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
From Chicago had our first. It was '92, and it's all of us doing our stand-up and then sketches. It's the whole show.
Wow. Yeah, we did improv, which is one letter short of improve.
No. Right here's our improv. Here's our improv. We're so savvy. We're on stage and we're like, all right, we need a fake movie. And, improv is like the first thing somebody yells out.
Yeah.
We're sifting through all the options. Guys like Ghost House, and we're looking at each other. Nah. What else? Keep
Pick a better one.
Until you yell something we've done before.
It's fucking improv. You're supposed to just
go with the first one.
No. Improv stink. I just hate it.
You know, my girl's taking
watching it. It's
my girl's taking an improv class, and she actually gave me the book on how to do improv and everything, and the amount of swipes they take at stand-up comedians.
Oh, you shitting me, really?
I was
There's
reading
that
it on the
whole
plane.
war
I just
going
kept
on
going
improv?
they're just like, this isn't like a stand-up comedian where it's all been rehearsed time and time again. Sure, there might be a little bit of improv. It's just like,
it's great when
if
you
I wrote
go,
a book
okay,
about
and freeze.
But if I wrote a book about stand-up, at no point would I feel the need to take a swipe at people who do improv.
Because they're fucking jealous that I'm telling you, improv people are fucking jealous that they can't just stand there with a microphone. They need 8 other people. And when they run out of fucking steam, they yell tag, and the next asshole comes and bails them out. We don't have that option. You think I don't want to yell tag sometimes when I'm fucking eating my balls? Please come up and help me.
Yeah. Now, wasn't that improv right there? Did you have all that written and
I
worked
said
out?
that actually yesterday morning, exact same time.
Every morning,
8:40 break.
Right.
I tried it on 800 different radio stations before I came. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the Opie and Anthony show, you improv improv every day.
Oh my God, we don't know what the fuck we're going to say next.
We're reading a teleprompter right now.
Yeah.
The whole rule of improv too, like #1 golden rule: don't deny, don't deny. And our whole thing was deny.
Yeah.
We would mess with each other. You know, you'd be like, oh, you know, obviously holding like a fake baby rocking back. Why are you carrying your own tire from your car? And it was just we destroy each other with denial.
Like comedy cock block.
You guys are all the biggest assholes out there.
That's fantastic.
Comics are just
Fuck 'em.
assholes.
Yeah.
Don't let anything
Sometimes the problems will be false.
Yeah.
I just found it fucking. This just sucks. I ordered an egg white omelet with ham, and there was a carrot in the middle of it.
Why egg whites with ham?
Fuck. Why is there orange?
Like, why bother with
if you're
the
gonna
ham?
have the
part?
ham, you might as well just go all in with the eggs.
Go with the yolk. The yolk is the best
No,
tasting part.
I like egg white.
And douse it in salt and
The only
pepper.
time I like the yolk is when it's gooey.
Yeah, you could have it
Shoots
like
out
loose.
when you
Some
bite it in a
side up.
sandwich.
Get it
It just
loose.
shoots out, and then you wipe it up with a fucking
Some toast.
Yeah,
Good shit right there, man.
Don't get me going on fat stories. Don't get me going. I actually was in Miami Improv. I went to El Polo Tropical and ordered $40 worth of meat.
Ooh.
The next year I went back, they remembered me. You were like, "Oh, you last time here, most meat ever."
Remember we had like that session at Fogo?
Session?
We sat there so long that the knives were dull by the time the check came.
How about the other night? We were working up for like 2 weeks straight, eating egg whites and chicken breasts.
Oh, yeah.
And then I brought up McDonald's for some reason.
Oh, no.
How I hate getting fries, one fry, large fry, because it ends. You know, you get to the end, and you're like, that's that one mushy fry at the end that you try to. Should I dip it in ketchup? Should I eat it raw? How should I enjoy?
You eat a large fry and you're upset that it ends. Dude, fat people make food so fucking gross.
He goes,
they just make it gross.
So he tells me, he goes, well, do what I used to do. I used to get 3 large fries, put them in a bag. That way, I'm not going to eat them all, but they never end.
It's never ending. That's a great way to go about it.
Oh, that's
So,
fantastic.
We're talking about it. Then we decide we're going to do it
You just
one
eat it
one
till you
day.
sleep.
We decide we're going to do it one day, and then it turns into either tomorrow night or the next night, and then we're driving by McDonald's after the gig, and we're like, dude, there's a McDonald's, and we're going back and forth. All of a sudden, the stupid limo driver just turns in, like
Turned in.
He
made the decision
He did.
for you.
We weren't going to say yes. So like for the whole time, we're like, yeah, dude, there it is. And this guy just gets in the drive-through.
We just froze and stared at each other.
And he did that thing where he pulled up so the mic was next to the back, the back window. So we had the entire option to be like, no, we're good.
Dude, two double quarter pounders with cheese, a shake, 10 chicken McNuggets, 3 fries each.
Yeah.
Each.
Yeah, they had to drop new fries for us. That's pretty.
Then we got on the plane. We had Tyson documentary, and then we ate all the food. I thought it was fucking hallucinating because we saw the northern lights were coming from Alaska. So I look out the window and it's just green and purple. I'm like, I'm dying. I caught diabetes.
He's got like so full of trans fats, he can't recognize colors anymore.
That's fucked up.
You know what's funny though is you sit there and you say you're not going to eat it, but the second you get a whiff of that grease, it's over.
It's fucking over.
It's one of
really
the
is.
great smells that's on this planet.
You guys like the Tyson documentary? How great was that?
Yeah.
To see Tyson have a fucking brain.
Yeah, man. He's like Mensa smart, man. That guy was
absolutely. No one knew that.
So intelligent.
You knew
and then
how
we
to
watched
communicate.
Anvil. Have you seen that documentary?
I love Anvil.
I had Anvil in here. Yeah.
It was so
It's
great.
good to know that they're doing okay.
Yeah, but now I heard they're going to do the soundtrack for like Iron Man 2.
Yeah, now they're as big as
That's
you can
incredible.
They made it
I
because
wanted
they
to see that
didn't
one.
make it. Like, it's a fucking paradox. They made it because they hadn't made it for so long.
Yeah, that's what I'm
and
hoping
that's
for.
the only way they made it.
I'm hoping to make a documentary next year.
Have you seen it, Ed?
No, I haven't seen it
Bill,
yet.
you've seen it?
No, I didn't see it.
I got to see it. You
I've
feel
been
so
meaning to
bad
see
for the one guy because he's just believing in the dream that he should have gave up on 20 years ago.
He's got the lip quiver. Maybe we're going to do this, and we have to all agree that it will.
No, he was just freezing in the meat locker where he works.
And then they go to What he had to do? He had to deliver. He had to deliver meals. He had to deliver meals to the elderly or something in the middle of winter.
But this is the worst part. The bass player, who's the shit at any band, he was his boss at the fucking vegetable factory, wherever the fuck he worked.
Yeah.
So he's the one who makes all the vegetables and puts them in the tins. This asshole has to go get it from the bass player. And he's got an attitude and shit. Like he has a chef's jacket on and he's fucking mixing vegetables for homeless
everybody
people.
who works at the restaurant makes fun of him. Why are they still long hair? Dude, they're in a band.
He walks by, they're like, metal on metal.
I love documentaries. But
Talking about forks.
This is one of the best one. This is one of the best documentaries, though. I mean, they're at big, huge festivals in Europe, and the guys that they came up with could give a shit that they're there, and they're all excited, like Lars is going to recognize them and stuff. And they just get the cold shoulder from everybody else in
and his own
business.
kid. And whenever your kid is like, they're like, "What do you think of your dad's music?" and the kid's like, yeah. At least to have the kid be like, "No, my dad rocks." That would fill me up. And instead, I ate 2 more large fries and stared at the Northern Lights.
And the family doesn't believe in him anymore.
Oh, sister?
The sister's still giving him money to keep his dream alive because she's very rich, I guess.
Yeah.
He's fighting with club owners over $100 fucking, $100 for a gig or something.
In fucking Germany.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Did you guys see?
What about the tour manager crying on the train tracks?
Yeah, but she wasn't even a tour manager, right? She was just a fan from Europe who wrote them and was like,
that was
I believe
banging
in
one
you.
of the band
and
members.
Yeah, but she kept fucking everything up.
Right.
I mean,
And then
taking
she
buses
breaks-
and rickshaws and
That
shit
sounds
to
like
gigs.
Spinal Tap. Totally like
It's-
chick gets in charge.
It's pretty
and
much
fucks
it
things
is.
up.
I mean, the train goes and they're still on the platform, and she breaks down crying. And then I forgot their names, but they're like, "What do you mean you didn't buy tickets?"
Yeah.
And now they're just stuck in the middle of Europe with no fucking plan, and she's crying.
I have no
It's like-
heart for anybody who goes with the excuse of I'm trying so hard for you. How about fucking prepare a year in advance instead of trying to wing my career? I am doing everything that I can to what? You made one phone call to see if a train was coming.
Can you imagine
You
Barry
suck.
Katz doing that to you, Dane?
I can imagine. I witnessed it firsthand. It's called the first 5 years of my career.
There's Alex out there. There's the fucking.
What's up, Alex?
That's the man right there.
Alex is the main guy now?
We call him Tree Face.
Alex.
Yeah?
Yeah, he
What's
looks like
Alex all
an
about?
old man in a tree. What the Look at it. Look at him.
About
Fucking
fucking
You
big
know what
jaw.
that reminds me of, though, when you talk about like that whole I'm trying. I was sitting. One of my pet peeves is when you're sitting in the green room at the at a club and there's no waitress and you're sitting. There's no water. There's no food or anything. So 3 times I got to ask to get a waitress to come back. I'm fucking starving before I do a show. So finally, this waitress comes walking in and she just goes, "Oh my God, I'm like the worst waitress ever." And I go, "Really? Well, can you send the good one back here?" It's like, what, because you called yourself out for sucking? Like, now I'm supposed to accept it? Oh, now it's funny. Now it's funny because you said you suck, so now I can just
Now
enjoy
you go, "Oh my God, I'm the worst tipper ever." So this is a great combination.
She read one of those dumb books about you got to own your own stuff so that nobody can take your power and fuck with it. So she came in. I am the worst ever. What's my move on the chessboard?
How to suck and still succeed. Just admit to it before somebody calls you out on it. There you go.
But you take it to another level of like, your boyfriend must hate you. Just something weird. When she walks away, like, what?
Make her
I'm a
leave
bad waitress,
angry.
but I'm not a bad
Well, that's just going
girlfriend.
to spit in your food. Do you worry about that?
She probably will.
At a comedy club?
Well,
probably make it taste better. Fucking shitholes.
We were talking about
stupid chicken
We were
wings.
talking about this last night when
quesadillas.
Oh, fucking dumb quesadillas and skirt steak. Fucking
all I
poor
have.
man's steak.
when you meet somebody and you go, oh, it's really nice to meet you, and they go, well, we've actually met before. They pull that in front of other people. This girl, oh, hey, yeah, it's cool, nice to meet you. No, we met before.
Yeah.
And I'm just staring at her, and everybody's kind of looking. It's that awkward moment. I'm like, oh, yeah. Yeah, what's up? What's going on? You don't remember.
That's
you
what
don't
I
really remember.
I love that one, too, where it's like, hey, how you doing? You're like, hey, what's up? You don't remember me, do you?
ya?
It's like, why do you got to put me in that fucking position?
No, I don't.
You know,
Yeah, no, I
kind of
don't.
No, I absolutely don't.
We
I don't.
meet a few people. I might not remember fucking, you know.
I have cousins I don't even know their fucking names.
Right.
Exactly.
I have people in my family at barbecues
You
like,
don't
who's that
You
little
don't remember
cute
we
girl?
talked for, and they know the time limit you talked? We talked for like a half hour
Yeah.
at a party.
Oh, really? Or they go, all right, what's my name? Because sometimes I try to bluff, go, do you remember me? I go, yeah, hell yeah. What's my name? All right, look, I gave you an out to feel good. Now I'm just going to dive on you. Yeah, I have no fucking clue who you are. I don't care about you.
I'm even bad if I know people. Sometimes I get like a panic, like, oh, fuck. So I literally, if I was working with these two guys, I've known these guys for like 17 years. If I was working with them just as a backup plan, I'm such a moron. And if I was hosting the show, I would write their names on my hands. Not these guys, but you know what I mean? Like guys, you know what I mean? I would literally have to be writing that. That was my big panic as a host, that I was going to forget the name.
I've had people come up and I'm like, all right, someone's coming. I know the face. I don't know the fucking name. So you turn to whoever you're with and go, all right, I'll say hello. Immediately introduce yourself, and I'll be like, oh, I'm so rude, I'm sorry. And then right when they say the name, you go like, Karen, this is Karen, to try to make it seem
it's
like
a timing
you knew
thing, though.
It is totally a timing thing. And then I blame
that.
myself. I'm like, oh, I'm so fucking rude. I'm sorry. Yes, of course.
I thought you guys met, but you guys didn't meet before.
Yeah, I thought you did.
I got that worked out with my girlfriend. That's the deal. I go, look, if I don't introduce you
immediately,
in the first 3 seconds, introduce yourself
and go,
my
he's rude.
Yes.
And you know what the worst thing is?
Right.
The worst thing is when your girl says, you know, hey, I'm Karen, and then the other guy goes, oh, hey, how's it going? You're like, fuck, say your name.
What's your name, dude?
Say your name.
Okay, and then here's
your job to get both their names.
I get so paranoid with being the guy that goes, what's up, bro? Because usually, hey, what's up, bro? What's up, man? Leads to it. Then I try to get clever, and I'm like, muchacho. And I end up calling him some weird.
You're going to Chief Champ. You're going everywhere. What the fuck
What's
is your
up,
name?
Lips? I give him a nickname.
The fucking bro thing used to work, though. You could get out of situations by just saying, hey, bro,
what's up, man?
Here's the worst one I've had recently. I went to town to this club, and there was some chef at a restaurant, right? He was a big fan, so, yeah, come on down. So we go down there. This guy feeds us like it's the last Thanksgiving ever. Everything on the menu. It was like bizarre. Like we had like shrimp, and then waffles came out. It was unreal, but it was all delicious. And I hung out and talked to this guy for 45 minutes. And he goes, yeah, I'm coming out to the late show tonight. I go, all right, dude, well, hang on. I'll get you a DVD. Thank you so much, blah, blah, blah. So the end of the show, the guy stands in line like a regular person. So I'm totally in robot mode going, hey, did you have a good time? All right, thanks a lot. So the guy who just made me a free meal, he's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, hey, man, did you have a good time? Do you want a DVD or something like that? And the guy's looking at me, and I totally didn't even recognize him.
Did he pay for it?
No, he ended up walking away, and then the middle act. Then the middle act comes up to me and he goes, "Oh, did you see Chef Chris? Chef Chris came out." I go, "Wait a minute." And I go, "Oh, fuck!" And I had panic. No, but I went down to his restaurant the next day with DVD in hand. I was just like, "Dude, you got to understand. People come up to you and they say, my brother just died. He liked your comedy. Or they're just like bizarre shit." People slapping you on the back really hard, spitting in your face.
Right, go fuck
but dude, there's no excuse. Like I literally, I was still full from what the guy fucking cooked me, and I couldn't remember what.
And a gay guy, Robert
Kelly.
No, yeah, I said great hair.
Oh, that was back in the day. You did.
I did.
You had a model, motherfucker.
Oh, fuck, nice hair. I could have been a menudo. And he had the fuzziest pink. It was just this hairy, fuzzy pink sweater.
You're right.
It was so hot. He just made the wrong choice in wardrobe, and he was sweating the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That music.
It was always like a Casio keyboard, some really cheesy saxophone.
There's always a bouncer at the front door of the club. Who's like, and they turn and they do the fake freeze, but they're still kind of moving.
And there's the name.
And then when they show the performer, he's got to do that surprise look, like he doesn't know the camera, like the double take. Huh?
Hey!
Then he runs to the backside entrance, and he enters this. It's a bad cut to the stage too. It's like, no, I'm running right from the alley, right onto.
Back then,
the white balance is all wrong.
He's gotten a haircut since the opening shot.
One comic's putting his fucking jacket in a locker, like comics get lockers.
God damn, those were really. They're on like HBO Classic now. Every so often they pop on, and you see these guys that wound up becoming huge, and then these other guys are like, who's that?
Yeah,
that's like he just fucking muddled his way through comedy clubs and never made a dent.
Nothing.
Nothing.
That gay guy with the pink sweater was just sweating his whole set.
Do you remember there was a guy on Stand Up Spotlight? Every time when he would finish his act, he would do a backflip. He would he'd do a backflip and then do like this big, like he was doing the YMCA. He'd just do the Y. He would do that. And I remember this before I got in comedy, and I was embarrassed. I actually liked the guy. I was literally like the moron comedy fan. Like, this is the guy who does the backflip. He's the backflip guy. Totally so.
I hope he's in a motorized wheelchair now, running it with his mouth because he fucked up one night. I used to do comedy. I did a backflip.
What's the comic's name that was in the wheelchair where you used to forget him upstairs all the time at the end of the show?
Yeah, he had the mustache, the red.
Matt Malley.
What? Is he a Boston guy?
It was like there was fucking 3 huge flights of stairs to get up to the comedy club, and there was just a big, huge picture window.
Yeah.
And we'd all, a great show, we out front. Hanging out, smoking butts, and we'd always look up and just see him steaming up the window because we forgot him upstairs.
Yeah, but his wheelchair was like the template wheel. It was like made of concrete.
It was the heaviest thing you ever
alloy that was like found on Mars. It was six of us.
Yeah, it's like the Flintstone wheelchair. You're like wheels made out of stone. Everybody used to.
He had a teak backboard on it. We used to have to lift him.
Dude, that guy one time, he booked me at he told me it was a high school. He goes, well, I got a gig. It's a high school. Me and remember Jim Dunn?
Yeah.
He goes, me, Jim Dunn, and Matt Malley books us at this high school, right? And we're sitting there going like, oh, my God, this is going to be brutal. It's a high school. What the fuck am I going to talk about? When we talk about, dude, we show up. It's a junior high.
Holy shit.
We're standing backstage. The kids are so young. Their voices haven't even changed yet. So it's just to see it. We're just sitting there going like, oh, my God, we're going to die.
I hope he does a backflip.
Yeah.
Is this backflip guy?
So the principal shows up, who actually looks like an ex-Marine or like a janitor. He goes, all right, I'm doing the intros. What do you got me to say? So he tells me intros, and he comes walking out, and the kids are like, this is the intro. He goes, and we are quiet, please. And everybody just shuts up. And he starts he starts berating them, saying if anybody says, yells out anything, they're getting detention and all that. So I think, and we were so, how did it go? I forget the lineup, but all I remember was, I think me and Jim went on first, and then Matt was closing it out, and he was eating his balls, his numb nuts, just sitting there. And we sat back there and enjoyed it. We were so fucking mad at him. We were so mad at him for booking that. We just sat. It was the best part. It was worth eating my balls out in front of them.
He was nervously rolling back and forth.
I did a gig. He booked me and Al Dalbeni at the White Stallion. It was just like a bikie bar way up in New Hampshire, and we're hanging out with it's just a hell gig. It's just terrible. And the owner comes out to start the show, and he's shit-faced. He grabs the mic. He goes, all right, we start the show. There's like 4 people, drunk fucking MILF. And he goes, all right, we're going to bring up the first guy. He's in a wheelchair. Get this. This is how it happened. He was emptying a fish tank out the window, and it pulled him out. And he fell on his neck and snapped his neck, and he paralyzed himself. He goes, hey, Matt, why didn't you just fucking let go of the fish tank, stupid? Matt Malley, everybody. And then he wheels up.
That might be the best intro I've ever heard.
That's fucking bad, man.
I'm not going to say the comic's name just out of being nice, but there was a comic who used to have a lazy eye, and he was unbelievably sensitive about it. Unbelievably sensitive. So I'm bombing. It's this hell gig. It's a 2-story bar, and we're upstairs, and they have like screen windows. There's like a carnival across the street. It was just fucking horrific. So the dude goes up to host the show. He's all excited because he finally has a room to do with the lazy eye, and then literally he gets like, hey, how's everybody doing? And like the guys from like Time to Kill are literally sitting in the front row, and the guy just looks right at him and he goes, dude, the fuck is wrong with your eye? Right? Dude, he had nothing. He was just standing there going I can't believe you said that.
You think he'd have something?
I think he would have worked on his lazy eye material.
And then he's trying to get pity from all these other people playing like pinball. They don't even give a shit. Can you believe someone would say something like that?
Why'd you be so mean?
I know you're
talking about. Comeback for that?
It wasn't even who? Oh yeah. Remember the guy? Who was the guy that had this? Who would bleed because he had that skin disease and he would just bleed?
How do I forget that guy?
The guy, remember, he was just red all the time. He was always red, and then he would bleed. He'd have to have a napkin because his lips would chap up so bad and his face would chap up. He would just start bleeding. And then you'd go to eat with him after. I used to have to tell him, go sit at another table because you're bleeding. I can't watch you dab blood onto a fucking tissue.
It was like his whole body was chapped lips.
Yeah.
And if he would go to...
He was shiny because he always had to grease. He had to dip his head in grease before he went out.
Vaseline.
I remember that guy.
Talking about.
Holy shit. You remember that guy?
I don't know.
Was he funny at least?
No.
Scaly. Like, it was
what the fuck did he have?
Man.
Dude, I don't know, but he was
awful.
shiny all the time because he had to always condition his face. And he would bleed. Like on stage, he'd have a napkin, dab, because when he'd tell a joke, his lip would crack sometimes and just start bleeding.
Just start bleeding?
Oh.
That's horrible.
Oh, it was
what
awful.
kind of affliction is that? There's no God.
You just took the fun out of the room with that story.
God.
There's no God. Jesus.
No
Where
God.
do we go with that one?
Makes you bleed.
Almost made me gag.
I'm getting crazy signs. We got to get Dane out of here. He's got stuff to do.
Okay.
So. Are you sticking around, though,
How's
Bobby?
your burn, by the way, Bobby?
Yeah, it's good.
What
Yeah.
happened?
You all right?
Oh, this cock's
Hey,
fucking.
hey.
We, you know, we're. You know, we're. You know, you
now
fuck.
it's 6 minutes.
You fuck around. Easy. Easy. Yeah, I'll fuck.
You just called me a cock blank.
You burned me.
You just called me a cock blank.
Now I'm going to do 28.
All right, Bobby, just bring people up.
I'm lighting you on your intro.
Oh, fuck you, both of you.
That's kind of funny.
I'm gonna bump into your time, and I'm gonna do the whole show, just annoy everybody. Every little girl's gonna go, "What the fuck?" We fuck around backstage all the time. We throw shit at each other and fucking whip each other with coat hangers and just punch each other in the face. And
of course, yeah.
This fucking dummy grabs a what was it?
What'd you do first? Let's start with the...
I hit him in the nuts.
Yeah,
with
okay.
a Fuji bottle.
Which immediately takes you to DEF CON, I'm doing anything I can to get back you. I have to go on stage in 10 minutes, you just hit me with your, in the nuts.
I gotta go on stage in fucking 13 seconds, and you burnt me with a fucking flat iron.
That is true.
What?
He pinched my elbow with a flat iron.
Jesus Christ.
But this is his theory. He goes, dude, I didn't know it was that hot. I put it on my head all the time. I go, dude, it's a fucking, the word iron is in it. It's fucking...
Dude, he's got the John Bender do I stutter burn.
Holy shit.
This is what you get when you
It looked
open
like an
for
arrowhead
Dane
for like
and
a
spill
week.
paint in the garage.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I stutter?
Oh, you're getting one tonight.
Smoke him up, Johnny!
Yeah.
I know Dane's had a tough year, but now he's fucking taking it on his fucking friends.
You know when somebody burns you and you, like somebody...
He's testing your loyalty.
Some accidental shit happens and you get fucking angry and
You
you're...
hit me in the balls, though.
Yeah, dude, you fucking burned me.
Yeah, but you can still
it
be
sounds
a
like you
father
hit him in
after
the
that
balls
one.
first.
Oof,
He
I
did.
was so...
He did, right?
No, I was
Sir,
second. He actually...
Sir, he did.
He did.
Who's
You
sir?
started it.
No,
Me. I'm sir.
Sir, see? Changes the whole mood. Just
I'm the judge.
It became testimony.
playing
I'm
the
the
judge.
I'm the jury right
All right,
here.
here we go. All right, ready? Let's
I
fucking
was
play
trying to get the tattoo so I could ruin it.
Let's.
Yeah, you don't like that tattoo either, do you?
No,
we
I'm
hate
kidding.
it.
I really
We
guys
just
don't-
haven't told him to
Are
his
you
face
done?
yet.
Are you done?
Yes, Bobby, go ahead. Match the hat.
Shut your face.
Is it a dragon, Bob?
Yeah.
It's a koi.
No, it's a dragon.
Where's the koi?
Is it a fish?
That one's over here.
Oh, I'm
Can you
sorry.
get a picture? Tattoo you like fly
I just
fishing
remembered I hate two of your
on
tattoos.
your other shoulder with like the big rubber pants.
Look, we got to
That'd
get
be a
Dane
good
out
one.
of there. Pacing.
What's that?
Tell your story.
Get a tattoo of you like fly fishing on your arm. Be a cool one, man.
Yeah.
Big rubber pants. Be like an action one where you can tell like the thing's moving and you found your piece.
Like if I flex my muscles,
Yeah.
the fucking.
He does have a good whip.
Okay, but I burnt you once.
Oh, yeah,
but how
go
many
ahead.
times do I give you a big hug and I say, Bobby, I want you to be your best tonight, and I really want to see you succeed. Go out and make these people laugh. How many times do I embrace you at that?
What are you, Bon Jovi? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Aw,
How many times do I tell you I believe in you?
Yeah,
and-
that's so nice, Bobby.
Yeah, why would you hit him in the balls
what's wrong
like
with
that?
you?
Yeah, see?
First of all, we were
What was
fucking
the
around.
precursor?
All right, who's the judge? You the judge?
I'm the judge.
You're the jury?
I'm not a fan of hanging out with guys that like to do ball shots.
Yeah.
All right, listen
I have
to
a
me.
brother
Ball
that's
shots.
into that.
Exactly.
My
Thank you,
brother's
sir.
so into
Sir,
just ball
thank you.
shotting guys.
What happened? Did you burn your retinas looking up at the big Dane Cook sign as you walked into the arena? Is that too mean?
A little bit. I took a couple shots though.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
so.
you're gonna do it tonight, anyways.
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I thought. I thought it was going to be funny, like a couple of lugs sitting at a lunch counter.
It wasn't that it wasn't funny. funny. It was just too wordy. You just fucking looking up at the thing and the retinas and the
there's a lot of
I just don't want to be in trouble
There
for
is no
keeping Dane
story.
in studio too long.
There's no
He
story.
was fucking with me.
So you ball shot.
No, he was fucking with me, antagonizing me.
What was I doing?
I don't know. You're doing some horse shit.
See, you
doing
didn't
some
even know,
stupid
so
shit.
it was
You were doing
superfluous.
some shit in my face, and he did something.
Why did it
Yeah.
involve some kind of movement?
It was.
dance?
It had movement. I don't know why. That's all I remember is movement.
It's good to know you guys hate each other. I love this.
And then
I love it. I love it.
So I took the bottle and I didn't throw it like a fucking baseball pitcher. I tossed it, a little Fiji bottle.
No.
Tossed
It
it.
was like a skee ball toss.
Oh, really?
I'm not that good at skee ball though.
Yeah, he was going for the 100 point.
And hit him in the nut, and then he grabbed the iron and pinched my elbow.
Wow, that's fucking great. We got to hang out.
Yeah.
You're sick like
I
me.
wish I had it on video.
What,
Yeah, why
burning
don't
me?
you videotape everything? You don't have that?
What are you talking about? You videotaped me fucking my knee. When I broke my fucking leg, this cocksucker, I look up, he's looking at the camera lady who wanted to put the camera down and felt bad. I see him doing the rolls, keep rolling sign, pointing at her.
Old school too, right? Old school. Keep it rolling.
But he pointed at her. I saw her point at her and go, "You fucking keep rolling." And then he does the roll, and she puts the camera back up with a tear in her eye.
It's a great moment, though.
But
He captured. Man recognizes
that's a true
drama.
producer.
I
though,
told
right
him, I
there,
said,
yeah.
Bobby,
Knows how to produce.
I know that a month later you would have been like this. Dude, you should have rolled on that, dude. You should have. See, I did it for you, Bobby.
It's one of the greatest video clips
That's
ever,
gotta
though,
be
man.
I'm going to get you the clip that I just got of Bobby and I in 1992.
Oh, good. Please.
It's crazy weird.
Yeah.
We
Is
both
this
had
the
it.
red VCR tape that
You know
I
what
had
you're
for
doing?
you?
You know what you're doing?
not
It's
the
our
red tape.
first
I still have
paid
that.
gig, like a check. And Bobby, you were like mad at Al, who was videoing, and you go on a rant, a Bobby rant, maybe one of the first ones. I think I might have captured the first, like,
Bobby rant.
He's like, dude, I told you, dude, none of you guys believed in it. I said we're going to get paid, dude, and then we're getting paid. And his hair is just all over the place, like Pirates of the Penzance hair. You know, just, dude, and now look, dude, look at the check. We get the check. It's
Like $85.
You got to see it.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chippersen Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
This is segment 07. This is with Jim Breuer and Dennis Leary. Dennis Leary was talking, and Jim Breuer just came or something, and they were talking about doing comedy in the past. And Jim's got a documentary on his father about military veterans and how old people think. I don't know my father. He's been away for a long time. He sells encyclopedias. My mother would always say, Chipper, your father called, but you wasn't home. And she said that all those guys that come over are my father's friends and they're helping fix the house. My father didn't have any white friends.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony show on Sirius XM.
Brewer, what the fuck? You don't say, hey,
Jim Brewer.
Are you doing the stuff
How
I saw
old are
you
you
doing?
now?
45.
Fuck,
You're
man.
you're
We are
about a
fucking
decade ahead
old.
of me.
Jesus Christ.
We're all old.
You used to be the really young guy.
He was the
I
kid.
know, I was
Or
the
one of the
baby.
really young guys. And now you're 45.
true.
How many
Brewer
kids
was
you
a
got?
kid.
3 girls.
3 girls.
The
Fuck.
oldest is 13. I got a little kid hanging around the house now.
man.
I
but
can't
think
believe
he's
how old
gay,
we
but
are.
I'm not sure. I do, but I can't say that because I don't know if my neighbors listen.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I
Can't say
think
that.
the kid, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
the kid
something
is
going on?
He just
the kid
doesn't know
helps
yet.
my wife decorate.
Oh shit!
Oh, yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
pretty
a
confident.
good problem to have.
He's like, Mr. Brewer, your new shades match your walls. What 12-year-old child
Knows
says
that shit.
None.
One that wants
None.
to fucking
Right, and this is
keep
what he
coming
said
to the
yesterday. He
house
said
without the father thinking anything.
because I want to know I'm not over welcoming my stay. Am I still okay if I could use your pool? Like, yeah, you can do. You know, he wears a collar shirt.
Yeah,
I think I'm all right.
No,
I think
you're
I'm
good.
all right.
You're
I
good.
think you're
Yeah,
good, man.
You're good.
I feel confident.
Yeah, no, you're all right. She's 13 and she looks like what? 18?
She looks like she's 18.
Yeah.
Well, that he is really, maybe he's really smart, and maybe he's throwing the
Yeah.
fucking psych game
That's
at
what
you.
I think.
Good one.
Hey,
That's
he's
what I
pulling
think,
Bill
too.
Russell.
Smart, man.
He's pulling a Bull Russell on.
He may be doing that. That could be. 'Cause
Imagine that.
He's like, hey, listen, I'm going to make your dad think I'm gay. So
Yeah.
he has no idea how deep we're going in this relationship.
Yeah,
because even that, like, he'll when he talks to her, he stands really close, and he frails with his wrist, but he'll touch her arm and stuff. But she doesn't give an ounce. She doesn't give an ounce. She doesn't give.
Have you spoken to her about how far the relationship's
Yeah,
gone?
she shuts it down instantly. She's like, no.
Yeah.
No. Where she has
No.
clearly showed who she's liked. See, but she's a smart cat, too. I don't know if she's playing with my emotions either.
Look at you. You got to fucking try to figure all this
Dude, I'm
shit
gonna start
out.
dressing like a transvestite just to keep boys away for the next 8 years.
I'd hang out with you more.
That's the only thing that'll keep chicks away. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. You may even be able to buy me.
Man, the fucking mind games that are going on. You got to figure out if they're bullshitting you about their sexuality.
I know how to
Wow.
change it. I'll bring them to the movie Spider-Man. Let them sit in the back. And then
what
I'll see
happens.
what's going on. That's what the kids do now, too. They sit in the back of the movie. They want to get dropped off the movie theater.
Oh, shit.
That's what goes on in my town. I got a lockdown in my town.
Dropped
I hear
off at the movie
all
theater,
what's
they
going
sit in the back.
And they pretend they're seeing the movie. They wait till you turn the corner, and they go suck face and this and that.
This and that.
Yeah,
Dude, it's a
I
nightmare.
love that he's saying this like this is a brand new thing.
Well, to me it is.
This is what we used to do.
That is
I
true.
remember fingering a girl during Friday the 13th, the original movie.
During the Defiant one, some guy got blown.
That is Defiant.
It really is.
Oh my God!
I wasn't in that world for years, though. I was
Yeah.
playing stickball until I was 15, 16.
Yeah.
Playing hockey.
No chicks, though? Come on.
I would show off with the chicks, but I wasn't.
Yeah, you weren't.
It wasn't happening,
trying.
right?
No.
That was all
Like
that there
13-year-olds.
was. That was all we wanted, though. As like my crowd of guys I hung out with, it was just
That's all any of
let's
us
go find
wanted.
chicks.
We just didn't
And
get
of course, you knew every girl wanted a fucking '69 Nova full of degenerates.
Right.
That's, you got any friends?
Right.
It's the last thing they
That's
wanted.
69 no, but now that's you know how much that car's worth now? It's fucking crazy.
Not after I was done with
Jesus
it.
Christ. The Plymouth Duster. Remember
Plymouth
those?
Duster. Another great one.
My brother had a Duster.
Let's go out in the Duster tonight. Fucking
Duster.
A.
I had a Nova, Chevy Nova, 73 Nova.
Hit the gas,
That's
faggot.
3 weeks.
Nova. What are you doing?
Yeah, hit the what? Get big fucking
Nova.
tires in the back, faggot.
Get the J.C. Whitney catalog and fucking get some good shit for it.
Yeah, that thing loaded down in the back of, where was it? Green Acres Mall. It was the only white guy.
Green
who ran
Acres
for my
Mall. Where the
life.
hell is that?
Long Island.
Valley Stream,
Oh,
Long Island.
Jesus. Valley Stream.
Island.
South Shore trash.
Chris, to
I love
think
it.
of it.
South Shore, white trash.
South
We
Shore's
ruled
trash.
the Long
The
Island.
fucking expressway is like the Mason-Dixon line of fucking Long Island.
It really
man.
was. You stay over there, I'll stay over here.
Stay over here.
What
in
would
the
Carl
North Shore.
think?
What?
What would Carl think?
Oh, Carl. Wow, I can't believe you brought Carl up.
My favorite. My favorite person, living or imagined.
I knew
Who's
he would
Carl?
be.
I don't remember Carl.
You guys just, he knows why he's coming down the street. Hey, listen, the jungle's back the other way there, LeBron.
You're out of your neighborhood.
There's no fruits in these trees, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it was one of those neighborhoods. It was one of those. Meanwhile, that was my dad. Breaking the lawn. Hey, the jungle's back that way, LeBron. There's no one in the mug here. We're all watching each other. Head back to the...
Hey, did you ever do more of the
He's 90.
documentary?
What?
You ever do more of that documentary?
No, but I think I'm gonna.
You should, dude.
You should,
Well, I've been
man.
thinking about it, and I think I may do it in the fall.
I almost called you once from a lobby. I was just thinking of you like, fucking, would you keep filming? You got more there.
No, you're right. I'm gonna film in the fall.
What's the documentary?
Him and
You
his
would
old
like
man.
it.
What is it?
It's. I took my dad on tour. He was 84, 85 at the time. Brought him on there. He's a World War II vet. Never talks about shit.
Right, of course.
Just talks about chick. Like he'll, if you ask him, "Hey, what was the war like?" He go, "Australia was fantastic. Had us on leave for 2 weeks." And that's all.
Right.
All he'll go. So it really was about. You know, I know he's not going to be living much longer. He's
Right.
starting to get senile.
Great idea.
I brought him on the road. It was touching. It was sad. It was a little disturbing at times.
It's really good.
And it is
Really good
I
movie.
fucking love it. It's
From what I saw,
the best thing
That's
I've
I
ever done.
love. That's right up my
But the
alley,
conclusion should be there's more information now. I think he should film more with his dad now. And,
Yes.
He's getting worse.
see if you can talk about the war. Maybe you can get him to talk about
You
it.
know what? They won't.
They won't.
They won't.
I tried. You see in the documentary, I asked
But
him
that's
a million
okay. I mean,
times.
that would be interesting to watch you try to make him talk about
Well,
it.
then I not that you'd watch it. I give you.
I would watch it.
I probe him literally every fit. We go to dinner, and I'll go. So what was the worst place? And he'll go. Well, what the fuck you want to know?
Yeah.
And I say, which island was the worst? He goes, they were all worse. Hey, look at that hot ass.
Oh, shit. Yeah, he doesn't want
Just
to
deflects, yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? Shit, I have Alzheimer's now, like dementia. I was going to ask you something when so does he mind the cameras when you're shooting him?
No, he's a ham and he's a scene stealer.
Oh, okay.
Like we're in. What's great is because he's older, so we're in a diner, and the chick comes up. And I had to edit a lot. I mean, he drops C words. He's really.
Are you ever?
You gotta keep those in.
I had to edit.
That's great. Come on.
Were you ever embarrassed?
Oh my God! Yeah, like the one place we were at. We're in the diner, and she comes up and he's going, he's a fag, right? And then she'd walk away. She's like, she's a cunt. She didn't get it. And then I go,
I didn't get it.
And then,
like, there's something to get just by pointing at someone saying he's a fag.
He's a fag. You know that, right?
I get it. He must be a fag. I get it.
She didn't get it. The best thing about him, I used to introduce him to stars, like whenever to start, and by far the best ever. Now this is years ago. This is Paul Abdul. Just this will explain my dad. I go to the bathroom. We're finishing the SNL party. I go to the bathroom, and the party's 5,000 people there, and you're kissing ass. Hey, you fucking great. Hey, you're great. Let's do things together. I come back.
Let's do things together.
Did they say that at the parties?
Oh my God!
Every single one. Like, man, we'll keep in touch. I'm still looking for a job.
Yeah.
I come back, and Paul Abdul is with him, laughing. He's naughty. I said, what's good? Yeah, now I already know. Some of the things he's been laying down. He goes like this, which to me is still the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life. He goes, Paula, you like playing puppy? And she goes, hook line, say, what's puppy? That's when I sniff your ass and you just growl. Oh my God. That's like in his 8. Oh yeah, he's fucking, yeah.
Oh wow.
And she's like,
Okay. Now,
I want to take him home.
Now you think about your dad. Now you think about your dad and what he was like on those 2 weeks leave in Australia that he talks about being the greatest 2 weeks of his life. How insane was that trip?
After it took a week-long shower to take the Japanese blood off his body.
Right. Just
that you know he saw.
They just strung Mussolini up and killed him and then went to Australia to drink and get laid for 2 weeks. What were they saying then?
Oh,
holy shit.
I can only imagine what they
And they were conquering heroes.
That's right. They were huge heroes. And those guys wear those hats. I always go up to any vet with a hat because they want you to go, hey, man, nice. All
right,
nice fucking
wearing the hat.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
I think last time I was here, when it was a guy with a hat, I went up to him in ShopRite. I said, World War II vet, thank you very much. And he goes, 3 years, 8 months, 22 days, 1942 to blah, blah, blah. We bought. He
rattles it off.
He just rattled the whole thing off.
Wow.
And because they want it, because they know it's over.
Jap bodies up to my knees as we storm that beach. I had a flamethrower.
Germans coming at me from the sky. Japanese coming at me from the ground.
We'd set them on fire so we wouldn't waste bullets.
Right, Jesus.
Shit that we will never, ever do in our lives.
Can't comprehend it. No.
Shit, Durning was on Rescue Me. And he was landed at Normandy, and he was in the Battle of the Bulge.
Jesus.
He's got one half of, I think it's his right leg, is still black from the frostbite from one of the battles.
Oh.
And he's got a mark in his chest that looks like somebody took a claw hammer and dug it into his chest. Is from when he was killing a Nazi guy.
Holy shit.
And the guy's hand was clawing as he was crushing the guy's face with a rock.
Charles Durning?
Charles Durning, right?
Face to face, and he's got a reminder.
But he never talked
like
about it.
that.
He would never talk about it. And I couldn't get him to talk about it. I'd write stuff into the scripts, and he would say it, but he would never talk about it, right? So then I went to do the Memorial Day thing one weekend, when they were honor the troops on PBS with Joe Montaigne and Sinise in Washington, and he was getting honored that year. And when I saw him backstage, when he was waiting to be introduced, and I saw Colin Powell and the heads of all 4 military who were about, to go on stage, walk up individually. He was sitting down, and shake his hand and talk to him. I went, wow.
All right,
he did something.
Yeah,
because these guys,
I got you.
Unbelievable.
Those guys didn't. It's weird.
We never talk about it.
They say that a lot of them wish they had therapy and stuff because it was healthier. But they those guys just didn't talk about that stuff.
I asked Durning about therapy, and this is a famous showbiz story. I'd heard that he once held a William Morris agent outside the window who didn't pay him upside down, like 15, 20 stories in the air. Right?
Suge Knight.
Right?
Yeah.
So I asked him one time,
Show.
I said, is it true that story about you holding the William Morris agent upside down, like 20 stories in the air? He goes, it was 15 stories, and that was my therapy after the war. And I was like, holy shit.
Wow. Well, I started learning about my dad by the town bully. And they were the Delapines, and when you grew up, and anyone that was in jail, you're like, holy shit, the fucking Delapines are in jail. Don't fuck with the Delapines. Kids stole my bike, all that shit. There was 8 of them. 3 of them were armed robbery. They're thrown in jail for armed robbery, but they were out. So, cut to, I'm 12 years old, and this is when I realized, like, there's something fucking off with my dad. My dad he's a little guy. He's smaller than me. The main Delapine is on my front porch. He rings the bell. My dad's already passed out from the fucking beer. My mom's 3 martinis in. That was the routine. Dad's beer is fucking Sue Simmons. He's out. Sue Simmons. Goddamn monkeys. All monkeys. All monkeys. Let's guess who did that. Monkeys.
Oh my God!
Stay out the scene. Stay out the.
Oh my God!
Oh, shit. They're out.
They're out cold.
The door rings. Delapines at the front door. I instantly have a heart attack. I'm so scared. I almost start crying. And he's looking right past me. He goes, "We want to talk to your father." And I went, my father's sleeping. And I look out. I swear on my children's lives, there's 3 of them on my porch. And there's 2 standing in my walkway and more outside their car, leaning against the car. And I go, my dad's sleeping. I feel a claw grab me, pull me aside, and my father walks out on the patio, and he goes, "What is it? Fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many car? You got 3 fags. There's 7 of you for one little old man?" He goes, "You may get the best of me, but one of you gonna fucking die." Which one's it gonna be? Is it gonna be you? Is it gonna be you? Which one of you fucks are gonna die tonight? Because you're gonna watch one of you fuckers die. And my mom's like, "Jesus Christ, Jim, get the goddamn house, and we're calling the cops, and his son's a cop." And the whole fucking now the oldest brother's going, you had a chain. You hit my little brother with a chain. And he takes out of his back pocket the dog leash, which we had a poodle. A little poodle. And he's like, "This is what you're worried about?" He goes, "Again, you got 5 seconds because I want to get it on. Who's going to die?" And they were like, "Oh, we really apologize. We didn't fucking mean it." And they left. And that was a defining moment the rest of my life. I looked at my dad like, "Were you fucking crazy? Do you know they have guns?" He didn't
care.
Guns.
I would have loved to have one of the Delapines die in that story.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
From a death blow to the neck, as your father throws a warning shot. What's this?
Blood coming out of every hole in his head. He just hits the
What does he
fucking
give a
neck.
fuck? He was in World War II. He doesn't give a fuck about the Delapines. Fuck you.
That's when I realized.
I love your dad.
I do too.
I haven't even met him, and I love him. I can't wait to see this fucking documentary.
I'm gonna give it to you.
It really is
fucking
good,
love
Dennis.
it. You're gonna love it.
It really is
man.
good.
And
a lot more people should be seeing this damn
You'll
thing.
fucking love it. It's
So-
hot, man.
How long is it?
It's an hour.
I'll make it longer.
You told me and you really made me think about it. I'm definitely gonna do it. I gotta, now I got a nurse, so you gotta clean. He wears diapers and shit. So it's, on that trip, he shit 3 times.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a rough thing to clean
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
It's fun to do for a film. But
Yeah.
You should film more if you can, though.
I am.
Yeah.
I just booked a whole fall tour.
Oh, you did?
I want to get a bus and just film the shit out of him. Because he's still funny. He's still...
Yeah, he fucking sounds it, man.
Dude, he's the ambulance comes over the house. He looks like he's dying, right? Everything out of his mouth is always funny. He always tries to be funny no matter what. They go, Mr. Breuer, you okay? You in pain? He goes, yeah, I'm in pain. Where's it hurt? He goes, I'm pregnant. I don't know who the father is, and I wouldn't tell you because then you'd start rumors. While he's drooling and his heads are twitching.
Can you imagine what he was like in the war?
Oh,
he literally was like that guy from Die Hard doing fucking one-liner, wise-ass one-liners while he was killing people.
Non-stop.
He must have been a fucking blast to hang out with in the war.
Well, it's funny. I would say so because as I grew up, he was just a dad, and it was my college year where kids would go, "You're a Breuer," because he's a lot older. Everyone thinks he's a grandfather. Where they go, "Your father, does he drive a garbage truck?" I go, "Yeah." Like, oh my, dude, I had your father for this. He's the funniest fucking guy I ever met in my life. I'm like, my dad is?
Yeah.
Funniest fucking guy. And as I got older, I mean, he started fights at town halls. He was
what a hero.
He was the clown of clowns.
What a hero.
But I didn't realize that as I got older. So that's another reason I made the documentary. Like,
He never had any war buddies come over or anything like that?
They all worked together. They all it was really sad. They all worked together at the sanitation place. They all got each other jobs. And two of his best friends died of a heart attack. They were all heavy fucking drinkers.
Yeah. Can you blame them?
No. One hung himself and one shot himself.
Jesus Christ.
My dad was the only one.
Wow.
My dad was the only one.
That's
that made it out of
hardcore,
his
man.
Group. Yeah.
That's crazy, right?
But
there.
that makes sense, doesn't it, when you think about it?
Oh,
like
man.
the horrors that they saw.
What they must have been through. You can't even fucking
But he
fathom.
never. And what I thought was amazing, which I brought out in the doc, is that he never put all that on me.
Right.
He was just a dad.
Right.
He was there at the games. He was at the thing. He never was like, you fucking guy. Even when I had my dangling cross earring and Judas Priest on the bag, like, fucking Judas Priest, Dad. And the singer, hey! That's great. That's great. It's great music. Never.
Kept it inside. Can you imagine what he would have said?
No, can you imagine?
Oh, my
God.
God.
I do.
You gotta love him for that shit, man. He's fucking A. What a guy.
What a guy.
Yeah, he could have been that. I defended the country for this shit.
Yeah, this is what I
to wear your
defended for.
faggot earring and fucking.
How's your mom
I just
doing?
love that he was out cold.
Yeah.
Just that story about the Delapines where he's out cold and after Sue Simmons. But as soon as there's a whiff of trouble for his son, he's not only is he wide awake, he's moved the son out of the way and is taking on 15 Delapines and doesn't give a fuck because at least that's a dad. That's
a dad.
Fuck
Hilarious. That's a dad.
I
and
love
there was like 2 or 3 of those incidents that I'll remember forever and ever.
Fucking great, bro.
Fucking animal.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
5, he had 10 brothers and sisters. 5, just the opposite of Band of Brothers. All 5 went to the war. All 5 came back.
Wow.
One was shot down in Germany. One was a prisoner of war.
I know.
Wow. They all fucking came back.
My Uncle Jerry came to this country and was here, and to get his citizenship had to join the army. So he went to Korea and fought. Again, came back, and he was fucked up, and it was shrapnel. He always acted like he had a great time, like it was the easiest thing in the world. But when he died, and the guys that he served with came to his funeral, this is like 2 years ago, we started hearing all this shit about, we used to be afraid of him because he was so fucking crazy. And they showed us pictures.
Shit.
We're looking at pictures of him on the front, and we're going, he fucking told us he was like back, behind the
motor
seat.
pool.
Yeah, never said anything. It's like they fucking locked it up,
threw it away.
throw it away, whiskey.
And that's why
Whiskey. Smoke, whiskey. Whiskey, smoke. Right? And meanwhile, you're going like, you're thinking everything's fine with him. Now when he dies, you go, fucking guy was crazy.
Right.
Right? Thank God he didn't kill you. Right?
Thank fucking God.
When I think about how scary our dads were, you know, about like when we fucked up, when they, I don't know if your dad ever threw a shot at you.
Oh, man.
You know,
Yeah.
but my
He never
dad
threw a shot at
my dad threw a shot at my older brother who challenged him once, Kiwi. Kiwi was he came home drunk after a fight. My uncle Danny was a police officer, called him, said, he's fucking in a fight with a bunch of guys with shovels. My dad was like, that cocksucker. And he came home, and he walked in the front door. He was already drunk, and he went to the refrigerator, and he opened it up, and he grabbed a beer. And my old man went, you crack open that beer, I'll knock you out with one fucking punch. And my brother was huge. You know, he's bigger than my dad. And he cracked the beer, and I'll never forget it. He hit him, and it was like slow motion. He went backwards, and his head hit the linoleum. He was already out. So hard. My mother went, you killed him! You killed him! And my old man, he hit him, and he walked away and lit up a cigarette like I told him I was going to fucking hit him. Right?
There it is. This is
But
my
when you think about what's really in their heads from World War II,
right? No,
crazy.
It is pretty wild. It's nuts, man.
It's amazing they could live a normal life, you know?
That's what blows me away too. And I learned a lot because I have sisters and that, and I was fucking this happened to me as a kid. Like anyone that brings up the violin story, pretty much about anything. Like, listen.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. These guys saw everything, and they did what you saw. They were great Americans.
Hey, listen, and that fucking cliche is true. We wouldn't fucking be here if they didn't win that fucking war. It's that simple. They took on the whole fucking world and kicked the world's ass and came home.
Right. And then kept their mouths shut.
And gave
became
us like
dads.
plasma fucking TVs
Right.
and college and all the shit that we have comes from those. That's why we have this shit.
Right.
Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A Very Chippersen Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
This is segment 8, Jay Moore. He does the second best impression. I do good Harvey Keitels, too. The arrow strawberry's gonna hit the ball or something. Hey, he's talking about doing Clint Eastwood. I do a good Clint Eastwood. Yeah, punk, make my day or something. This is a Chippersen Thanksgiving, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. Go have some turkey or something. My mother would always say, now, Chipper, we're going to make a wish after, so don't put the wishbone in your hiney. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. Fucking turkey, cocksucker.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
But that scene where you said Clint yelled at that lady, I couldn't wait for that scene. What exactly did he say to her?
Sweetheart, where is she? Keep going, keep rolling. I cannot possibly explain how little this fucking movie is about you. Christ, I could have hired your arm if the union would have let me. Let's do it again and I'll make a big fucking deal out of it. Got a lot of talent out here.
Wow.
And he just jogged back, and I was like, oh my God.
And she was embarrassed?
And he went, P-U-S-S-Y.
Really?
Did I ever tell you that?
No, not the spelling.
He asked me if I wanted Jay, would you like to join me for a Czechoslovakian beer? And I said, no. And he goes, well, then I guess you're done for the day. But he said it like, you fucking faggot. You sicken me. And I was like, going back to my hotel in the van, like, did I just get fucking fired? And I was thinking, talking about an addict brain, I'm like, will I work more if I just have this beer? Like, I'll just fucking pound beers with Clint. We're done for the day. It's 3 p.m, and I'll just go to a fucking midnight meeting.
Right.
After a nap.
And said, look, I had to. Clint said,
like, maybe I would have been in fucking J. Edgar Hoover right now.
Yeah.
You know? And I go, no. And he goes, well, then I guess you're done for the day. But he said it like Dirty Harry, so it's so freaky.
Mm-hmm.
And we come back the next night or 2 nights later, and we're the same night as that gal. I would have hired your fucking arm if they would have let me. And he says, how long has it been since you had alcohol in your body? And I go, I don't know, 98, I guess. And he goes, that's good. Is your mic on? And I go, yeah. And he goes, cover it up. So I cover my mic with my hand in my shirt, but like Matt Damon and Richard Kind, like everyone, and the boom guy, like they're still all mics. And he goes, my problem was never booze or drugs. My problem was always P-U-S-S-Y. And I thought, did he just fucking spell it so no one could hear it? Like a crazy person? And he goes, let's do it again. And I'm like, now I got to go act knowing Dirty Harry's a pussy addict.
Yeah.
And all like
That's all you can think
I don't even
about
know
now.
my lines, and he's like, all I can think of is like P-U-S-S, box, big hairy 70s box. And I had no lines because it was that scene.
That is fantastic.
He spelt it.
Could you just hung with him and not had the beer? Like I would have said no, but I'll have a soda and hung with him. I would
He
have
doesn't want to hang with a
It
guy
was,
that...
would you like to stay and join me for a Czechoslovakian beer?
And it wasn't going to be...
Specific fucking
I
bizarre
know.
request. Jimmy, would you like to sit with me and make tiny orange socks? Knitting.
Wow.
If I had a beer, you have to look at, like, if you had a beer, you would have had the beer, but then you would have woke up somewhere and went like, what? You would have had weird memories of him going like, what the fuck are you doing? It would have just, you would have just been doing dirty Harry lines at him until he left.
I think I would have just kept doing fucking Escape from Alcatraz when he drops the N-bomb.
Oh, is that the? I just don't like niggers.
Jimmy, Jesus.
He said that. That's what he
I know,
said.
but we're corporate men now.
That's look, it's one of the greatest lines.
I noticed.
I just hate niggers. He said.
What's the matter? You keep to yourself, or you just don't like niggers?
He goes, the English. He goes, there's two reasons you didn't sit on my step. You scared boy, or you just don't, or you just hate niggers. That's what he said to Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
He just doesn't want to say it.
Oh, please. It's a great fucking, it's an amazing moment between him and Paul Benjamin.
Right on.
I was there. I actually went to Alcatraz, and I fucking sat.
I was on, you like Keitel and Bad Lieutenant. I was on the set. I saw him before that take. He told me he's saying nigger. Come on, Cal Daniels.
I went there, and I sat on that step. Because it was actually shot in there. And I love that scene so fucking much. He walks up a few steps, and then he comes back down.
That yard at Alcatraz is just amazing,
Oh,
isn't it?
fantastic.
And so, a Very Chippersen Thanksgiving draws to a close. Listen for more throughout the weekend. And happy holidays from the Opie and Anthony channel.